So I know.
You get it. Dave might come on. I don't know.
Hey now.
Oh, wow. We're live.
Hey now. What's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite pot stir and tweet aficionado,
Pot stir.
Adam
You get it. Oh, shit. Dave might come on. I don't know.
Hey now. What happened?
Okay. I closed it. Sorry.
Oh. What did you do?
I did the boomer thing from like a million years ago. I have like 75 tabs open right now.
Oh, okay.
Here's the tab of me arguing with Doomer.
With Boomer. You should call Doomer Boomer. I like that.
With Boomer in DMs about voting. God, he's so obstinate. Why is Doomer such a dick?
Why are you... Listen, arguing with Doomer about things is a waste of time. Like, it's funny for the stream, but like, it's a waste of time in real life. I don't know why you bother.
So well, I guess you've tried this out, so you know firsthand.
I've never tried it out. I know better.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've literally tried it out on the phone with Doomer and in DMs.
Like, you fucking called Doomer on the phone. You're like, Doomer, let's talk about your voting position.
Doomer and I have talked a couple times on the phone. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Definitely.
That's hilarious.
Look, us boomers are phone people. Okay. We grew up in an era where you didn't get a date with a girl unless you called her on the telephone.
I know, you're talked to her. Calling someone on the phone, just call them on Discord. What are you doing?
What the fuck? What am I paying a cell phone bill for if I don't ever use a fucking phone? I don't know. I like the phone, but anyway.
I like so rarely talk to people on the phone, and it's good. Yeah. It's good that way.
I know. Every time I call you, I feel like I'm fucking forcing you to talk. It's like, geez.
I'm like, Adam is calling me. Ew.
Now I'm to the point where I'm like, if you want to call me, you can. And Sitch never calls.
Good. Well, listen, whenever I talk to you on the phone, you're like, Sitch, you sound so different on the phone than on your computer mic. It's like, what's happening? I'm like, oh my God.
I think that was just your old phone. The new phone does
my new phone sounds better. Okay.
Sitch was calling me on a tin can when we were working on Supervillains Anonymous. It was really weird. I was like, you sound like an Asian kid.
I don't even know what that means, but it sounds racist.
It is vaguely racist.
Yes, exactly.
I won't say that again. You sounded like a Nigerian kid. How about that?
I don't even know what that means.
You said. Okay. Anyway, what were you wanted to talk some mad smack because we were talking off stream and you were like, let's go live and talk about this.
Yes. Well, let me read this because it's somewhat relevant. Cyborg for $20. Thanks so much. Says, next time you guys get Dave on, I can moderate it. Dave's met me in person, and I was on an episode of Legion of Skanks with him. Tell him that the purple belt who fought Luis J. Gomez offered to moderate the next debate.
Well, we had a tip-top moderator that has actually known Dave for 20 years, okay? His name is Kurt Metzger.
Okay. You cannot use the word tip-top moderator and Kurt Metzger in the same sentence.
I know. So. Obviously, I'm being facetious here, but I had thought that that's what Kurt was going to do, but evidently I didn't make that clear enough. So I do take some responsibility here for not calling Kurt ahead of time.
What Adam told me right before the stream started, which I found very interesting, was that he had a conversation with Kurt on the phone because Adam is an old man. He calls people.
We all do. All of us old men talk to each other on the phone.
Right. And I found out that part of the reason the conversation was so awful was that Kurt poisoned the well from the get-go. He actually sort of like, he planted the seed. He inceptioned both Dave and Jimmy that like they were going to hate everything that we're saying and be super pissed off.
You know something else he said?
What?
And this is fucking hilarious. He told Jimmy, he's like, you're gonna want to fucking interrupt so bad, but don't do it. And then he proceeded to interrupt like
every 2 seconds. Yeah,
I know. But I did see Jimmy a couple times like, oh, I want to interrupt so bad. So at least Jimmy did try like a tiny bit there. I did see a couple times where Jimmy was like, no.
Well, Jimmy Dore, I guess this is a simulation winking at us, right? Jimmy Dore books for the door.
I
The
know, I
second you
know.
the second you challenge him on anything, like that was insane. And and Kurt was obviously trying to put on a performance for his
I
I
don't think
like
so.
his like Kurt is like the little like the little fish that like sticks itself to the shark and like kind of like feeds off the shark's waist.
Oh my God.
I think that's the Kurt Jimmy relationship.
No, that's so bad. Anyway, yeah.
How am I wrong? Wait, how am I'm so right on that. I'm
No,
so right on that. I'm right. Everyone knows I'm right about that.
I mean, Kurt is kind of a guy that everybody likes. So, I mean,
Yeah,
he's,
because has he ever well, here's the million dollar question. Has Kurt ever challenged Jimmy Dore, anyone that he's like under? Has he ever challenged them on anything?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me though if he did though. I mean, he's got no
I
problems
doubt
challenging
it.
me. And I mean, I consider him a friend. So,
Yeah, but he's not like under you. He doesn't need you to like
yeah,
increase
no,
his
that's true.
financial career or
That's
anything.
true.
So,
He goes on Jimmy's show all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy didn't pay him a dime to do it. So, I don't know that
well,
he,
no, doesn't I thought he writes for him sometimes, doesn't he?
oh, yeah, he does. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
So
Yeah.
no, but so okay, what I want to talk actually what I wanted to talk about, which I said we should
Hmm.
talk about this on air, is that you were saying that you were talking to Kurt and you're like, I thought you were gonna tell moderate and said you like totally poisoned, the well in the beginning of the conversation, and then you proceeded to make the conversation awful by
Hmm.
how you were acting in the conversation. And and I was like, yes, obviously, Adam. And then you said, you're like, well, but Sitch, I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Hmm.
Like he's just like a crazy person. He doesn't have any
Hmm.
control. He's not thinking this through. And what I want to say to that is like when we have conversations on this stream about other creators and we
Hmm.
kind of wonder like, well, is this person intentionally doing this? Are they unintentionally doing this? Are they lying to themselves? I think it's kind of interesting to get into the psychology of understanding people's behavior and their motivation and
Of
all that
course.
stuff.
Yeah.
But when it comes to dealing with a person in the real world that you're interacting with, that is 100% irrelevant. It doesn't actually matter. Okay. It doesn't matter if Kurt is intentionally being a piece of shit
Hmm.
or he's just,
Systemically.
yeah, or if he's just a systemic asshole. Like it doesn't really matter. All that matters is the behavior that's being, put forward. And this is true for everyone. If they interact with family members or friends that are like this, people get too bogged down in like, oh, I'm sympathetic to this person because they
Oh
something bad
no.
happened
Oh
to
no.
them,
I feel like this is an
or
intervention on me.
or or like, oh, they're just crazy, they can't help it. It's like, yeah, that could all be true, but at
Hmm.
the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Every person has to be responsible for their
That's
behavior, and
true.
if you're interacting with someone, all that really matters is their behavior towards you, not their, you can't read their mind, you don't know what's going on, their internal thoughts, all that stuff's irrelevant.
I completely agree.
So
That's true.
sometimes, yeah. So sometimes you guys say, listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why someone's doing what they're doing. If they're being an asshole, they're an asshole. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, you have to judge them up by their own behavior. Exactly.
So,
Yeah. Well,
squeeze it.
I was
Hmm.
going back and forth with Dave Smith on Twitter.
I saw.
I mean, trying to get him basic. I mean, I'm trying to get him back on the show. I mean, if he calls me incredibly dishonest, is that a good sign or a bad sign? I don't know.
Probably not a good sign. Someone said in the chat before the stream started, they said, Adam's on Twitter doing his best to make sure Dave doesn't come on again.
Did they? Oh shit. Listen, I
I don't, I'll talk to Dave again if he wants. Honestly, I don't really care. I'm not,
Sitch and I both kind of talked after.
doesn't matter.
I mean, we've kind of talked after they left on the live stream, and I think we both kind of came to the conclusion that neither one of us really gave a fuck if anyone comes back or comes on or.
Hmm.
So I just if
Well, no,
Dave.
will wait. I would never have Jimmy or Kurt on again.
Hmm.
I would have Dave on again, but I'm not like, I don't care. I'm not going to bend over backwards.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Those two are banned from the show.
I mean, I
So,
would I would have Kurt on again just to mute him and watch his like
mhm.
face, yell angrily,
Well, I'm
mutely
hoping that
at the
happens.
camera because that could be very funny.
I
But
mean, I'm hoping that actually is a thing, but
yeah, but beyond that,
Kurt listens. Kurt is one of our regular fans. Like he's
no, he's
literally a
not.
fan of the
He's not our
show.
fan. He's not a fan of the show. I don't even know how you could say that.
He listens to the show all the
No,
time.
he doesn't. That's not true.
It is true. He
It's not
always
true.
he DMs me all the time and says, "Oh, I'm listening to you guys talk about this guy or that guy. Oh, it's driving me insane. This guy's fucking terrible."
I'm in those DMs. He
No, I
occasionally.
DM him
Okay.
privately as well. So,
Okay.
but you look, you even admit he drops them in the group DMs.
Yeah, very, very rarely. Like once every 3 months, he'll be like, "Oh, you're talking about this guy. This guy's crazy."
Okay, okay. So he's not
It's
a
like I'm that regular show, regular watch of the show. I don't consider that.
listen. I think he watches the show more than Christian Watson watches the show. I'm like,
Well, that's a very low bar.
I'm definitely,
Okay.
I'm willing to go out on a limb. Well, and
Okay.
Christian Watson came on and made it sound like he was one of our super fans or something.
How do you know he's not? How do you know Kristen Watson doesn't watch every
So
show
look,
with hanging on every word that comes from our lips so that when you said
look,
that he was I even forget the word you said that got him so triggered.
I said he was
Grifting, right?
no
Not grifting.
sophist. I would never call him
Sophist, yes.
a
So when you say he was a
grifter.
sophist, you broke his heart. You're
I know.
tearing me apart,
Look,
Adam.
guys, I don't get mad at me,
You're my
okay?
streaming waifu husbando. How dare you say I'm
Look,
the sophist?
I want.
My whole world is falling apart before me.
Come on, don't go full Kurt on me here. I I love Christian Watson to death, and I would like him to come back on the show. I
Mm,
if I mean I will do just about anything to get him back on the show, except publicly apologize.
nice.
So, but
I'll do just about anything except for like this thing that is so minuscule.
I know exactly. Listen, can't I just like give you $20 or something to forget about it? Oh, that's
You,
hilarious.
you you have to find one of those cards that's like it looks like an apology card, but it's actually not when you open it up. It's like fuck
Oh,
you.
that would be so good. Oh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. I wonder if he's got like a thing online I can send that to. That would be hilarious. He would lose his shit over that. That's the thing. He is so serious. That guy is
Uh-huh.
so serious. So that would be funny if he made a video about it, but I don't know if he'd
I
make a video
I just
about
looked at the chat. There's someone this is so pathetic. There's
it.
someone
Mm-hmm.
who's so pathetic that they're not like a fan of ours.
Mm-hmm.
They're a Jimmy Dore fan or something.
Mm-hmm.
That they literally like subscribe to us just so they could be notified of our next stream,
Mm-hmm.
just so that they could simp for Jimmy.
Well, invite him on. Let's talk to him.
I'm not gonna talk to this fucking loser.
Why?
Like you don't have anything better to do on a Tuesday than to like hate watch someone that made your idol run away out of fear. It's so pathetic.
I mean, look, Jimmy's not
Oh
going to
my
come on,
God.
but oh, I guess they're gone now. Good. Bye.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Listen, I believe in helping the less abled, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to help them by, cutting them off from their job.
I got super in trouble for people got mad at me for banning people, but I got to tell you, it's a lot. I mean, it's fun to ban everyone and then unban everyone and ban them again. Like I'm into it now.
Okay, so I noticed. Okay, first you need to stop unbanning people
Okay.
because I went to the ban list, and not only did you unban everyone, you unbanned all the sex bots too.
Those accounts don't last forever, so it's not a big deal.
It doesn't matter. It's the principle.
You want a bunch of dead accounts.
I want a
that aren't
bunch of. I
banned
want to look at the ban list and see like sex bot 001, sex bot 002,
Yeah.
sex bot 0. I want to see them
It's
all. And
unbelievable.
it's like a trophy. It's like you have all. It's all my heads mounted on the wall of all the banned sex bots.
Look, I do want to say because someone popped up in the comments and they said
Mhm.
Adam is blocking people on Twitter now and blocking fans of the show. If I blocked you inadvertently, reach out to Sitch. Reach out to just reply to somebody who's replying to me who's not banned and let me know, and I'll obviously unblock you or whatever. I do not want to block fans of the show. There's just like a bunch of Dave. Well, this is the thing, because I think Dave Smith and we have a bunch of overlap in our audiences. Dave
Sure.
Smith, did you see the video I retweeted of Dave Smith? Dave Smith did
No.
like this super base tweet. And this is actually how we should have started. This is how we should have started the show.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so good. So Dave Smith says, we are libertarians because we believe in peace, prosperity, and civilization. Others are libertarians because they don't believe in authority and want to do whatever they please. The latter group hates hope or Hoppy, the guy they're always trying to get us to read,
Right.
because it reminds them that liberty actually means responsibility. And I was like, where was this, Dave? Why couldn't
I
we?
know.
Why couldn't we? Why didn't we do a live stream with this Dave? This is the Dave I
Mm-hmm.
want to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, it means responsibility. Like
Mm.
this sounds like me. I might be a libertarian now. So,
Mm.
but anyway, Dave is. We're still. I mean, it's not. It's so Twitter's so like bizarre anyway. But do you want to get the recap of the Twitter drama? Is
I don't want to get into Twitter. So
well,
who
just
cares?
since we brought it up, Dave
Oh God.
retweeted. Dave retweeted the stream and said it was
Oh
quite a
my
shit
God.
show, and a bunch of people came in to his mentions and started talking about how terrible we are and just
Mm-hmm.
basically lying about our positions and completely mischaracterizing the situation. And they all go to Scott Horton. Like, Scott Horton is basically Dave Smith's brain. So they're like, okay, it didn't work out with Dave. Maybe
Mm.
we can get Dave Smith's brain on there to school these guys. And
Mm-hmm.
I've watched Scott Horton. Like, there's nothing you guys want us to watch or look at that I don't watch or
So
look
okay, but
at.
wait.
Hmm.
When Dave or when Dave or any person says, "Oh, I need to bring in someone else to explain my position."
I know it's
Okay.
bad look.
First of like that's so horribly pathetic. Okay. And like you can do that. That's somewhat acceptable if you're just like, you're on a stream and you're just kind of giving your general vague take. And he said, and like if he was just like, well, I think this, but I could be wrong. If he was very humble about his opinion, then I'd say, okay, yeah, bring in someone that you base a lot of your thoughts on. That's totally fine. But he didn't do that. He goes on Joe Rogan. He says, I'm objectively correct about all this stuff. He says all this fucking completely dumb, wrong shit that we went over when we went over his video.
Of
And not
course.
just about Ukraine, about like every like his whole we have to listen to what Osama bin Laden said like thing was insane. And I'm assuming that
We,
he's not lying. I'm assuming he's just fucking ignorant. And I think part of the problem is that there's like this weird crossover right now between the like unironic tanky socialist journalist and like libertarian isolationist. And I think a lot of libertarians are getting tricked into reading unironic tanky socialist garbage journalism and then like giving it any credibility whatsoever. Which Dave literally did, but that's a
yeah,
different
no,
story.
they're
But
gaslighting him like crazy.
right, so but then when he's on his own show, he's going on and on like, I'll debate anyone on the facts. I'm completely right about everything. I'm completely right about everything. You can't say I'm completely right about all the facts that I said, and then when you want to like talk to him about the points, he says, "Oh, let me get someone else." And then it's like, wait a minute. If you have to get someone else, that means you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That means you're not
Yeah.
right about everything you fucking said. It means you're guessing. You're just regurgitating someone else's talking points. So no, he loses the ability to go run away under someone else's skirt once he makes that claim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
No,
am I wrong about
totally. No. You
So
look, you know the facts far better than me. Like, obviously you defer to me on a lot of the economic stuff because I'm reading that shit like crazy, but I have to defer to you on all the Ukraine stuff because you've read like every single fucking document there is on the subject. So
Mhm.
I'm just
True.
here to, I mean, I know this is where I excel. I excel at simplifying the arguments, and
Mhm.
it's just it's so simple. Like, I don't understand. Like, we got accused of the whataboutism thing, and I'm like, well, I mean, it literally is whataboutism. I understand the argument. The argument is this: they want to say that America has a pattern of behavior, and then they want to go in and talk about, example X, Y, and Z. And I mean, we don't contest X, Y, and Z. Like, yeah, Iraq was a disaster. Like, all these things were a disaster, right? Patterns can be broken. You have to look at the details of the actual incident that you're talking about. So all of this shit is irrelevant. But they will cling to that. They're like, no, it is relevant. You got to understand this is totally relevant because this establishes the personality type of America, which I'm like, okay, now we're just in La La Land here. Like, are you telling me, well, they would say that the Obama administration and the Bush administration, there's basically no difference on foreign policy. So they would actually say that.
Which is hilarious, but
well, I mean, you still got to go into the details of the situation.
When people say this whole like, there's no difference between the Democrats and Republicans, it's just I don't know. I don't know what world they're living in. Yeah. Well, actually, I do know what world they're living in. If you have a very extreme ideological position, like you're like a super communist or something, then yeah, I understand why you say there's no difference. It's because your position is so far removed from everyone else's that like the massive differences between most people, between the Democrats and Republicans, seems minor to you because you're just so far away, like relative, to everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. We're all focusing in on things like the differences in tax policy and healthcare and stuff like that.
Right. Well, no, it's like if people are arguing like, oh, I think, Coke tastes better than Sprite. And you're like, oh, Coke and Sprite taste like so different from each other. Very different flavor, everything about them very different. And then there's some guy, some hippie that just hates soda. And they're like, well, they're both the same. It's just sugar water. And they're like, well, okay, buddy. Let's calm down here for a second.
Well, I said Dave could come on today if he wanted to, just because I was arguing with him. But
I doubt.
My mentions are just a fucking disaster area. So right. if Dave he's got to DM me, otherwise I'll never know. Dave. First of all, Dave is the one that has turned my mentions into a disaster area because he keeps retweeting me and being like, oh, look, this is horrible take. Which, I mean,
you did go pretty strong against Scott Horton.
Yeah. First of all, Scott Horton looks like he lives in a fucking van. Okay.
Yeah, well, listen. So there's not going to be Nice Sitch anymore, but I'm still not going to be the one to start the ad homing. Okay. If someone starts it with me, I'm going to, I'm not going to be nice anymore.
First of all, that is not an ad hom. That is a personal insult. I did not say that you should not trust Scott Horton because he looks like
this fucking guy.
Because he looks like he lives in a van. I just
said he looks like a weirdo. I'm not saying that means you shouldn't listen to him. I'm just pointing it out.
Look, there's a lot of cutting edge research that comes out of a guy in a van.
That's true.
You don't know. True. Look, you have not seen the strings on the side of the van wall.
Right.
No, I've listened to a few things of Scott Horton. I feel like he is as ideologically possessed as some, third wave feminist. He has one lens. America did it.
Right.
Yeah. So that debate gave it all away. Did I mention it? He had a debate where he basically lays out all of the, NATO provoked the Ukraine conflict. And, of course, he doesn't condone any of what Putin has done.
Right.
He just wants to let you know that Putin had a really, really, really good reason for doing it, and it was America's fault. So that is literally, I mean, he's making justifications for it just by saying, obviously, it was NATO's fault. But that aside, and then in the end of the debate, Iraq comes up, tangentially. And he said, oh, yeah, Iraq is obviously about the money. That's why we went into Iraq. Which I was like, okay, that
Listen,
seems a
when
little
when
off.
Putin invades a country, you have to trust every reason he gives. But if America invades a country, it's all just about money, and all politicians are lying.
Yeah, see, this is a disagreement. Like they keep saying, and this was what I was arguing with Dave about on Twitter. They keep saying, look, Iraq, they could have been lying to us about Iraq, and that doesn't mean Putin is lying about NATO. And I'm like, yeah, but the question is, what was the prime motivation, right? I'm sure there were a bunch of people in the United States government that were like, oh, weapons of mass destruction are totally real. Oh my God, I'm scared to death. We got to invade Iraq and find those things.
Well, the problem isn't, yeah, like it's possible that NATO was the primary motivation for Putin. Of course, anything's possible. That's not, to me, that's not what is interesting. That sticks out. To me, it sticks out is that a lot of people are ideologically primed from the beginning to, if they hear an American politician, because they live under American politicians, because they're all a bunch of fucking Americans, it's kind of like, it's exactly like Gelman's amnesia, because
Yes, it
they live
is.
under American politicians. They have a much greater sense of like, oh, this is like bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And so when an American politician says something, they immediately dismiss it. But since they don't live in Russia, they don't live under some other, politician, they just like, it's like reading the newspaper. They just read it, the newspaper, they just listen to this other politician and they say, oh, that must be true. That makes sense to me. And they just uncritically believe it. And to me, that's just so hilarious. That's like the epitome of bad thinking.
Yeah, no.
You have to be equal, like you have to be equally critical of all this stuff. And you have to understand that politicians in every country are obviously political actors. They all have political influences that are pushing them, pressuring them to state things in specific ways and do things in specific ways. And it's incredibly silly to think like, oh, well, they're the ones that are being honest. It's like, no, what are you talking about?
Well, I don't. That debate that Scott Horton had over Ukraine, I think it was with Kathy.
Newman?
Is it Kathy? No, not Kathy Newman, obviously.
That's the lady from the BBC
Kathy
interview with Jordan
Young.
Peterson.
Kathy Young. She's like a
Oh,
good anti-woke writer, I think.
well,
You don't like her? So
I
I
like
think
her sometimes.
I think
Sometimes she has like really strong TDS, and she has really
oh, that's
strong
true.
like
That's true.
um
Listen, just think of it like a mental illness, okay?
exactly. No, I mean she I know it's weird because like yeah, she's like pretty anti-woke, which is good. I think she's anti-woke, but
Yeah.
she's very strong TDS, and she's very strong like whatever the TDS would be for supporting Ukraine. Like she's
Oh
seems
yeah.
like she just blindly supports Ukraine in like literally
She
everything.
had good arguments though
Okay,
in
well,
the
I'll check
debate
it
against
out.
Scott Horton. And
Right.
also, this is the thing, like if Scott Horton came out, I mean, my big problem is that like NATO is their central argument because they want to make this America's fault. So therefore, he doesn't even bring up the fact that there are all these natural resources and Russia's, obviously sells those natural resources. Like none of the economic conflict that you and I have talked about even comes up in the debate.
Mm,
It's like, okay, it's obvious where you're coming from. So,
right. Right.
I mean, it might have, Kathy, it's been a while since I saw that debate. Kathy Young might have brought that stuff up. So,
Okay, I'll check it out at some point.
look, in ideologues, this is straight out of height. This is the value of ideologues. Okay, ideologues are going to try to disprove somebody harder than anyone alive.
Hmm.
So we have to create systems where those ideologues, they're on the case to basically disprove this stuff. And you can't just say, okay, well, that person's an ideologue, so I just dismiss everything they say. No, they're working diligently to find you evidence. Now, a lot of that evidence might be totally bunk because, they're ideologically motivated.
Right.
But not all of it is going to be bunk. So you have to sift through it yourself and go, okay, I'm the
Well,
reasonable party here, and I can say
mhm.
which of this is good and which of this is bad.
I mean, the way that I kind of view it is I just use those people as people to find the information that I should look at,
Yes,
not
exactly
really
right.
trust their opinion on the information.
Right.
And I mean, this came up, in like this didn't, actually we never really had it. This hasn't really come up in any debate, though I've brought up a million times. This actually comes up a good debate that sort of puts this on display is when Destiny debated Nick Fuentes about Russia and Ukraine. And it's kind of why the whole like this whole back and forth to me is stupid. Is that, Nick says, "Oh, America did this and thus provoked Russia." And then Destiny says, "Well, wait a minute. America did that because Russia did this." And then Nick says, "Well, America did that." No, no. And then Nick says, "Oh, yeah, but Russia only did that because America did this." And then Destiny says, "No, but wait, America did that because Russia did this." And just becomes this like back and forth forever of like every country reacting to every other country. And this is why it gets so annoying when you talk to people who have this very one-sided like, "Oh, America provoked whomever or Russia provoked whomever, they did X and then someone did Y." It's like no country just randomly does shit in the world in geopolitics. Every country is reacting to some other country or some environmental thing. They're all
Yep.
doing stuff for reasons, and you can trace those reasons back, and it will literally never end. You can trace back how what's happening now goes back to like 1905, something that happened in 1905 in Russia,
Yep.
and same thing with Israel and Palestine. Same thing. It's like the same thing with every fucking country. And that's why I always say you have to pick a cutoff point where you say, okay, we're starting here. We can't have this forever war of like, well, my blood ancestors 100 years ago spit on your grandpa, and now we're at war forever. It's just like, no, you have to some point where we have to be adults and say, okay, we're starting here. This is the starting point. Everything else before this, fuck off. Because, I mean, we do this with the anti-woke stuff. This is what the woke people want to do. They want to say, oh, because of
I
this,
know.
because of the history of, slavery, because of the history of
White
racism
supremacy.
and white supremacy, yeah, and all these things which are true, we can never let those go. Because of all that stuff, we have to do all this stuff today. And same thing. Oh, because we killed like all these Native Americans, we have to do stuff today. And it's like, well, there has to be a cutoff point. There has to be a point where we say, okay, we need to like this is the starting point, and we're moving new on. We got to fucking move on with our lives. We can't forever be mired in like worrying about the drama of the previous generation.
Yeah, I had this question for Kurt, and I don't think he really answered it. Well, no, actually, I take it back. He did answer it. He didn't answer it to my liking, obviously, but he said,
Person capable of answering a question, Adam. I don't know why.
I know, we should
We
watch
haven't
that
got about that.
video. We should bring that video
We
up.
will watch that video.
That video's amazing.
Yeah.
How did we miss that? Oh, God. It's
We
so
didn't. I
funny.
mean, you literally like it's so funny because someone made a video that's like from a conversation we had with Kurt a long time ago.
Yeah.
And like Adam asked him a question, and then Kurt goes on like a 5-minute ramble. And at the end of it, Adam asked him the same fucking question because he didn't answer it.
And he still
It's so
didn't
funny.
answer.
He still didn't answer.
Oh, God, that video is so hilarious. He has a little graph on the side for the relevancy of his answer as he's
Yes.
talking, and it just like falls
Keeps
off a
dropping.
cliff. It's like none of this is relevant. Oh,
No.
shit. What was I saying?
You were saying you asked Kurt a question and he didn't answer to your liking.
Okay. I said, can nations go from autocracies to democracies? Is that possible? And he said, well, theoretically, I guess if you believe that America is a democracy. I was like, oh shit. It's that same thing. It's like we have it's so bad here. It's so terrible here, Adam, that we have it just as bad as the Russians do. I tried to get him to read that book by the Russian businessman that Putin incarcerated,
Right.
took all his money and took his business away and all that stuff. But he's like, I don't give a fuck about Russia.
Hello, Dev. Dev
Oh,
is
you
in
let
chat.
Dev in, huh? Nice. What's up, Dev? How you
I
doing?
mean, I let him in.
Oh, you let Dev in. Dev, what the
I
fuck?
let Dev into the chat. That's true. It's very
I mean,
exclusive.
I mean,
though.
oh, cool. You said, oh, I thought you sent him the link.
No,
I
I
thought
didn't
you,
send Dev. I don't even know if he
okay.
wants to come on.
Oh, okay.
Squeeze Louise
My
with the big
mistake.
cheese, the bee's knees for $20 says, I was trying to watch the stream from Sunday, but it seems like the audio is corrupted. I just heard a bunch of elephants trumpeting for the first few hours. One of you should look into that. There you go. It's pretty accurate.
Oh, man.
Pretty accurate.
I did listen back and I did my best. I mean, I did respond to a couple of comments, but I tried to keep it to a minimum. I mean, I figure you guys like when I respond to comments, so I do it for, engagement, whatever. The thing that I noticed, the big takeaway was about 5 minutes in, Dave is already calling us retarded, stupid,
Yeah, what's the thing
14-year-old
like?
girls.
So
Like,
so why I want to bring this up because like it's true that at least towards the end of it, Dave was the only one willing to actually engage.
yeah, but
Like
Dave
once he sort
started
of
it. Yeah.
yeah, like once he understood that I actually had information and I had the facts, and he seemed like he was sort of willing to engage, and even he realized, I think, that he fucked up and that Kurt and Jimmy were making the conversation possible. But Dave's not off the hook because
Mhm.
you're right. He did start the conversation like totally like a middle school girl who was so upset that
Mhm.
we dared say something on a live stream
Mhm.
months ago
He
that just
was,
hurt his
yeah.
feelings, and he wanted to talk about that. And so he was calling us all these names and all this stuff, even though none of us were reciprocating
If
at
if
all at
Dave
any point.
if Dave wants to have a debate, and a lot of his stands are out there saying that Dave is innocent of parroting Russian propaganda. If
Mhm.
Dave wants to have a debate, did Dave parrot Russian propaganda? We will have that debate. We're happy to have that debate because his position is exactly the same as Putin's. So whether he knows it or not, he's parroting Russian propaganda.
Right. And okay, first of all, arguing over whether someone's parroting Russian propaganda is a waste of time.
I First of all, I agree, and we tried to
Yeah,
get past that. I was like,
I
let's
know.
not get in a fucking the mire here of
I know.
trying to define what propaganda is. But they're still stuck on it. Like
Right.
they're still stuck on it. Like that's what they're wanting to vindicate themselves of. They want to get out of the mire of, oh, someone said I was parroting Russian propaganda. Obviously, this charge is very painful for them. Like
Mhm.
they don't like this charge at all. Well, I guess it's because their whole brand is built on I see through the propaganda, right?
Right.
Is that why it stings so bad?
Maybe you're right, because that is the brand. The brand is I can see the matrix. It's like, well, no, you just traded one matrix for another one.
I mean,
But
you could listen, if somebody wanted to be industrious and really,
yeah.
get Dave Smith steamed,
Yeah.
you could take Vladimir Putin's speech about
Uh-huh.
getting, going into Ukraine before they actually invaded Ukraine, when he went
Right.
on television and talked for an hour and a half. And you could put Dave Smith on one side of the screen and Vladimir Putin on the other side of the screen and have clips of Vladimir Putin saying the same exact thing and then Dave saying the same exact thing next. You could do that
Well, no,
for
but
like a
see,
15-20 minute video.
it's actually worse than that because he kept saying, just listen to what he was saying. He's like, listen to what
You
Putin says.
listen to
Listen to what
all
Putin
his
says.
videos.
If you listen to what Putin says, first of all, Putin says all sorts of crazy shit in those speeches
Yeah. Remember
about like, oh,
we got to
the
get the
Ukrainian,
Nazis?
yeah, or like the Ukrainian people are really Russian people. And it's the West is this evil, hegemony, and we must, fight against them. Like the idea that it's just like, oh, I just don't like NATO on my doorstep. I'm so scared. Which, first of all, it's kind of funny because again, NATO wasn't even being. This is why it's so bullshit. In 2022 and in 2021, there was no movement. There was zero movement to Ukraine joining NATO. Okay. It's not like they said, "Oh, Ukraine, you're going to be in NATO," and then Putin invaded to prevent that. That didn't happen. No one was talking about Ukraine joining NATO anytime soon. And as we've said like a million times, NATO has a policy against admitting countries that are in the middle of disputes over territory because they don't want to admit a country and then immediately have to get into a war because the country's in the middle of a war. And that's
Yep.
what's happening. And everyone knows that. And so this whole idea about NATO is bullshit. It's entirely bullshit. It
Yeah.
has nothing to do with the conflict whatsoever. But that's the problem. It's all just thinking past the sale. He throws out the claim and everyone just assumes it's true for some reason, but
That's okay. A lot of people
it
think
doesn't
that we
matter.
are wrong on Ukraine. I know a lot of our fans think they hate us talking about it and they think we're completely incorrect. And I mean, I
Hmm.
thank you guys for sticking with us, even though we disagree. I mean, that's kind of the theme of the show. So,
Right.
I mean,
Anyways,
Sitch convinced me in that in that debate, because I mean, I did go into the Aiden debate without much information, because Sitch was the one that did all the research. So, but I just listened to the arguments. They seem pretty overwhelming. So, yeah.
Anyways, should we
Anyways,
watch
what
the
do you want to do that?
the Matt Walsh thing, or do you want to watch something else?
Was that section of the trying not to? I think we did a good job trying not to talk about the day. I think we did an excellent job. What did you? I don't even know what you changed the stream name to.
I just got rid of all that part of it.
Well, is there Trump announcing today?
Trump announces today, and Matt Walsh screws up on Joe Rogan.
Oh, you got rid of the part that's literally actually in the stream. That's hilarious.
Well, I didn't think we were going to talk about it, but then we did. So.
Why the fuck would you do
I don't know.
that? Come on, first of all, Sitch's clickbait game is just
it's bad. I don't like clickbait. So yeah, I'm like anti-clickbait. Well, that's the thing. I changed it, and then as soon as I changed it, someone said, Sitch, you removed the clickbait part of the title. And I said, oh, maybe I should change it back.
Yeah, you should change it back.
Well, I forgot what it was titled, so if you want to change it back, or if you want to add back that, we're complaining about Dave and
I think I could actually copy it from, I have the title up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Lord of the Brains for $5 says, bottom line with Kurt is that he doesn't trust any collective larger than 6 people, so you can't have a conversation you want. Door is just a lefty salesman. That's true. I would have loved to have been able to ask Jimmy why he thought Dave would be in favor of a public option, but obviously that's not possible. Clyde, thanks so much for being free seeker for 3 months. Says if President Sunday is willing to come back on, you guys should rope Mahler into the conversation as well to corner him on his aversion to objective truth. That'd be interesting, but I don't know if he'd agree to that.
He is coming back on it. He wants to debunk moral foundations theory. Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying I don't know if he'd agree to have Mahler come in and just basically 3v1.
He would love Mahler to come in. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Because he's doing all this he's a clout chaser. What are you talking about?
True.
That's the ultimate clout.
Lord of the Brain for $5 says, what do you think about the idea that your response to the experience with the Three Stooges was what academic agent wanted to avoid in debate with you two? Well, first of all,
we weren't the Three Stooges in that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. We weren't the Three Stooges in that. And I think me and Adam have shown time and time again. Yeah, sometimes we, get angry. Sometimes we let our elephants go. But we've also shown that we have pretty good control if the person is coming into the conversation with good faith. And the reason, and this is the real reason that academic agent doesn't want to talk to us, that if he says that is as hollow and empty as Putin saying he invaded Ukraine to stop, NATO. Okay. It's a total dodge. The real reason academic agent he didn't want to come on and talk to us is because he knows that I know, and I can show through his tweets and through the things that he's saying and supporting, that he actually is a super far right, anti-Semitic, racist, crazy person. And he is so terrified that if that becomes like super obviously public knowledge, that's going to get him canceled.
Well, he's already kind of been canceled.
Right. And so,
which is, he's a scary situation, because I think the reason he is so far right is because he was canceled.
Right. But that's the thing. If he just said that, I'd say, okay, fine. You don't have to come talk to us. I don't care. But then don't go do your
we should watch that.
10 million, 10-hour stream on, the Sitch and Adam. It's like, okay, you're not willing to talk to us. Because you're so, he literally said that to me in a tweet, in one of our back and forth tweets, where he was like, Sitch doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have to say or believe things that will get him canceled off the internet. Which, first of all, is not true. But secondly, I guess it's true relative to someone who believes in the Jewish question. So maybe it's true from that regard, but that's what's funny about the whole situation. He's just so extreme and he wants to hide it. And again, even if this is what bothers me about him and people like Nick. If they're just honest with their opinions and not lying about it, I wouldn't agree with it and I wouldn't like them, but it wouldn't bother me. What bothers me is that they're lying to people about it. And then I get into arguments with people in my audience or different audiences who buy into their lies. I had so many after when we covered his tomboy ab girl video, there was a lot of people who weren't super familiar with him or kind of tangentially like familiar with him who are like, Sitch, you're being so unfair to him. That's not what he
Of
means. He's not saying all this
course,
stuff.
I
You're strawmanning
know.
him, blah, 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 blah. And then literally all of those people within like a month DM me and they're like, oh my God, Sitch, you're totally right about agent. He is crazy. He's not just like saying standard Republican or libertarian talking points. And I
Getting
was
a
like,
lot
what
of
did I
those
tell you? What
getting a
did I
lot of
tell
those
you?
DMs about Mr. Girl right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Like,
So I don't think
I
that's
know
fair.
the
But
feeling. Yeah.
Stug for $2 says, "What? Adam never accidentally block a fan." Yeah, can't believe he blocks Stug. How dare you, 95 Keat? How dare you block 95 Keat?
I know that. I mean, I think he said some. I think he was talking shit. Oh, on the Mr. Girl stream.
It was,
Honestly,
man.
yeah.
How dare?
Guy was triggered. Jeez, I'm
I
only
know.
human, guys.
Okay. Oh, well,
This
listen.
is
I'm glad you admit it.
look.
I'm glad you
This
admit
is
it.
why I do the mass unbanning things because I figure, listen, maybe I was having a bad day. Maybe they changed and they're not a complete piece of shit anymore. Like
Right.
it could be, like either one of those could be true, right?
Right.
So that's why I feel like we should just maintain a policy that we're going to just do mass unbannings every now and again
Hmm.
and be done with it. Yeah. And obviously if we ban someone, that doesn't deserve it, let us know. I mean,
So
we don't go
go ahead.
crazy. We're not Hassan here, okay? We don't go fucking crazy with banning. But there is a certain number of people that are just, I mean, they're not really wanting to participate in dialogue. They're just here to like deliver personal insults. So,
Right. Sodosh, thanks so much for being a free will seeker. Sodosh, taking all your FTX money for 4 months. Says,
mhm.
just remember this quote from Baki, quote, someone who works hard can never beat someone who enjoys himself. That's true. So don't let the debate get to you too much. You're right. You're totally right. That's a very good quote.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of how you have to conceptualize it. And that is how I started to think about it after the fact. So did you see that crazy New York Times FTX paper or article?
I did not, but Kurt, your friend, brought it up. And I guess
Of course he
it's
brought it up.
because it's like conspiracy laden.
Well, no, see, it's funny because it actually, again, it's the only thing I like talking to Kurt about is that literally every piece of evidence he brings up actually proves him wrong. And then when I explain it, he changes the subject because he's a dishonest person and a coward.
I never change the subject because I'm just like, oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I've been properly schooled on how they were lying to me.
Of course. But
Well,
no, so it's funny because I didn't see that, but I could totally envision how Kurt would be like, the New York Times puff piece on FTX, it proves everything. It proves everything I say, blah, 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 blah. And well, first of all, it disproves it because even though the New York Times did write this crazy puff piece on FTX, all the other papers didn't.
mhm.
Even Gizmodo, who's like super fucking woke, literally wrote a paper like, what the fuck's wrong? Like, wrote an article like, what the fuck's wrong with the New York Times for doing this?
Well,
And I think
first of all,
AP,
give the background story
well, I
because
will, I will in
people.
1 second. I just want
Okay.
to, yeah. And also AP and Reuters wrote an article where they completely called FTX out for scamming and, doing illegal shit. But,
Okay.
well, I'll be honest, I don't understand the entirety of the financial transaction
Well,
part of it.
what's the deal with the story though?
Oh,
I
so
don't
the
even
deal of the
know.
story was,
Yeah.
well, it was kind of, okay. So basically there's this guy who's running he's running this kind of FTA. He's running like a crypto market or
Yeah.
something. And he also, I think, had his own coin too.
Yeah.
Um, and essentially what
FTX
was,
coin or something.
right. And essentially what was happening was he was making all this money and it was like his girlfriend had some other company and he was illegally taking money that people were investing in his company and just giving it, she's just moving it into this his girlfriend's company,
Right.
essentially.
Yes.
Something to the tune of like $5 to $10 billion, like some massive amount,
Right.
because her company was having some financial problems and he was just shoveling money,
Right.
illegally, by the way,
Right.
from his company to her company.
There, FTX is an exchange, right? So if you buy a bunch of Bitcoin on FTX, they take your money and give you Bitcoin in exchange, right? So they have that cash that they're supposed to hang on to in case you ever want to, liquidate your account, turn your account back into USD. But
Right.
he gave the money away, so he didn't have the money. That's the situation.
Right. Right. And so people found out about this, and because everything started to implode because he's just losing all his money. Someone said, I don't know if it's true, someone in the chat said that he ran away to South America or something, or the
Yeah,
Bahamas, or
I e-
he's hiding somewhere. The FCC is trying to find him. They're like, this seems a little suspicious.
so I saw somebody tweeted that he was like playing a game on Steam or something, and they were
He was
like,
playing League of Legends.
"There you
Yeah,
go, okay."
yeah. But no, so and so the other part, the juicy, well, I mean, losing billions of dollars is obviously juicy, but the other juicy part of the story that a lot of people want to focus on,
Is how hot his girlfriend was.
I'm sorry, you're not banned, Stug. I meant 95 Keep, but anyway, it was how not how his girlfriend is, but it's about apparently, or not apparently, I guess they've shown that he is the second largest individual donor to the Democratic Party and Democratic causes, right under George Soros.
No way.
Yes. And I think there's a big gap. I think and I can't believe it's I think George Soros gave like 137 million and he gave like 40 million or something, but still that's a fuck shit ton of money, to give to, a political, a bunch of different political causes and stuff. And it was even funny too, because one of the newspapers tried to make it seem like he was giving money to both sides. And it was like, oh, he's giving like millions of dollars to the Democrats. And it's like, oh, here's a couple like Republicans he gave like $1,000.
Friends from college.
Well, no, it was like because it was in specific races where they were supporting legislation that was like pro crypto or something.
Oh, okay.
But no, so that's why kind of everyone's kind of focusing on it. And so the question, I think this is a completely valid question to ask, is why did the New York Times write this puff piece? Like the New York Times basically, instead of calling this out as like a illegal scam, like every other article that talks about this is calling it out, the New York Times kind of made it seem like, oh, he just made a mistake and over leveraged some money and, he made bad financial decisions.
Yeah, because the New York Times gave millions of dollars to the Democrats as well. They're both in the
Well,
same bed.
right. But that's kind of the question is, and I think it's a fair question to ask, is the New York Times writing this crazy, like downplaying piece on this guy because of his contributions to the Democrats, or do they have some personal connection with him? Because someone pointed out, apparently before this, and I think he's still supposed to show up, but he probably won't. The New York Times is going to have some speaking events where a bunch of people were going to speak, and he was going to speak. He was invited to go and speak about, his financial genius or whatever. And so I wonder maybe he has some personal connection with someone at the New York Times in a high position.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, but I know it's just totally crazy that they wrote this like so pathetically lame piece on him.
Well, Kurt said it's all corruption. All this is just a sign.
Well, okay, so the problem is like it is corruption, obviously, but you become like stupid when you think all the corruption and all the corruptors are all acting in unison. Because then it's like, oh, you don't actually know anything.
Mm-hmm.
All the people, all the corruptors and corruption, everyone has their own goals.
Of course, yeah.
And sometimes sometimes those goals, work in tandem, and sometimes and very often they're completely opposed to each other.
I don't believe
So,
you. They were trying to protect Hunter Biden.
oh, of course.
Don't
Of
gaslight me. I know exactly what they were doing.
Right, of course. Soul for $2 says, "How about the Russian missile hitting Poland?" Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So Russian I saw somebody said that in the chat. Russians shot a missile into Poland.
Yeah, well, I'll read this 1 second. The Justice 35 for $20. Thanks so much. It says, guys, big news. Russian missiles strike Poland, killing 2. Link in the chat, but it's a potential Article 5 issue for NATO. Jimmy, Kurt, and Dave are going to go bonkers. A-Team reigns supreme. But S-Class clowns Jimmy. Where's the door? There you go. Thank you, Justice.
That was a tweet that I deleted. You were in the mention saying you couldn't see the tweet.
You're right.
I called him Jimmy, where's the door?
Nice. I like that. That's great.
But Dave called me out on it, and it was like I felt it was unfair. Like Jimmy did. I agree with you that he ran scared shitless, but I just try to keep it a little bit professional.
You're too LA brained about some things, Adam.
Describe LA brained, and I'll tell you if it's true.
You're too nice to people that are like
that don't deserve it.
quote unquote, famous.
I don't necessarily know that it's a famous thing.
Well, there's nothing unfair about saying Jimmy, where's the door? He ran like a fucking bitch in the most pathetically cowardly way possible. After I let him
I
fucking bloviate about, he couldn't even like a guy okay, a
mhm.
guy whose job it is to give their political opinion on the internet couldn't even answer a simple question of like, where are you politically now? He didn't even answer. He went on for 20 minutes, like giving this long answer about where he is politically. And if you listen back to it, he doesn't even answer the fucking question. All he does is say, "Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this." Okay, what does that mean? I know the things you don't like, but what do you like? How do you define yourself? What do you support? And when I tried to ask a simple question about like, well, what kind of policies are you in favor of? He was too scared to answer that question. And I think the reason is because he's trying to build this weird base between like the tankies and the anti woke right leaning people, or even the anti woke centrist people. And so he knows, I believe, he knows that if he comes out and says, "Oh, I want to have these like far left policies," which he wants to have, then it's going to alienate like 20% of his audience. And so he's too much of a coward to take a stance on anything.
Yeah, well, I'm not like that. I don't give a fuck.
No, I know you're
We'll
not
take
like that, but
whatever
I'm saying I think you
policies we
give.
want.
I know. I'm saying I think
I
you give
just
too much
inner
leniency to
I know,
people.
but interpersonally, I would rather just, you know, be able to have. I feel like a core component of the show is that we are able to have dialogue with people without it going to, nuclear. So I just feel like I'd like to keep that option open if I can. But
No, but that's listen, that's fine, but it's not going to be the situation where, you know, uh, someone's shooting missiles at you and you just say, "Listen, I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to take the high ground."
no, of course not. Look,
It's like,
and
no, fuck you. What the fuck?
we've obviously, I've said a million times, we're always accused of hiding behind the comedy show label, which is
Right.
completely unfair because, like, if we get something wrong, we're the first to correct it. We never hide behind. We were just joking, obviously.
No comment. We've talked to lots of people. Fucking Brooks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
No BS had more balls and more forthwit in his
Then
conversation with us
obviously,
than
then
Jimmy Dore did.
yeah.
How sad is that?
Well, Jimmy Dore feels like he's a big celebrity. He's doing us a
Oh, okay.
giant favor,
I'm
which
above this. How dare I be questioned?
which I mean, I'm more likely to just call him an elitist piece of shit, like
There you go.
than say that he ran. But
He did, he ran. He ran as fast as he can. You can't catch me. I'm heading for the door, man.
all right, well, I might see him at dinner, so I
Oh
got to keep
yeah,
on.
okay,
I
yeah,
got to
sure.
keep up.
I can't believe you told him that.
What do you mean?
You're like, I say that I saw you, Twitter.
Dude, he loved that. Are you kidding me? Look, my takeaway
But see, that's
was
the problem. But wait, that's exactly the problem. Okay, and you guys don't know this. Before the stream started, we
Mhm.
were talking very friendly for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I should have jumped in. It was my fault that I didn't jump in and say, "Listen, this is kind of how we want this to go," and just give everyone a heads up. We want to talk about Ukraine. We want to talk about,
They
you
knew that's
know,
what we want to talk about.
I don't think they really knew how we wanted to go
You're
about it,
you're
though.
so wrong
Well,
because
no,
okay,
setting up the ground rules is something completely
no,
different.
no, no,
Like,
you're right about setting up the ground rules, but
yeah,
you're
like
wrong.
Sitch has a
They hunt.
position that he wants to get out. He wants to, we don't want to be talking over each other. Like, I should have said all
Okay,
that stuff,
yes, you should have said all. You could have said, or you could have said all this stuff.
especially when they were
But
eating out of our hands because they were
they
so
knew,
fucking.
right? They knew what the conversation was going to be about. Kurt told them what the conversation about. He poisoned their minds
Mhm.
and set them up to
Yeah,
be
but
assholes in the conversation. Wait, and then when we started the conversation, Dave immediately went on this. I said Russian misinformation. I am so offended. Like he started down that track in the most useless, unhelpful way possible. Okay.
Yes.
Which honestly, I don't even fucking remember the context of the statement. And it's like ridiculous to go. We have like an 8 hour stream. We literally go through what he said point by point, and somehow he magically finds the one. He ignores all of the facts, but he finds somehow just by chance he goes to the one part that he can whine about. Come on, what are we doing here? What are we pretending? Okay. So I'm done giving people charity who are don't deserve it and are, assholes. I'm done with that. Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Anyways,
I always feel like, keep your friends close and keep your enemies close.
there you go.
As someone who's read the 48 Laws of Power,
There you go.
I just would rather not, wake up with a knife in my back.
I see. Clyde, thanks so much for being a Feral Secret for 3 months. Says if I read the one. Lord of the Brain. Did I read this one? I did read this one. Where am I? Oh, here. Ryan. Oh, we got sidetracked. I don't know how the fuck we got sidetracked. Oh, because the Jimmy Where's the Door comment. So Russia missile hit Poland, killed 2 people. Now, it's probably, some people are trying to say like, well, was it on purpose? I think the chances of it being on purpose are super low, like 1% chance or less. Why the fuck would Russia want to intentionally draw NATO into this conflict? Okay. I can almost bet you someone in Russia is falling out of a window accidentally because of it.
Well, no, that I was thinking it might be to dislodge Putin.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
Of course.
Take.
Look, if they want Putin gone, why wouldn't they want the US to do it? Like they don't want to do it.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting take. So
look,
if it was intentional, I would believe that.
If I'm a general and I'm working with the guy who's like, we really need to get rid of Putin, why don't you lob one of your missiles over there in Poland and let's see what happens?
Right. Okay.
What do we got to lose?
You've convinced that's a possibility. I still think it's more likely it was just an accident because I think it was really close to the border.
Sure.
And it was just
that's what you say
thing.
if you need to.
No, I understand.
Right now we're just like, was it an accident?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna wager 90% chance it was an accident. 10% chance that it was what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, those are the scenarios that I keep running. I'm like, I'm the number 2 guy, and Putin is fucking up and losing his winning coalition. His winning coalition keeps looking at each other going like, our heads are going to roll. We need to stable this shit up. How do we do that? We get rid of Putin and we fucking pull out of Ukraine. And we go back to making money as oligarchs, right?
Right.
So
Dave, wait, hold on. Someone in the chat says Dave didn't say it was a needle in a haystack. He watched a good portion of your response. No, he didn't. What are you talking? Wait. I don't know. This is so weird. You're like literally deluding yourself.
Who is
he
this?
Said some random person in chat. Dave said when he talked to us live on air, he said went randomly. He's claimed that he went randomly to 2 parts of the video. One part of it was the part where Adam was talking about the mosquito bomb, which now Russia's complaining that Ukraine is weaponizing mosquitoes against them. So apparently Ukrainians took our idea. Okay.
Bastards are listening to our streams.
Right. And then he ran ahead and he just landed on Russian disinformation. Those were his words. So I don't even know what the fuck you're literally gaslighting yourself. That's so weird. And yes, that's true. Russians should be very aware of standing next to windows. So
yeah, I bet Putin has bars on all the windows. I bet he does.
He has a little remote in his pocket that like gets rid of them though when he, just in case.
When he's got to use it. Yeah, exactly.
Right. The Bill Gates mosquitoes. So I retweeted. I think it might be from Kraut's account. I don't know. I don't follow him. But people are like, oh my God, it's World War III. Poland's gonna enact Article 5. Blah 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 blah. I don't I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think people are just
Oh God,
way
you're
overblowing
jinxing
it.
it.
Yeah, like there'll be some kind of response. I don't think it's going to be a military response, but there will be some kind of response. There'll be increased pressure on Russia and Putin, but there's not, NATO's not, maybe they're going to put a bunch of like, they're going to move a bunch of NATO troops and a bunch of missiles in Poland, and they'll put them on the border. They'll put a bunch of those things that shoot down missiles right up there, but they're not going to invade Russia or Ukraine because of this. Now,
That's
if it happens
that.
again, then then I'd be a little worried. Like if it happens a second time where they accidentally, in finger quotes, hit Poland and kill some people, then I'm gonna be like, okay, now we're in problem territory. So I think it's like YouTube. I think you get one free strike, and then you're in trouble territory after that. So
Hmm.
do you think there's gonna be some military intervention
I
because of
remember
this?
you saying this before Russia entered Ukraine. So I'm like, oh, please
You
no.
can just say you do. You don't have to like frame it this
Well, no,
way.
I feel like you're jinxing us, but
Oh, I
I
see.
don't,
I
my
see.
intuitions are, I don't know. I really don't know. Imagine that they lob a missile into, maybe they're sending a message to Trump that he should run for president.
How, what?
Why today? Isn't
Well,
Trump is supposed to announce today?
that's right. And we'll probably be live when that goes. So maybe we can watch it live
Hmm.
if it's on YouTube. But no, I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Hmm.
As I said, I 90% think it's just a mistake.
Right. We'll see.
Yeah, Hex brings up a good point. He says, remember Turkey shot down a Russian jet and nothing happened. That's true. That did happen. I forgot about that. Yeah. That was a while ago. Remember?
Yeah, I do.
So that sounds like people, if a missile accidentally hits some random border town and kills two people, which is fucking horrible, but they're not going to go to DEFCON, 1 for that.
I'm back.
That's good.
Thank you.
Sitch, pay Adam live on stream. The only
Not
way,
for 2 years. Kind
the
of
only
sucks,
way
but
anyone's getting paid live on stream is if Trump comes out and says he's not running for president.
oh my God. I know.
Yeah.
People are worried that he's going to come out and announce that Ivanka is running for president.
I would win that bet then if that
I
happens.
know. Of course you would.
How amazing would that be?
That would be awful.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanka could win easily.
Right. No, she couldn't. What the fuck? First of all, I don't think Ivanka wants to run, and I don't think she could win. She hasn't a ghost chance in hell. She has no appeal. What are you talking about? She doesn't have any of the energy that Trump has
Mm-hmm.
at all.
Yeah,
The Trump people
I've
are not going to
never,
just follow her.
I don't know. As long as she doesn't say, you betcha, we're good.
Ryan, all for $5 says, I think the reason Scott Horton is mentioned for you guys to talk is the well is a bit too poisoned now with Dave. Just Sitch talking with Scott about Ukraine with Adam moderating would be a great show.
Well, let's
Maybe
talk
I don't.
about the
I
well
think
and Scott Horton.
I think Adam has poisoned that well too. So
Scott Horton has retweeted me with the tweet. Ha 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 ha
yes,
ha ha.
I think Adam dropped his pants and he took a shit in the well. The Scott Horton well.
I basically did. But in all
So,
honesty, I
mhm.
never thought that guy was going to come on anyway. And
Well,
I
I don't.
just,
Yeah, I don't care. I don't even know anything about him, so it's not like.
well, and I listened to his stuff and I mean, it's just like that guy is so up his own ass. It's not
Mm,
like we're going to make any
mm,
headway on him. And
right.
everybody wants him to come on to basically school us. And I just, what's there to school us on? I feel like Kathy Young already schooled him pretty good, to be honest with you.
Nice.
What is there left for us to do? I
Hayden Dill thinks. Well, sorry.
you guys disagree with us. I realize that. So I just like, you need to,
Okay, wait. Stop. Like 95% of our audience agrees with us on this topic. Okay, you understand that?
I think it's more than 5%. This is definitely poll
I'll give a
time.
10% maximum. Okay, it's
This
just
is
that there's a vocal minority of people. I was watching the chat.
this is the
Okay,
poll time. This
there's
is
a
obviously
vocal minority of
incoming
people.
poll.
there's a vocal minority of people whose brain turns off and they literally are incapable of having the conversation and they start foaming at the mouth.
We'll make that the third
And
option on the poll. Are you
and
one of the people who foams at the mouth when we
and to
talk
be
about
clear,
Ukraine?
I'm not even talking about whether we should intervene or not. That's not even the question. The question is it America's fault, for the situation? That's the question I'm talking about. You can be anti-intervention and say, well, it's not America's fault, but I don't think we should be involved. That's a completely valid position to have.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? That's the problem, is that people don't want to they want to hold that position. Say, well, I don't think we should intervene, but it's, 100% of the blame goes to Russia.
Yeah, no. I guess, I mean, I'm not necessarily an anti-interventionist on this one. So
I know
obviously,
you're not.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
just
I
saying,
do
like,
understand there can be people who are like, I don't want my tax money spent over there. I don't want to intervene. But at the same time, Russia's doing it for the oil. It's, they're in the no blood for oil camp, but we don't want to get involved.
mhm. Well, the problem with someone said they were begging you to let them discuss the intervention question. First of all, it was Kurt. And I did have the intervention question with Kurt, and Kurt revealed that he's literally a moron that doesn't understand the entirety of thought behind behind anti-nuclear proliferation
Yeah.
since the beginning of the nuclear bomb. Okay, the fact that he thinks it's hilarious, and he said, "I've never heard before the idea that other countries would develop nuclear weapons if we just allow nuclear powers to start invading each other." He said that in seriousness, which is it just shows how detached from reality it is. Okay. And I understand that, they want to, some of them want to pose the question that way. But the thing is, and I said this literally a million times, I'm responding to what Dave asked for. Okay. Dave on his video said he want to have a debate about the facts, about who provoked who. This is Dave's question. It's not my question. This is Dave's question. He said, the real question is, did the United States provoke Russia? Yes or no? That was his question. Okay. And that's the question I was trying to get to, but Kurt kept interrupting. And
What was it? What was that question one more time?
Dave said, and I even brought this up in the conversation, people only hear what they want to hear. And then their brain filters out things that prove them wrong. This is the confirmation bias.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I literally said this in the conversation.
My brain is expert at that.
Yeah. In Dave's video, he acknowledged the point that I made to Kurt when it was just us.
Yes.
About how if you let a nuclear power invade any other country, it's just going to lead to nuclear proliferation. Dave said that point in his own video. He acknowledged that that's a possibility.
Well, that's what I was telling him on Twitter. He's like, you guys totally strawman my position. I'm like, what? I mean, what are you talking about? We watched a bunch of videos with your position.
He's still probably, I don't know what he's talking about, but well, anyway. And so Dave literally said the important question is, and how we should respond to this, did the United States provoke Russia? So, and I said this in that conversation. And if you tune that out of your mind, that's on you. Okay. And that's the question I was trying to talk to Dave about, that Kurt kept interrupting.
Well, that might happen again because I feel like Dave, it's like a 50-50 whether or not Dave will come back on. Because yeah, we're going at it with each other on Twitter, but I feel like Dave is kind of an adult, and I don't think Dave is going to be.
Now, from a strategy perspective, well, here's part of the problem too, is because, and I'm not going to let any more bloviating happen. But from a strategy where people just go on and on and on.
Of course not. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. But from a strategy perspective, yeah, it might have been wiser to start backwards. Okay, to do some memento thing and say, okay, the conversation I have with Kurt, where I say there's two tracks of how to think about Ukraine and Russia. And the two tracks are, you're afraid that if we intervene or help Ukraine, that's going to lead to nuclear war now. That's your thought. That's your mind. Okay. Then there's track number 2, which is if we do nothing, we tell the rest of the world, hey, a nuclear power can invade any other country they want, and the rest of the world will do nothing to stop them. Okay. That sends a signal that makes every country in the world get nukes.
True.
Every country, even countries in NATO. Because if that's how people feel about Ukraine, like imagine if Russia didn't invade Ukraine, or after they invade Ukraine, they invade Poland. Okay. Do you honestly think that the Kurtz of the world, that the Jimmy Dores of the world, that are not going to have the exact same argument? They're not going to say, why are we going to go to nuclear war for Poland, some country on the other side of the world that we don't care about? Of course, they're going to make literally the same argument. And depending on who's president, who knows? We could do fucking nothing. If Jimmy Dore had his way, if Kerry had his way, we'd have a president who would let some NATO country be, invaded by Russia and would do shit to stop them. So
Obama.
The second tract is we do nothing and all the countries in the world get nukes. And it's just a simple idea of math. The more countries that have nukes, the more likely it is that a country is going to use them, especially if you have a bunch of smaller countries, which are, generally more unstable. And this is the entire fear. And this is what was shocking that Kurt didn't understand this. This has literally been the basis of trying to stop nuclear proliferation for 70 years.
Yeah, this is the two unthinkable options. We're like, we'll handle the nukes. You guys don't worry about it. We'll just protect you.
Right. And so, maybe strategically it's better to start from that position to just say, listen, I understand that you think the short-term threat is greater than the long-term threat. I think the long-term threat is greater. Neither of us have a crystal ball. So to me, it's kind of like pointless to argue about, which one of these scenarios is more likely. I don't know. You don't know. No one really knows the answer to the question, obviously. So I'm not sure. So maybe it would have been helpful strategically to just lay that on the table just so they would shut up about it. But I don't think that conversation goes anywhere.
If it shuts them up, it does go somewhere. So
right. I understand. But the people that are like, that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. Like, okay, but it doesn't mean anything. You want to talk about something that has no point to be talked about, except to get you to shut up about it, I guess. So, Hayden Dill, thanks so much for being free. Here 5 months, says, hello, scrubs. Don't forget to sub. Hit that like button and let's get that dub. A-Team snores clown noises in his sleep.
What the fuck is that?
S-Class roars, chants in his. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I like it. I like it.
Snores. Okay.
So, yeah, is that true? Do you snore like a honking horn sound in your sleep?
I mean, no, but that would be hilarious. I do have a horn that is like a clown honking horn that I honk every once in a while, and I think, wow, this is fucking ridiculous.
Why do you have that?
I'm not sure. I think I took it out of my parents' garage and just, have had it.
Why do they have a horn?
They had 2 of them. That's why I took it. I was like, oh, well, Dad's already got one here. I'll just take this other one.
That's funny.
And it's like ridiculously loud. It's louder than it should sound. Yeah. I can hear it in my head now, just thinking about it. Yeah, that's horn. I'll bring it in the office so I can do it on stream.
Zorlak for $2 says, "Ua Slava Ukraine." Yes.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Glory to Ukraine.
There was a lot of people in the comments, obviously our international audience, who was like, I am in Ukraine, you fuckers. How dare you? How dare you dumb Americans go on forever without knowing anything about the situation? So take that, Kurt. Talking about people's lives here.
Matthew for $10 says last stream was a shit show, but after the guest left, if Adam patted himself on the back any harder, he would have broken his spine. Taking the A train to S class.
What? Listen. It didn't seem. I didn't feel like there was a lot of back patting going on, but maybe. Right. I guess that's your perception. So.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't remember you back patting, but
I took a response. I said I know
you
against did. Fucking Sitch's protests. I said,
Right.
that was fucking my fault. I should have said something. I should have
True.
called.
That's
That's not
true.
taking backpats. I mean, I
That's true.
literally called Kurt today about the shit. So,
Right.
yeah.
J Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, like the video to become truly enlightened. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Uh, Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, what did you think of my Twitter DM?
I mean, maybe we have Andrew Clark on sometime. He wants to talk about moral foundations theory and
Sure.
John Locke. So
Sure. That sounds interesting.
he might be full of shit. I don't know. He's been a member for a long time. So
I like Andrew.
has he been on before? I don't know.
I don't remember if he called in or not, but
I mean, he seems intelligent in DM. So
mhm.
is he? Andrew, are you going to talk through a tin can with a string? Do you have like a microphone or something?
Do a test
Mhm.
Discord call with Adam. Just to
Well, that's a
ease his
little. I mean, we could just invite him on. If it sucks, we'll just give him the boot.
there you go. That's
I can't. Is Sitch wrong about Ukraine? I mean, we're almost to 40% here.
no,
Yes.
we're not. We're no 61% no.
Right.
Only 27% said yes. And
And
then
I'm a
11%.
Dave Smith simp, which
Okay,
is
you
yes.
understand that's like the comedy option, right?
No, that's a yes.
That's like the troll comedy option.
That is a complete
No one that's
100%.
actually a Dave Smith simp is going to click I'm a Dave Smith simp
Well, that's why I
in the
put it in
poll.
there. I was like, okay, well, this will be 1%,
Yeah,
and
you're
we
just
can
taking away from the nose,
and
but
we
it's
can
fine.
literally prove, oh, look, Dave Smith, all your
There you go.
fucking fans are NPCs,
There
pieces
you
of
go.
shit. Look at this.
There you go.
Or we can prove, look, Dave, you're so unpopular, only 10% of your fans even like you.
Yes.
Come on, we have to we have to we have to send this to Dave.
Oh no, Kana X quit his job today. F's in the chat for Kana.
What
Sorry,
happened?
Kana. I hope it was a good quit. I hope you're like, I'm not taking your shit anymore, fucker. And then you like did a double middle finger while slowly moonwalking out of the room.
Listen, my favorite way to quit a job has always been to go into the bathroom, close the
And top
door,
deck?
and climb out the bathroom window.
What?
And be sure to lock that door behind you, because
So no one could get in the bed.
everyone's gonna be like, "Wow, Adam has been in that bathroom for a long time." That's right, bitch. I quit.
It's such a weird way to do it.
Why not? I mean, come
I don't know
on.
if I approve of that, but
Why not?
I don't
Like,
know if I approve of
have
that.
you never had a job where you had to
Where I climbed out
climb
the
out the
bathroom
bathroom
window?
window?
No, I've never done that. No.
God, it's so good.
Now what I do is I go to the boss's office when they're not there, and I take a shit in the back of the drawer, and then I put a bunch of stuff in there, and then you close the drawer so they don't realize that
And then
there's shit in there until it's too late.
that is a little worse. It is.
That's the way. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, don't do that.
That's what I do.
FB69 for $10 says, I don't necessarily support U.S. policy on Ukraine, but it's disappointing that so few can seem to take that position without simping for Putin. True!
100%
Oh my
true.
God!
That's my biggest problem. Where's the no blood for oil? Like, don't open
Yes.
up like, oh, I want to say this very clearly here. I do not condone anything that Putin has said or done or invading Ukraine in any way, shape, or form. Just, I want to lay out an argument for 45 minutes giving him justification for everything he's done. Okay? I'm not on his side though.
Right.
It's like, no, fuck you. Come on, bring out the argument no blood for oil first. Say, listen, Putin invaded for the natural resources.
Right.
Putin invaded because he was afraid of having a first world democracy on his border, and his people going, how come we don't have a first world democracy? How come we live in a lying, cheating, thieving kleptocracy? Why don't we have all the things they have in Ukraine? That's what he's afraid of.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, that's exactly it, FB69. As I said, this is what's so crazy. It's like someone could just say, like, hey, I'm against the, I'm against not invading. I'm against helping Ukraine. I'm pro-isolationist. You can say, I think it's going to, potentially lead to World War, III. That's all fine. It's just that people, for some reason, and I don't know why, FP, they can't just say that without then turning into like, I must simp for Putin. I must say that everything is the U.S. fault, U.S. bad, beep boop. It's like, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like, I think what's happening psychologically is that the people just want to have like this illusion of control. They don't want to think about the fact that the world could, like, it's scary to have to accept the fact that the world could go into a nuclear war and there's literally nothing you or our government could do about it because Vladimir Putin is just a crazy asshole,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's a
Yeah.
scary thought. Like,
That's
people don't want to think
yeah.
that. So they want to think like, oh, well, if it's America's fault, then we can prevent this from happening.
Yeah, because we
And
just
so,
stopped doing what we're doing to get in this
right.
trouble. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So I don't know. Maybe that's some weird psychology at play there.
Yeah.
But anyway, they continue saying being actually pro-Russian is being anti-Putin. True. Yeah, I mean that's why I disagree so much. When we had that conversation with Carl, where he thinks, or he was kind of arguing that Putin is just like Russia. Like Russia is always going to be like Putin, and that's violently untrue. The president, Gorbachev and Yeltsin, and even Medvedev, none of them acted like Putin. They all acted completely differently. And I don't think it's right to just say, oh, Putin is Russia. That's the way Russia's always going to act. And this is why it's so important in our country and in other countries that are not fake democracies that you do have term limits and you do have separation of power. So you don't have one person who basically controls the fate of a country forever.
Putin had a after Putin took power, he had a big barbecue with all the business interests that controlled all the companies in Russia. And I can't remember what they called it. It was something like the barbecue summit.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mikhail Khodorkovsky. I can never pronounce his last name. Mikhail was at this meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, Putin's pitch was to all the business people to say, "Listen, you guys don't worry about politics, okay? You guys worry about business, and just let's agree that you stay out of politics and I'll stay out of business, okay? You do your thing and I'll do my thing." And they kind of made this truce that they wouldn't regulate the business community, and the business community wouldn't regulate the government. Which, I mean, that's the classic Gilgamesh problem, isn't
Yeah,
it?
but
Gilgamesh and the the
right.
two Gilgameshes became friends.
Well, that is part of the issue. Part of the other issue is that that's an impossible scenario. That's literally impossible for that to
Right.
occur because there's too much of a country's politics is tied into its economy. So you can't just say, well, business go do whatever it wants, because if you do that, businesses can do things that are good for the business, but might be overall bad for a country.
Well, yeah, but that's not a problem if the government is not going to regulate you, obviously.
No. That's okay. So in America, a business can make a decision that's good for the individual business, but it's bad for America because we live in a
Bad for
country
the
that has
government or bad for the American people?
both, both.
Okay.
Because we live in a country that has free markets. But if you live in Russia, which is an autocracy, you can't, especially since it's an autocracy based off of selling natural resources.
Well, they
oil.
were
They
using free
literally,
markets at the time, though. That's actually
but
how this guy became such a
no, I understand that, but
rich
that's why
businessman.
let me finish though.
Okay.
Okay. But Russia can't do that. And so what happened and what you're describing is Putin, and you said this is when Putin first got elected, you said this happened?
Yes.
Right. And so what happened, which seems what happened, is that Putin went into office thinking, oh, I can construct this genius idea where, I let businesses do whatever they want as long as they don't fuck with me, and we'll make this agreement. He probably thought that that's something that could really occur. And then as he's president, he realizes, oh, I literally can't do this. This is impossible. I have to micromanage a lot of these businesses. I have to micromanage our natural resources and leverage them in specific ways
This is not
because
what
otherwise it's
happened.
going to hurt my power. That's exactly
You're
what
going
happened.
way off course
That's
here.
exactly what happened. What are you talking about? That's
Well,
why that's why
what is
he's
your source for this? Because I'm basing it on
why
the
do you think
Russia
wait, why do you
conundrum,
think
how the West fell for Putin's power gamut, and how to fix it by
why do you
Mikhail
think why do you think you started putting why do you think there's
Kordoa
all these
Korsky.
why do you think all these if there's a separation, like an iron curtain
I
between
just
business
hold on.
and wait,
Don't go
stop. Let me
full Dave
finish.
Smith on me here.
No,
Just give me your
you
source.
literally interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Why do you're saying that there's like this iron curtain between business and government? That's not true. That could have been true in 2000 or 1999 when Putin was elected. But right now, if you look at the people that run the major businesses, especially the resource businesses in Russia, they're all government people and friends of Putin. There's no magic iron curtain. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about now. That's what I'm talking about.
But I am talking before that.
I know you are.
I'm talking when Putin. Look, I'm saying. Look, and I'm basing this on a source. The Russian Conundrum by Mikhail what is it? Khodorkovsky, I'm going to go with, who was obviously a Russian billionaire, controlled the largest oil company in Russia. And Putin incarcerated and took his business away, okay? So this is before Putin took his business away and gave it to his rich friends, which you're talking about, obviously, but this is before that. Are you okay? Did I lose you? Sitch, did your internet go out or you? Let's see here. Sitch might have pulled a Jimmy Dore on us, guys. I'm not exactly sure if he's muted himself. Okay. Here, I'll ask to unmute.
Oh no, I was taking a piss. I thought you were going to be talking for like way longer.
Okay, good.
I was listening though. I have my headphones on. No. Okay, you didn't. I don't think
Listen,
you. I don't think you listened.
Let's get the timeline straight here. Okay.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? You stopped talking, and now you're like, wait, let me finish. What the fuck? That's why I went to take a piss. I thought you were going to go on for a long time.
Well, no, I didn't know that if you were listening or you hung up in disgust or whatever.
No. Okay, wait. I think.
First of all, I want your source. Don't go, Dave.
Okay,
Smith
wait a minute.
Like, is your source your moral intuitions, or are you just consulting?
It's my source. No, my source is that I was looking up to see who ran these companies.
Okay,
and how they were affected by, and how they were attached to the government. I did this for part of the conversation that we had with Aiden, if you remember. Okay. I don't think you heard me. Okay. You are correct, and that guy is correct, that when Putin first became president, he tried to set up this iron wall between business and government. I'm not denying that. Okay. Yes. What I'm saying is, at some point, Putin realized that that's not a feasible thing for an autocrat to do.
Well, do you know the point? Because he brings it up in the book.
I don't know the exact point in time that happened.
Well, the whole book is about this situation.
So then why? Wait. So then you agree with me? Why are you fighting me? I'm so confused.
Look, I'm telling you about the barbecue that Putin set up to tell business, you guys mind your business and we'll mind our business, and that was a stable arrangement for a while. And then the businessmen. Right. Well, the businessmen were kind of like, the guy who actually wrote the book wanted to adopt more Western business values, and Putin was basically stealing people blind. So the guy got into a meeting, and I told you about this meeting that was televised. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where the guy, Mikhail, basically knew that one of his oil company competitors was sold for like a ridiculously low amount compared to what it was worth. And it turns out that it was fake, and Putin had pocketed the rest of the money. So, but he was saying to the Russian people that this is an obvious sign of corruption, and that Russia needs, if we want to, be a thriving, superpower, we need to start moving away from those corrupt kind of things. And at the time, he did not know that Putin was the guy who stole the money and fucking pocketed it.
Well, let me rephrase it, because just so people really understand. So this guy, he runs an oil company, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
The largest oil company, yes.
Right. So Mikhail he runs this oil company. He sees a smaller oil company is basically sold way under value.
Yes.
And he says, holy shit, there's something corrupt going on. And he tells the Russian government, he says, hey,
we need to find out what's going on.
You need to look into this, because I remember that barbecue that I had with President Putin some years ago, and he said there's going to be an iron curtain between business and the government. And there's some weird corruption going on here. Little did he know that Putin was either A, changed his mind, or B, lying about the Iron Curtain. And he was the one that was corrupt. And he was the one that was involved in like stealing this oil company or whatever shenanigans were going on with this oil company. And so then he gets in trouble because he pointed this corruption out. Yes.
Right. So Putin goes in. Like, Putin is obviously visibly fucking angry about this shit.
Yes. Right.
And Putin goes in and doesn't arrest the guy who's called him out. Like, first of all, he doesn't even know he's called Putin out because
he thinks he believed Putin when Putin said there's going to be this Iron Curtain.
Right. He says in the book, Putin has this way, like Putin and him were friends, and Putin just basically adopted all of his political values. And, you know, he thought Putin and him were like best friends. And he realized, oh, Putin does this with everyone. Putin just basically is a chameleon that adopts whatever their values are. And then just nobody really knows what Putin's values are. So, but yeah, so they started arresting people at his company for just trumped up charges and throwing them in jail. And so he figured, you know, sooner or later I'm going to end up in jail. And he didn't find out. His attorney told him that he outed Putin at that meeting after was incarcerated. So later on, he did figure out that it was Putin that was stealing the money and shit like that.
Right.
But this guy is a big time. What's the name of the book again?
Someone asked.
The Russia Conundrum: How the West Fell for Putin's Power Gamut and How to Fix It. I mean, the book is just, it reads like a Russian spy novel. So I mean, I've read it in like a day. It's like a 9-hour book, but I was just fucking, this is crazy shit.
Right.
Yeah. So when he's in prison, and also he's in prison, he sees people like that. People had told him they had left to go live in the West or something like that, or they had gone on vacation. And he's like, oh shit, this guy's in prison. Look, he's my cellmate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I think you misunderstood what I said, because what you said proves my point. So
okay. Well, I knew, look, it's difficult for me to imagine a world where Sitch and Adam are wrong about anything. So I'm glad that we're both correct.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I guess it's possible. I could be wrong in that Putin never believed there could be an Iron Curtain. He was just lying from the beginning. That's always possible.
I wish you would read the book, because you could probably you'd find you could find the clip of him supposedly. I mean, I looked for the clip, but I couldn't find it. The thing was televised.
Oh, that should be fun, yeah.
And not only that, the book is also super interesting because this guy Mikhail grew up in the Soviet Union, and he talks about how when Margaret Thatcher came over to visit the Soviet Union when he was a kid, they did a bunch of set up a bunch of fake stores and shit to make it seem like Russia wasn't just a backwater fucking nation.
Right.
And, you know, they walk her through the shops and stuff like that. And then people jumped in and tried to buy the stuff in these fake stores. And they're like, oh no, this stuff's not for sale. Which is completely, so he's all lived in squalor. Right. And then Gorbachev came in and basically tried to open up an economy of like a, you know, it's business incentives. He was very fascinated by the idea of business incentives, and he was always wanting to, like, he did a bunch of businesses before he got into the oil company. And they also did this weird thing where, you know, they nationalized businesses and then broke them up into stock and then gave the stock to the Russian people to basically try to start a market. And the Russian people were like, you know, they didn't have a culture of investing or anything like that. So they were just like selling it for nothing.
Yeah, right.
And a bunch of, like, this guy would buy up the stock, and they're like, okay, now I own the company. I want to come in and take over.
Yeah. Well, but that's, you know, it's kind of similar to, you know, in Iraq. It's like you go into a country and you have a culture that doesn't have a strong feeling or inclination towards democracy or an understanding of it, you know, and all this stuff. And it's like, you know, they can't just adopt it overnight. And it's the same thing kind of with Russia. It's like they've been communist for 60 years or longer. I mean, they went literally from being a monarchy to being communist for 60, 70, 80 years. And then it's like, okay, we're going to be like a free market democracy.
You can't do that.
Capitalism. Yeah, it's like, we're like, what?
Well, this is why I asked Kurt the question, because I'm like, do you think that people can go from being an autocracy to a democracy. Like, what does that process look like? We
Right.
tried it in Iraq and failed miserably. Like, we obviously that doesn't work, right?
Right.
You got to change the culture. It's got to happen over time. This book was so fascinating to me because it kind of is a window into that culture changing over time. And they tried to get into the narrow corridor, right? The
Right.
narrow corridor to liberty. And they didn't make it. They didn't make it. This guy spoke up. He tried to rally other business leaders to move more towards, keeping the government in check, and Putin threw them all in jail and
Of
put the
course.
kibosh on all of it.
Right.
And now to the point where he's invading his neighbors. So
Right. Because again, it's impossible to have and yeah, because it's impossible to have a country where the government says, "Oh, we're just gonna be us, and you business go do whatever you want to do."
no,
Like that's not
yeah,
that's not feasible. There's always going to be the two are going to be competing because they're going to have, and they're going to have goals that completely contradict each other.
yeah. It's the
And so
power
there's,
of society versus the power of the state, and you have to get those into
right,
balance.
right. And
Yeah,
you're going to have these two, and that's kind of why you said like the Gilgamesh problem. You're going to have big business is going to be its own Leviathan, and the government's going to be its own Leviathan, and they're going to fight.
right.
And we're hoping it's going to be some kind of balance.
But the thing you want to worry about is you want to worry about them becoming friends and
Well,
subjugating
of course.
everybody. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
right.
Which is,
And
I mean, some people's definition of fascism is when the corporate business and the state
that's what
fuse.
James Lindsay says. I don't agree with that definition, but
Okay.
um, even though that's part of it, I don't agree with that definition. And I would agree that in America, I think
I
it's a big
said some
problem.
people in my
Yeah, I
defense.
know.
So,
But yeah, I know you did. But in America, I think that's kind of a problem. I think business is way too snuggled up and buddy buddy with the government
mhm.
in a lot of instances, and I think that creates a lot of problems.
Yeah.
So, Godlike Snake for $2 says, President Sunday versus Kurt debate win.
Oh, God, that would be amazing. That would be
Okay,
amazing.
listen. Maybe I will have Kurt back
I know.
on just to see him tear out his last remaining hair talking to President Sunday.
Look, I like impossible challenges. Something in me just
That's not okay.
wants to
You're thinking
domesticate Kirk.
you're okay.
Kurt. I mean, I feel like we
Okay.
can.
Adam, you're like a woman
Mhm.
who you're
A
dating.
fixer upper.
Yeah, you're dating
I
like
mean,
the
I am
abusive
guilty.
guy, and you're like, listen, and I'm like your girlfriend. I'm like, honey, you need to dump him. He's a bad influence. He's a bad guy. And you're like, no, listen, Sitch, I can fix him.
Part of me does think we can domesticate Kurt.
Oh my God.
We can domesticate Kerp. Come on. Kerp is fucking amazing.
No, so no, listen. I mean, a Sunday Kurt debate would be hilarious just to watch, them make each other fucking ballistic. But
They would both be
that'd
yelling
be
at the
the only
top of
reason
their
to watch it.
lungs.
Yes, that'd be the only reason to watch it.
Oh, it would be good.
Reclusive. Thanks so much for being a 3-month member. Says Ukraine had a treaty to not be invaded by Russia in exchange to give up the nukes. They clearly should have kept that. Cat is already out of the bag. Yeah, and I even brought that up in the conversation. I mean, it was the Budapest Memorandum. Ukraine had an agreement with Russia to not be invaded or economically coerced, and Russia did both. And for some reason, all the everything's America's fault crowd, they just conveniently like leave that out. They just totally forget about that all. Like, oh, what? Russia made an agreement not to invade Ukraine and fuck with them economically, and they did both those things? Well, no, but listen, it's still NATO's fault.
Yeah, of course.
So,
You don't understand. Russia suffers no responsibilities. There's
right,
nobody's getting in the streets with no blood for oil t-shirts
right.
for Putin.
You mystery guest 01 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I think the biggest problem is how hot Dave came in. This is a comedy show. I wish Dave had been a little bit more familiar with the guys. The real conversation could have happened if the tone wasn't set so hostile immediately. True.
Yeah.
And let's give a big round of applause thanks to Kurt for poisoning the well before the conversation ever happened. So thank you for that.
Yep. That's Kurt's fault.
Yep. Christian Baller for $20 says, not sure how much you guys have planned today, but please watch the Crowder TYT parody if you're looking for something to watch. Impeccable impersonation. Next call stream when and what is the best Thanksgiving Food. So the best Thanksgiving food. I was at like this restaurant once. Remember we like went up to visit my grandparents in New England on my father's side, and we went to some fancy restaurant that was having like, a fancy Thanksgiving uh dinner. And oh my God, they had the best pumpkin pie I've ever had in my life. It was like the best pie I've ever had in my life. It's like, geez, I'm not even like a big pumpkin pie fan, but oh my God, I was like, can I just eat this entire? Can I just have like a tray of this for Thanksgiving? I don't even want a turkey. Can I just eat pie, please?
Pumpkin pie, really? I'm not a big pumpkin pie fan, but
I'm not either. I'm not either, but it was so good. I don't know
hmm.
what they did to it, but it had like God's, juices in it, and it was delicious.
So the last poll turned out to be, oh shit, where'd the results go? Come on, they go up in the thing. Okay.
59% said I am correct about Ukraine. 28% said I'm wrong about Ukraine, and 12% said that they're Dave Smith simps. So there you go.
Right. So we do 12% of our audience is obviously just here because Dave Smith loves Adam so much
There
and
you go.
is always complimenting him on
What was
Twitter.
so wait, what's your favorite Thanksgiving food?
Mine? I mean, I'm super into those honey hams. I like the honey ham a lot.
Isn't that more like a Christmas thing?
I mean, Christmas or Thanksgiving, we usually
I
double
mean,
up.
you have,
We
do you
usually
have, you
do
know
it
turkey on Thanksgiving?
sometimes.
Oh, it's like the one time of year you're supposed to have turkey is Thanksgiving.
Look, usually we have ham and turkey, but you asked me what my
Oh, I see.
favorite
I understand.
was,
I understand. I
and
gotcha.
like, it's
I
not
gotcha.
turkey. Is not my
Oh,
favorite by a long shot,
right.
but
Well,
I do.
okay,
I mean, I
fair
like
enough.
some
Fair enough.
turkey and some cranberry sauce,
Right. I mean,
but I
you
like
are
ham and
correct.
cranberry sauce better.
Ham is almost always better than turkey.
Of
I
course.
don't think anyone would really deny that.
What is the honey
Um,
ham store? There's like
I don't know.
honey ham store here in Southern California that's just, oh God, it's so good.
Yeah,
They
honey
must
ham
soak it.
slaps. Pecan pie is generally the best pie. I agree with that. Pecan pie is amazing. You don't like pecan pie, I think you said, because you're like a psychopath.
Pecan pie is okay. I mean,
Okay. Usually the best part, now if you go to like a normal Thanksgiving, usually the best part, in my opinion, of a normal Thanksgiving spread is the stuffing.
stuffing is good. God,
Stuffing is
we
usually the
can't
best part.
start talking about food
I know,
this
I'm so
early
sorry.
in the
Yes.
stream. What are we doing?
Right.
And I can't go till like I need to get off by 8 p.m.
No, we
today.
have
So
to, well, we have to go till Trump announces.
why I messed up then because I really have to go at like 8. When's he announce? I mean, it's
9
probably
Eastern.
9. So that's 6. We can go till
Okay.
6. Yeah.
Okay, good.
No
Bradley
problem.
Roberts for £2 says, I got the chicken pox. I need free will not to scratch it. Oh man, that sucks. That's awful. Well, here's 20 free extra units of free will to you, Bradley, just to not scratch. That sucks.
There's gonna need more free will than that, Bradley.
I know. That's rough, man. That like I hope it's all well because I know that if you get chicken pox when you're older, like not when I say older, I mean like not like a baby. It's it can be more serious. So
Look, A team is gonna swoop in and 20x that free will for you, just so you can
there you
get
go.
through
That's
these
fine.
chicken
We'll have
pox.
20x. You had chicken pox, right?
Maybe when I was a kid, I don't know.
That's what I mean. You don't know?
I don't remember
That's
now.
interesting. No, I mean I had it my parents said I had it as a baby. So
Oh, okay. Maybe they lied to you.
they didn't actually because they took it. It was like a really bad timing because I think it was like we had cousins that lived in England at one point,
Hmm.
and it was like taking baby Sitch. Like I'm like less than 1 years old, or I'm like one or something. To England. It's like the first international flight, and somehow I get chicken pox in
Oh
England.
wow. That's scary as fuck because it's
Yeah.
like some virulent strain that you have no protection from.
Well, no, it's better. My understanding is it's better to get chicken pox when you're a baby
Hmm.
than to have it as you're older. So
Okay.
that's my understanding.
Is chickenpox the one that turns into shingles?
Yes, it can. Yeah. Is a vaccine for it now? Yes, there is. There is. There's a shingles vaccine and a chickenpox vaccine, I think. Or maybe it's the same. I'm not sure. Uh, Buy ship cruise for $2 says Putin attacked for oil and gas. I don't care. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
Uh,
that's a comeback.
if you haven't had chickenpox, you might want to check out getting the vaccine for it. So, and you don't have to worry. It's not a mRNA new vaccine. It's an old vaccine. So,
Wow.
Common Cure for $5 says Kurt was wrong about Nord Stream 2. Yeah, someone said, and I didn't catch it because, I'll be honest, when Kurt starts rambling, I just kind of like start playing on my phone or something because I don't care. Someone said that Kurt claimed that Joe Biden admitting to blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. And
Did
I was
that
like,
did that
that,
happen?
of course it didn't happen.
Well, he's like rambling or doddering, so
Right. So
well good. I'm glad he didn't
there
mess up.
you go. I guess,
Andrew
let's,
Clark sent a picture of his microphone.
nice. Nice. Well, there you go. Bishop Cruz for $5 says the American bad crowd doesn't realize they're actually American chauvinists. If we cause everything, every other country has no agency, so they are worse. That's true. That's kind of like that's a great point. It's just like how the woke people are like, oh, we can't hold any, non-white people accountable for their actions. And it's like you understand by doing that, you're actually like white supremacists because you think only white people have agency and all non-white people are just like animals reacting to things.
Yeah, I brought up the agency thing because they all want to say this is a proxy war. Like that's the throwdown. It's a proxy war, but aren't they really
Mhm.
saying that to take the agency away from Ukraine? That Ukraine is just an American
Yeah, of
puppet?
course, of
Obviously
course.
not.
Hex, I'm not saying that America didn't blow up the pipeline. I don't even know enough about it to comment on it. I don't really care about it. I'm just, I literally just said that Biden did not admit to blowing up the pipeline. Okay. Don't lose your head.
So I'm these polls are stellar as far as I'm concerned because it means a lot of people who listen to us just don't give a fuck if if we completely disagree with them,
Well, I'm
which
glad that there are mostly people that are intelligent and sane. You're glad they're the opposite, but that's fine.
yeah,
They can all be the A
that's
teamers, okay?
why you got to be such an
They can be the
elitist.
A teamers. They can be the A
Look,
teamers.
why do you have to be such an elitist?
Because S class, baby! JDM, John Face, thanks so much for being here for 4 months. Says, guys, you don't get it. America's bad, okay? But also, Kurt doesn't care. And as always, S class is the best class. Besides, when Adam goes, big head. So there you go.
Oh, someone wants the big head, huh? Look at
That's
that.
true, actually. Yeah, there you go.
All it
That's
takes is
true.
you're one dumb filter away from losing all of S class. How does that make you feel?
There you go. That is true. Joe Biden did agree and did admit to blowing up the NordVPN pipeline. That is true.
Oh,
That
did
is
he?
true. That's true. Yeah, he did. He did. Uh, Andrew Clark for $2 says best pie poll. Oh yeah, we should do that.
Yeah, we definitely should. Look at this.
Yeah,
Elon
I saw
Musk is
that. Yes.
welcoming back Ligma and Johnson. Is Elon not just a master of promotion?
Sometimes
He's like the
he
fucking internet meme lord.
well, I don't know. It's he. Some of them is really sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But I guess that's to be expected, right? If you have a high batting average on Twitter, sometimes you're gonna strike out.
Of course, yeah. Sometimes you
So.
do get. Sometimes Sitch is obviously talking about the election tweet.
Well, the two that I'm talking about is the election tweet, which was horrifically stupid, and then um when he said that Ukraine should pay for Skylink, which is a totally fine thing to ask for,
Mm-hmm.
then to follow it up like the reason he's asking for it was because he made that stupid proposal, and then the Ukrainians got triggered at him for it, and then he's like, okay, I will leave then, or whatever I forget exactly how he worded it. It was just so dumb. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, this is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like you said something that was like his peace proposal was really fucking stupid, and I, maybe he just doesn't understand that it's stupid or something. And to have people who are literally watching their country be blown apart where hundreds of thousands of people are dying horribly, and then you get stuffy about it on Twitter because someone said fuck you on Twitter. Like that's like, come on, what are we
Mm-hmm.
doing here? You have to have some free will and some agency for people that are watching their, hundreds of thousands of their own people fucking die horrifically in a war,
Yeah.
and not say, I'm gonna take my ball and leave. It was dumb. And it was so dumb because he could have just said what he said afterwards, which was, the US is sending billions of dollars to Ukraine for military spending. The Skylink doesn't cost billions of dollars. It costs, some small amount compared to all the money that's being sent there. And I think that, it should get paid for. That's a totally reasonable thing to ask for without being a fucking troll about it and a meme lord about it. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, there's times to be professional and times to be a meme lord.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I try.
And
I
when
mean, I
talking about like 100,000 people dying, that's not the time to be a meme lord if you're the owner of, some important company.
right. Yeah,
You
I
can do that
do.
if you're a random Twitter troll, but not if you're Elon Musk.
I do agree. Yeah, some
Uh,
responsibility has to come with that platform.
there you go. BW85 for $5 says the CIA coup narrative removes all agency from the millions of Ukrainians who want to ally with EU rather than Russia. Yeah, exactly. That's why they use it. Like, that's
It's
why they use it.
exactly why they use it.
Yeah, exactly.
It also blames. It makes us
The bad guys.
the bad guys. Yeah, the purveyors of the fucking whole mess.
Dave Smith, I don't think he knew. I don't think any of them knew. When I explained how
The
the
phone
protest
call
started
work.
because of the EU agreement, none of them knew that. None of them knew
Nope.
that.
They
Okay.
knew the details about who was shooting where and what and all that
Yeah,
stuff and
yeah,
what
they know.
CIA operatives were involved
Right.
in.
They know all the secret somehow. How is it possible? I know all the secret information. I don't know the general surface level information. I just know all the secret information.
Yeah.
Like, okay, come on.
They don't know all the public information
I
that
know.
everyone else was talking about in the newspaper.
Yes,
How dare
it's
you follow the
ridiculous.
mainstream media, Sitch? Don't you know? That's all
I know.
lies. It's all
I
cover
know.
story for the coup. This poll for the coup is not looking very good.
Hmm?
I put up a poll.
70% says no. That's pretty good.
30% is just,
And
I
30%
mean,
is high. I know. Sad. It's sad. It's above the Scott Adams 20% always answers wrong in a poll by 10%. So
yeah.
Nocturnal Guy for $20 says the correct answer is Friday morning leftovers. That's a good point. That's a good point. The Ancient Mariner for $5 says Sitch should change his avatar to a virtual one. VTuber Sitch. Yeah, we've talked about doing that, but then we got lazy. I'll do a face reveal one of these days.
We,
Whenever I stop being lazy, I'll do
we,
it. But
we,
me,
yeah,
you've talked about it.
that's
Yeah.
an I.
I'm sorry, whatever.
What do you mean? I have my VTuber.
Oh, that's true. That's
Look,
true.
I'm VTubing right now,
Oh
buddy.
God.
Buddy, how's it going?
Oh no.
It's
No, no,
it's your
no.
corn life. I'm a VTuber now. God, this is just
Corn
hysterical. I can't look at it without
corn
laughing my
cob Jake
ass off.
snuck in here, but
Look, you could be cool too, Sitch. Why don't you want to be
oh yeah.
cool?
I'm so yeah, oh, I could be so cool. I'd be the coolest thing. You know what? If only you had done that in the conversation Sunday, I bet you that would have given you so much more,
I should. I
uh,
was trying to be serious. I was like, oh, they're gonna blow up if I do something like that.
they would really have so much more faith in your opinion if you were a floating corn in the conversation.
Look, guys, let's talk about this
So,
2014 coup, please.
right.
I want to talk about the facts. Can we focus on just the facts here? I just want to stick to the topic, okay? Don't change the
hmm
subject, guys.
hmm So I said I'm putting $20. Reform Section
Mhm.
230 says I'm putting $20 on Sitch looking like a 97-year-old Asian woman. I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet. I expect when I do my face reveal a $20 super chat from Reform Section 230. Okay. Take a
Mhm.
note. Take a note. I accept.
Mhm.
Blow the Brains for $2 says just because it's a proxy war doesn't mean it's wrong. Sure. I'm disagree with that.
Well, that's another thing. I'm like, okay, if you want to move, like, you're literally just arguing definitions at that point. Like if you want to call it a proxy war, okay.
Well, I'm
It
just saying,
doesn't
like,
change any of the facts.
sure, but I'm just saying, like, something can be a proxy war and can be wrong. I don't disagree with that, of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Working around for $20 says, so Oregon ballot measure passed in Oregon by 51%. To me, this is where democracy fails because literally half the state did not want this. Why not have a state electoral college system? Love the content 8 team reigns supreme.
Woo!
What's the ballot measure that you were talking about?
I don't know.
I gotta look it up. Why you gotta tell me what the ballot measure is? Which one?
The
Um,
So what? Because Portland didn't vote for it? Look, a lot of people think because the poll numbers are one way, that means they don't have to show up and vote. They're like, oh, look, this is going to pass easily, so I don't have to show up and vote.
so there was, according to Google, there was 4 ballot measures. There was adds the right to affordable health care to the state constitution. There's bans slavery as criminal punishment. There's set rules for running for legislature, and there's set new rules for the purchase of a firearm. Is it the firearm one?
Hmm.
I'm assuming it's
The firearm owners showed up to vote, and everyone else was like, yeah, we'll vote in the next election.
says requires a permit from law enforcement for people to purchase firearms. Applicants would need to complete safety training and pass a criminal background check. The measure also prohibits magazines capable of holding more than 10 rounds of ammunition. 50.8% voted yes, 49.2% voted no. So that passed. Permit for people to purchase firearms. Applicants would need complete safety. I wonder, I'm assuming things like that have been challenged by the Supreme Court. Have they not? I don't know what the legislative background is on that stuff. Or not the judicial background on that kind of stuff is. I mean, the handgun ban they dropped because it was a total ban, so.
We might not be able to watch the Matt Walsh, Joe Rogan.
Why?
Because I don't know if it's on YouTube. It just occurred to me that, oh, it is? Well, is the one of him?
Well, there's 2 clips.
Oh, okay. There's one, the gay marriage one. That's the one we want to talk about.
There's the gay marriage one, and then there's the trans one. And the trans one, if we want to watch it, we can watch it, but we'd have to watch it through, like, Sam Cedar or someone else complaining about it.
Well, that could
be interesting to see their complaints, but
yeah,
they're probably bad.
That could be even better, to be honest with you, because they fucking are super triggered by Joe Rogan and.
Yes.
Why don't they respond to Joe Rogan dunking on Matt Walsh about gay marriage? Why don't they respond to that?
I don't know if some people did.
Well, no, but obviously they're not going to do it because they want to badmouth Joe Rogan. Like Joe Rogan went hard at Matt Walsh over gay marriage, and
he did, yeah.
I was like, oh. The arguments against gay marriage are just weak sauce. Weak sauce arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True. So we can watch that video. Wait, where did it go? Did he delete the video?
Who?
What's going on?
What?
Sam Cedar.
No, I see it. Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh on different types of trans people.
That wasn't the one. It's called Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh have an idiot contest.
Oh, really? Oh, I see that one too.
Oh, I said one was 7 days ago. I don't know what the new one is, but we can watch the marriage one first though if we want. Because that one's an official JRE clip.
So, if you want, I mean,
yeah,
I guess we could.
But Joe and Matt Walsh disagree over gay marriage.
But then we wouldn't be 3 levels deep on reaction content.
Well, we can watch both. I mean,
okay.
Which one do you want to watch first?
Hold on. Young Turks covered it too.
I know they did. I didn't see what they said though.
Ouch. Joe Rogan proves if Matt Walsh is talking, he's lying. What? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a sad thing because I watched Matt Walsh's movie, What is a Woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was pretty good. But I think Matt Walsh just has zero credibility because of his anti-gay marriage position. And it's very easy. I'm talking strategically here, obviously. If these are your positions, I mean, I want to talk you out of being against gay marriage because I
Right.
think it's anti-liberty for gay people. The trans thing is a completely different scenario, though, because they're literally inflicting bodily damage on themselves with something that we know very little about. The gay
Right.
people are not inflicting bodily damage on themselves. And I don't think society's going to fall apart because gay marriage is legal. So,
Right. Well, okay, how about this? We watch Sam Cedar first complaining about Matt Walsh's trans take. Then we watch Matt Walsh talking to Joe Rogan about gay marriage. Then we watch Matt Walsh breaking down his conversation with Joe Rogan about gay marriage.
okay. Oh, that would be good. Yeah, definitely.
So
Because
that,
he's probably experienced some pushback and he's like, he wants to.
right.
Well, yeah. What is marriage? Reviewing Joe Rogan and Matt. Oh, wait. Somebody else jumped in. That's some other guy.
I'll try to also, I don't know if we're gonna have time. But we'll play it at some point if we don't. I'm gonna play
Wait.
both the video someone made about Kurt Metzger not answering a question.
Yeah, we
Which
have
is
to
very
play
funny.
that.
And also Astolfo did another great Fallout New Vegas video as you, Adam. So we'll get to watch at some point.
Thanks, Ostofo. We will definitely watch that. There's also, I don't know if you know this, but the smuggest man on the internet, David Pakman, has also responded to Matt Walsh. Geez, I have a bunch of videos to catch up on here because
Everyone was commenting on this this clip that we're about to watch because it's like a very easy own on Matt Walsh. So they're all like, they're all salivating about it.
Anti-trans Matt Walsh. Well, in like 5 years when all these kids are suing because they're eunuchs, it's going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, someone is currently suing in America, and in the UK, a bunch of people are suing jointly.
Oh, nice.
Some sort of class action suit. So we shall see. Anyway, so what is the anti-trans Matt Walsh confronted by spreading disinformation during? Well, let's watch the Sam Cedar one instead of the Dave Backman one. But
Are you bringing it up?
I think I did bring it up.
Okay, I don't see it. There it is.
One of the things we have.
There it is.
God,
One of the things.
Sam Cedar's voice is just.
Hey,
I mean, it's
Brendan,
totally obnoxious, isn't it?
Brendan, when are we going to film a movie?
Look, this is just like back when we clipped videos out.
Totally ad homing.
Oh, what'd you do?
Well, we're making fun of his voice.
That's
not like I listen. Look, I have a terrible voice too. Who am I to throw stones in this glass house?
Look, my friend Dave Smith.
Yeah,
he's a debate bro, and he schooled me on ad hom. You can't say ad hom anymore because what you really mean is personal insult. I know ad hom has kind of evolved to mean personal insult, but actually, ad hom isn't a personal insult. Isn't an ad hom?
No, wait. So this is a silly distinction.
It is, I know, but
okay. So technically, an ad hom means you're using a personal insult to try to undercut someone's argument. Okay. And you could say, well, if we're sitting here making fun of Sam Cedar's voice before he makes an argument, are we technically undercutting his argument? You could make an argument where you say, well, no, it's just a personal insult. We're not doing that. But I would counter that by saying, well, I think that whenever you personally insult someone, you are
argument. Yeah.
You are trying to say, don't listen to this person. They're stupid. They're funny sounding. They look ugly. Whatever you want to throw out there. It's all part of the same bag. I don't think you can kind of separate the two things.
No, I agree. I totally agree.
We have been calling for on this program, Spotify, the massive corporation which owns the Joe Rogan show, has paid $100 million for it over the course of several years, making millions upon it. If Rogan is going to tread into areas of politics or medicine or whatnot, that simple fact checking be, God bless you.
Thank you.
Simple fact checking be employed. I understand the idea of.
So
Dude,
Okay, so wait.
these guys are like 24/7 liars. And they're talking about fact checking.
They're like they're asking Spotify to fact check Joe Rogan. What kind of what is this insane? What are you talking about? Oh, Spotify corporate should have someone that listens to every episode of Joe Rogan and says, well, he said this. No, he said this. Okay, that's wrong. Okay. Yeah, like what the fuck are you talking? That's crazy.
Who's fact checking the Majority Report? I mean, aside from us.
No one.
Yeah.
Fucking
This is the guy who lied about Kyle Rittenhouse for 2 years.
Yes, lied about Kyle Rittenhouse for 2 years. And then when he had a conversation with Destiny about it, he lied to Destiny about lying about it. Yeah. Because he knew that he couldn't defend his arguments.
Yeah.
So
YouTube should have fact checked him.
You. Why didn't YouTube fact check Sam? What's up with that?
No, let's not get YouTube. I don't want them fact checking us, for heaven's sake.
I know. No, who would trust that? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Of talking on a 3-hour show, and then you could say things that are not factual by accident. It happens. Even around here, where we try and start every day making sure that we don't say anything that we don't know isn't true, that we haven't spent any time checking on.
Lies!
Cue the montage of saying Kyle Rittenhouse is a right-wing fascist who went down there to kill protesters.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know. Give me a break. Give me a break. Huffing. This is peak South Park episode of smelling your own, huffing your own farts.
We are such good fact checkers on the show. We start early, very early in the morning, so we make sure all of our stuff is factual.
And it's funny because what they're saying is it's so weird. They're about to prove a clip, but to play a clip that disproves their entire argument.
Oh, hilarious.
Because in the clip they're going to play, it's Matt Walsh making a claim, and then Jamie fact-checking him live in the conversation.
And discovering he's wrong, or?
Yes! So what the fuck are they fucking doing? Oh!
I thought you began in the morning fact-checking. It turns out you're just fact-checking on the fly.
Listen.
Fake news.
I think Joe Rogan, who does entirely interview-based shows and doesn't do shows like Sam does, where he has some prepared stories on what he's talking about. I think Joe should say, listen, if you're going to come on my show, you have to have a full transcript of everything you're going to possibly say on air so that I can fact check it all before you come on. That's the only responsible way to do a live talk show.
That's hilarious. I mean, I kind of wish he did that with Dave Smith, but...
Yeah, well, Yeah, Jamie, what the fuck? Why did you drop the ball with Dave?
Yeah, what happened? He buys into the 2014 coup, so...
You fact check Matt Walsh, but you won't fact check Dave? Come on.
But I get it. Different format. It's not a political show. His authority comes from the fact that he works out a lot and, fed people worms on TV and gets high. We all don't have that luxury.
No.
But...
Listen, where's Sam Cedar's background?
Yeah,
I mean, wasn't he in Home Alone or something?
He wasn't. I mean, I first knew Sam Cedar as a voice actor on home movies.
Yeah, he's like an actor. So
I thought he was a comedian.
Look, this sounds like a lot of jelly going on here. That you weren't on like a big time TV show,
right?
Like you just had a really tiny film career,
right? And you're right. It sounds like he's mad that Joe Rogan was a more successful comedian than he was. I mean, to be fair, it's true that Sam got into politics like way earlier than Joe Rogan did. I think he had a show. Do you remember that? It was like years ago. Remember there was that left-wing radio show? I forget what it was called.
Wasn't Sam Cedar on MSNBC? I feel like he was.
He wasn't like a regular, but they had him on.
Guest host, yeah.
Not as a guest host. He'd be like one of those guys, the talking heads that shows up on people's panels sometimes.
Oh, really? So he wasn't even a guest host. He was
like
just
a contributor,
a fill-in guy.
Like Paul Blart Mall Lawyer.
Right.
He was like one of those guys.
Basically like a uncharismatic Paul Blart.
Yes. He would be like, yes, Keith Olbermann, I agree that the Republicans are bad.
That's a good Paul Blart, man.
Was
You've been
it? Thank
working
you.
on that.
Thank you. I have been. Yeah. It's not actually a voice to text program that I use. I mean, it's not actually Paul Blart that sends me those voice messages. It's just me. I'm just doing an
Death
impression.
by Sloth says Air America. I do
Oh,
remember Air
thank you. Yes.
America, but
Air America, that's what it's called. Yeah, years ago, uh, there was Air America was like the left wing. It's supposed to be like the left wing
talk
counter
radio.
to right wing talk radio with like Rush Limbaugh and all those people. And obviously, it went out of business because like lefties, especially back. This was during. I think it actually picked up during Bush, because if you remember what it was like during Bush, Bush was kind of like the first bout of TDS. I guess it'd be TDB, where people were like, "Bush is a fascist," blah 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 blah. All this
BDS, they
stuff.
said. Bush
Yes,
derangement syndrome. They did talk
yes.
about Bush derangement syndrome.
There wasn't a term for it back then,
I feel like there was, really.
but
But anyway, yeah, no. People did get upset about Bush. I do remember Air America, but I thought at the time, because I mean I was a lefty, I thought, I like listening to music in the car. I'm not really gonna listen to this crap.
you don't want to listen to someone yell at you.
Nah, I just thought, I like music. I did.
Hmm.
I literally thought this. I was like, conservatives, they do like talk radio, but don't liberals like listen to music? I feel like they do.
Well, I mean, it went out of business, so obviously it didn't.
Yeah,
They couldn't get an audience for it. So
because all the progressives are like rocking out in their car.
right.
Yeah, don't vote. Listen to your music.
Oh God.
It seems like they seem to have gotten the message, at least in this instance, over at Spotify, where you can imagine, like somebody at Spotify said, "Hey, what's Joe Rogan's producer's name?"
Jamie.
Jamie.
And he's a meme, by the way. He's around often, and there have been jokes like, Jamie, pull this up, right? So he pulls things up.
So it's funny that Sam Cedar, who's complaining so much about Joe Rogan, he doesn't even know Jamie's name offhand.
He doesn't know the Jamie meme, which we already did the Jamie meme.
Which anyone that's ever listened tangentially to Joe Rogan at all
Of course.
knows, the Jamie meme.
I think I saw the clip of him raking Matt Walsh over the coals, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to listen to this episode. But I mean, I'm conflicted on the episode because, like, I do agree with Matt Walsh on the trans stuff. So I just completely disagree with him on the gay marriage stuff.
Right, but that's part of the issue.
That's part of politics, right?
That's part of politics.
According to Doomer, though, I shouldn't vote because,
of course.
people could have some issues that I agree with him on and other issues that I don't. So
I've got the weirdest ad at the bottom of my Watch Together.
did you?
It's for TGI Fridays, which I haven't been to TGI Fridays since college, I think. We actually used to go to TGI.
I
There was
want
a
to go
TGI
to
Fridays.
Bennigan's. I want to try that fucking sandwich. I'm still
Sorry, I don't
dreaming
think
about it.
It doesn't exist. There was a TGI Fridays close to campus.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we used to go there pretty often after keto practice. But I got this ad for TGI Fridays. It's Jamie Foxx barbecue ribs. This is like the weirdest fucking celebrity endorsement ever. Why is TGI Fridays selling Jamie Foxx ribs? What the fuck is happening? What does that even mean? What does Jamie Foxx know about barbecue ribs?
I don't know. Maybe he
Like,
likes them.
I could I know like years ago I think they used to have like Guy Fieri or somebody like chicken at something at TGI Fridays. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. He's a celebrity chef. What is Django? What the fuck does Django have to do with ribs? He's an actor. What? Like, who's gonna walk into Fridays like, oh, I gotta get me some of the Django ribs? Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
That does seem vaguely racist.
It does, doesn't it? They're like,
The
well,
Django
black
ribs.
people like barbecue ribs or something. They like the McRib sandwich, so let's have Jamie Foxx, holding a barbecue bottle selling ribs. This is so weird.
Okay, Tub Guy sent this to me on Twitter. We were talking about Sam Cedar, so he looked up Sam Cedar Home Alone, right?
Yeah.
And he goes to the images, and in the images there is a Reddit post from Destiny that says Sam Cumbucket Cedar calling. How crazy is that? That's like on the first page of.
Uh-huh.
Sam, you've been reassigned a new label. Now you're the cum bucket guy. Now you're the cum bucket guy. Oh my!
Put your balls in my mouth.
That was, and the thing is, it was so avoidable. It was so avoidable.
You said I was drinking buckets of cum. Literally said it like 3 times.
He pantomimed like
I know.
jacking off into his mouth.
I know.
How do you not know that? He's been on YouTube for a fucking decade.
That picture is amazing. It's like the Google image results. Sam cum bucket cedar.
No. Is it our thumbnail? I bet our thumbnail is in there somewhere. Oh,
That's
God.
amazing. I love that it's a picture of Destiny in a Sprite bottle. Like, could you imagine? Someone doesn't know anything about like Destiny or any of this shit. They just like Google this, so they're like, "What the fuck is this picture? What is this headline?" Like,
I know. Thanks, Tub. That's
internet's
that's
amazing.
Really good.
I don't think Sam Cedar was ever in Home Alone. I don't know where you got that.
That's why it came up, because he wasn't in Home Alone.
No, I don't. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
But it's. I mean, it's fitting. Let's be honest.
I guess
this is what he does when he's home alone.
Maybe you took. Yeah, there you go.
This is exactly why it comes. The Google AI is fucking smart. It knows what Sam Cedar does when he's home alone.
That was a deleted scene from Home Alone. Okay. the not rated version of Home Alone.
Maybe so.
Take it out.
Oh my God, my cheeks hurt from laughing so hard here. All right, back. Weren't we watching a video? Come on.
Oh, hold on. We just got
Sitch
Mr.
wants
Guesser
to
one
cover.
gave us $100. Thank you so much. Said, Sitch, will you marry me and wake me up every morning by playing Sam Cedar clips throughout the house at 11 out of 10 in whisper bass debunks of everything he says in my ear. Maybe you can role play as Sam. How smug can your fucking face be? How high can your eyebrows go?
Oh my God.
Listen, I don't think any human alive can reach the eyebrow length that Sam Cedar does. I think he does eyebrow exercises. I think he looks in the mirror every day when he gets up and he's like 1, 2. Then he drinks a big chug of the bucket.
He
3.
He does have the smug look down.
Yeah,
Sam Cedar totally does. Him and Pac-Man compete for that smug air about them. And Sitch, obviously, he's the elitist on the show.
True.
So,
but I think Pac-Man, it's not Pac-Man making a smug face. It's like an intangible aspect of his personality.
That's even worse. Like he can't turn it off.
Right.
It's like, why are you so smug? He's like, what? I'm sitting here. It's like, yeah, I know. Anyway, we're like
Mystery Guess.
Yes. Do we know if Mystery Guess is? I mean, this is a marriage proposal here. Is this a gay marriage proposal, or is this like? Do you have like a female stalker? I don't know.
Listen, it takes more than $100 to get me to marry you. I appreciate it, but I'm a high class whore. Okay, I want to be flown out to Dubai.
Right.
I want to go to one of those hotels with the underwater glass pool with the fish swimming on top. Okay, you have to really wine and dine me. For this pussy, okay, it's very expensive.
You're a real Andrew Tate level hooker here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Good to know.
But thank you. Surrogate uncle, Mr. Guest. Mystery Guest.
We're a minute and 35 seconds in, and you want to cover.
We have like 3 videos to get through.
I know. That's why I'm laughing. There's no way we can get through 3 videos.
Well, we'll do the best we can.
We got to pull a Destiny. We just got to listen.
Right.
Listen quietly and respond inside.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, but we'll try our best.
Okay.
He's active in the broadcast, but just not so active in like the fact-checking Joe Rogan or any of his guests part of it. Yeah.
Jamie, listen, do me a favor. You're getting Matt Walsh, that bigot, into the studio today. Now, we're okay with Joe promoting and platforming bigots. That's fine. I think we know that. But really, we got to be careful that Joe is fact-checking him. Remember, this guy, Matt Walsh, has spent the past year or two delving deep into the question of transgender people.
This really shows how these people are just controlled by their elephant. Because, and you see this a lot, like someone they don't like does something that they do like, and instead of applauding the behavior or incentivizing it, they still find a way to insult them.
Well, they're not covering this is why they're covering the trans one and not the gay marriage one.
Exactly.
Because they're like, we don't want to give Joe, like they're focused on tearing down Joe. They don't want to compliment him for anything he did right.
But they're doing something, they're literally about to show a clip that he gets fact-checked on air, which is what they want to happen, and they still find a way to insult Joe and Jamie anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like when I was actually surprised to see a lot of right-wing pundits come out against Trump in favor of DeSantis recently. And what was funny was seeing a bunch of people with TDS, like Sam Harris and some other people, who were like, oh, really? Now you're seeing what we're seeing? It took you long enough. Like so many like other responses under Scott Adams or Mike Cernovich or Candace Owens or any of these other people were like, oh, it took you long enough. You're so slow and stupid, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Shouldn't you shouldn't you be incentivizing that behavior if that's what you want from them? And to me, it's such a clear sign that people are just being basically run by their elephants at this point.
Well, and they want the opportunity to be a fucking dick to people and feel more morally righteous about it.
Well, it shows they care more about rubbing something in someone's face than the actual tangible outcome of the action.
Sure, yeah. Building a coalition to win some sort of democratic victory, which they talk about that all the time, but they're
of course
totally terrible at it. I think the thing too is that's illuminating here is how Sam Cedar began with the jealousy of how much more successful Rogan is. Like I think that's just like the window right into the brain, right?
You're right, yeah. He just had people eat worms on TV.
Yeah.
Is an expert in his mind.
A documentary filmmaker.
Right. He spoke to an African tribe about gender.
Yes.
Transcontinental, traveling all over the world to scour for this information.
Thank God that Joe Rogan has him on as an expert on transgenderism.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
You're talking about hormone blockers?
Yeah.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers? Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah, that would be my guess.
Hold on for a second. I don't want to interrupt this too much, all right? Because I know people find it annoying when I do it. But just a reminder, this guy has been working on a documentary for over a year and a half. He has been on every major television, broadcast outlet. Like he was on Bill Maher, right, recently?
Yep.
The guy's been everywhere.
Congress is responding to him with policy.
Mm-hmm. And it's on transgenderism and the problem with transgenderism. And this guy is asked one of the most basic questions you could get asked by Joe Rogan, a self-professed idiot. And he's guessing at the number? He's guessing at the number because we don't know. Okay, noted. He said.
So this is, and this is kind of the problem with Matt Walsh, besides the fact that we disagree with him ideologically on a lot of things. And that he gives his terrible, which we'll watch.
Just gay marriage, you accept everything else he says.
Yeah, there you go. His terrible gay marriage take, but he really should know the answer to this question. I mean, this is a fair point. I hate to say anything Sam Cedar says is correct, but if you spend some, amount of time doing a documentary on, kids transitioning and how you think it's wrong and bad and, all that stuff, that's a pretty basic question as well. Like how many kids are transitioning, how many kids are taking puberty blockers.
Maybe we should try to look it up. How hard is it to find?
It's not that hard. I have an answer.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't know how many people are doing like the bathtub puberty blockers.
Well, that's part of. Okay, so there's a Reuters article. I know Reuters is a fake outlet that creates conspiracy articles in order to help people win internet debates. That is probably actually Mr. Reuters is actually George Soros' son, I heard. But according to them, it says the number of children who started on puberty blockers over the 5-year period from 2017 to 2021 is 17,683.
That's not millions.
However, they also say these numbers are probably a significant undercount since they don't include children whose records do not specify a gender dysphoria diagnosis or whose treatment wasn't covered by insurance.
Millions.
So probably could be at the most maybe double that, maybe.
Really?
That's probably not more than double.
I kind of feel like every other kid is trans now.
Yeah, but how many of them take actual hormone blockers?
Yeah, I don't know.
But and here's how Matt should have answered the question. You should have been like, well, Joe, there's only so far, they say it's like 17,000, but they also say that's a significant undercount. And the concern isn't how many kids are on it. The concern is the rise, the increase. Because the amount of kids that are taking it per year in 2021 doubled from 2017. The trend had went up by 100%, right? That's how you frame the argument.
Yeah.
And then you pivot away and you say, well, the same study showed that 121,000, okay? So over 100,000 kids between ages 6 and 17 were diagnosed with gender dysphoria at the end of 2021.
Wow, that's a lot.
Okay. And here's what's even crazier. 42,000 of those kids were diagnosed in just the previous year alone. So that means there's a 70% increase in diagnosis of gender dysphoria from 2020 to 2021. So you know that the number of So you know that the number of kids on puberty blockers and taking cross hormones, even if it's low now, even if it's only like 17,000 or 28,000 or 40,000, that number is going to increase drastically if 100,000 kids have now just been diagnosed with gender dysphoria and 42,000 of them were diagnosed just last year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how you frame the argument. It's not a question of what it is now. It's a question of, look at this trend. The numbers have increased dramatically because people have done this. They say, oh, the rate of trans kids, it's only like, 1%. It's only like 1% or like 0.5% or whatever number they throw out. It's so low. Why do you care? And you're like, well, wait a minute. If the rate before now was 0.001%, that's a fucking huge increase.
Giant.
That's a massive increase. That is something to look into. And if it was any other medical problem and something went from 0.001% to 0.1% or 1%, you look into it because that's a crazy increase.
Yeah, you'd be looking for someone to sue. You'd be like,
yes.
What happened? What got into the water supply?
Yeah, exactly. You'd say, wow, that's an insane increase. But, the people that are, ideologically biased and looking at this through this lens are not going to ask these sorts of questions. So,
of course,
millions of kids on hormone blockers by now.
Well, he's not guessing because he had to say he was guessing after Rogan goes, really?
Yeah, and
that's the amount of pushback. He wasn't even expecting that amount of pushback. Right. And then he's shitting himself.
And
here.
he says millions by now, as if I checked it this morning. But a lot of things have happened since then.
Yeah, it's going up so much.
Let's go
actually,
forward. I just want you to understand this. This is what this is the premier transphobe in the country who has supposedly done all this research.
And hitching his brand to this particular issue, trying to differentiate himself from his other colleagues like Ben Shapiro. But
my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah, that would be my guess. I can say for double mastectomies, the most recent, I read a report recently that there were over 1,000 done between 2016 and 2019, and when you compare that to how many were done between 2008 and 2015, it's a massive increase.
Pause it. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
See, if he knew the numbers a little bit better, he could make the argument and say okay, so between whatever he said, 2008 and 2015, it was like 1,000. And then before that, it was like, single digits. And now it's 5,000. So you can see that the order of magnitude is multiplying pretty quickly. And that would be his argument. He's saying, the trend is increasing dramatically, and it seems like we're only going further in that direction. And no one is really questioning it, at least in America, while they're questioning the use of this in other European countries.
Yeah. They love Europe too, the beloved Europe. So
Right.
Sorry, and I know that we're pausing it a lot, but so there's been a massive increase in that 3-year period. He cites 2008 to 2015. A massive, by the way, it's double that time period, but fine. Massive increase since that other time period. What has happened in the past, 5-6 years when it comes to trans healthcare? It's gained wider acceptance in medical communities. No, it must be something nefarious where it's just exploding everywhere and the liberals are telling you and forcing you to be trans, as opposed to the example you gave me before the show, right? There's been a massive increase in gay marriages. Well, why is that?
Yeah, there's so many more gay marriages over the past 6, 7, 8 years than there was in the 8 years prior.
It's weird.
So strange. All of a sudden, all these new gay people.
They can't even make a good. They can't even make a good analogy. That's literally the worst analogy you could possibly make. That's so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
There's been an increase in gay marriages. Well, gay marriage was illegal, so obviously there's been an increase in gay marriages. What are you talking about?
It's so silly.
That's like the dumbest. That's even dumber than the left-handed. They usually go for the left-handed in this one. They went for a dumber one. Well, an action that was illegal and now is legal, there's an increase in activity on that. Oh, really? Oh, shocking. Yeah. I'm shocked by that. But even so, and it's so annoying because they all go to this argument, the destigmatized argument. Yeah, that's going to have some effect, obviously. But it's not going to have the effect that there's going to be a 600% or 1,000% increase, over a 5-year period.
Yeah.
Okay. That's insane.
The argument Abigail Shire makes is really good. She says, why is it always teenage girls? Where are all the older people who, were trans and prevented from transitioning?
Right.
Who were stigmatized by society? Why aren't they coming forward?
Right.
And it's it does make sense.
And it was girls had a significantly less prevalency rate than boys did for having gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
For boys, it was 0.016, and for girls, it was 0.004. And now that we're seeing girls are even with boys or even past boys in prevalency rate, that's just a huge sign that something weird is happening.
Yeah, something that we should probably check into.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, it might be, unhealthy. Problem for healthcare.
And over 1,000.
It's funny. They acknowledge that, if you talk about anorexia or bulimia, which has increased significantly, right? Mm-hmm. That's increased significantly over time. And yet, that's because of, social contagion. That's because girls see, thin women on TV, and so they go and they develop eating disorders.
You're right.
But for this, that it has no effect. What are you talking about? They're just becoming who they truly were.
We have to change all the magazine covers. This is really hurting all of these children.
Yeah.
Let's put trans people on the magazine covers instead, and this will help. This will change things.
There's been so much literature it's so much feminist literature on
social contagion.
On social contagion when it comes to anorexia and bulimia. Just overwhelming. Everyone just assumes it to be true. I don't know, I've never looked into any of it. And yet when it comes to gender dysphoria, there's no social contagion. You're a bigot for even suggesting that.
Of course. I learned about social contagion before the trans thing was even a thing, so I'm super based.
Well, there you go.
Well, I learned about it in school with suicide, which is the more interesting thing.
Yeah, of course.
girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you
that's
say girls, you're talking about prepubescent,
right? Minors, and that's
Pause it for a
just up
second.
till 2019.
Not prepubescent.
Incidentally, prepubescent is different from minors. There's no prepubescent mastectomies. I can assure you, almost definitionally.
You can't. You get it right. Well.
Go ahead.
And then we know that
I mean, pause it.
there's been this exponential.
Like, it's just like we'll go back so you can watch this whole thing, complete. But just
now, should we invoice them? I mean, this is starting to feel like a Sitch and Adam show here.
Yeah, they're stealing
really
from
do.
us. How dare they? The pause and then unpause and then immediately pause before anything's even said again. That's a classic us.
Yeah. If they label this every frame a pause, they're in big trouble.
I know.
Understand, this guy purports to be an expert. They're having a conversation about this, and he's going like, minors.
Okay. Wait, to be fair, does Matt Walsh ever said he's an expert on trans issues? He's never said that, right? That's never happened.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so.
He's never said anything like he's never claimed to be an expert. He's claimed to be a skeptic of trans procedures, obviously.
Yeah.
Listen, are the same thing. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Is there not like a 6th grade education between the two of these idiots? Prepubescent equals minor?
But don't you hear prepubescent? It sounds scarier. It sounds scarier than if you've transitioned and if you have been socially transitioned for years and years and years, and at age 16 or 17 you decide to finally, with the assistance of your doctors and with the consent of your parents, decide this is right for me because I am a trans boy.
Oh my God. From 14 to 17? That's just it's so weird.
I know.
Like, so many kids probably go to their parents and say, can I get a tattoo? And they're like, fuck you. What are you talking about? You're not getting a tattoo. But the doctor said I was trans, and now I feel so much for parents who get, I mean, it's a growing kind of tragedy that these parents get caught in this situation where, they disagree with the diagnosis.
It's just.
All right, so go back. We'll let it go through. Sorry, I know this is annoying, but this is it's more annoying to have to listen to this and understand how widely disseminated this crap gets.
2008 and 2015, it's a massive increase, and over 1,000 girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you say girls, you're talking about prepubescent,
right? Minors, and that's just up until 2019, and then we know that there's been this exponential increase with all this stuff year over year. So it's a lot. It's too many. Having this happen to one kid is way too many. It's a lot.
Yeah, look, if you're an adult and you want to do that and you understand who you are and what you are and this is how you feel you should progress, you're an adult. This is a free country. You should be able to do whatever you want. But when you're talking about doing that to children, the fact that so many people are on board and so many people are angry, if you have, people are going to be angry at us that we're having these conversations.
Yeah,
oh my God.
They will be. And I also...
Yeah, because you're fucking it up.
I actually think that that this shouldn't be happening to.
Was that the producer in the background?
Yeah.
Yes, you're fucking it up. What do you mean they're fucking it up? It was weird.
The light.
Very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years.
Oh, I'm so mad that listen, I think I was curious. It sounds like Matt Walsh was about to say he was against anyone transitioning.
Oh,
and then
really?
he got cut off. Yeah, listen.
I actually agree. If you have, people are going to be angry at us that we're having these conversations.
Yeah,
oh my
they will be.
God.
And I also...
Yeah, because you're fucking it up.
I actually think that this shouldn't be happening to...
Because he said, I think this shouldn't be happening to ... and he gets interrupted.
Right.
After Joe just said, you can do this if you're an adult, but don't have kids do it.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he was about to say he was against anyone transitioning, which...
Right.
I wish Jamie hadn't interrupted at that moment because I would have been curious to see that conversation play out between Joe and Matt.
Right. Well, you're against anyone transitioning without gender dysphoria.
Yes. But I'm assuming Matt, I don't know if Matt's ever said this, I'm assuming Matt doesn't believe the diagnosis even should exist or does exist.
Right.
The light.
Very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
A big undercount, 4,000 to 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, hundreds of thousands at this point.
Matt Walsh totally walks it back. Yeah, okay, well, we'll go with hundreds of thousands then. I'll cut my prediction down to 10%.
But
whoa. So the expert has just moved from millions, he said 2 minutes ago in this clip.
How dare you, Sitch? Now I'm agreeing with fucking Sam Cedar. You bastard.
It's actually
an order of magnitude
5,000 over the course of 5 years.
Less than that, meaning, as Matt just said, less than 1,000 a year. Less than 1,000 a year, but it's millions.
And so he's
that we
dropped
know
it down.
of.
Oh, well, based on new information, I actually think it's hundreds of thousands instead of millions. I mean, this guy is an expert, according to him.
And implicitly so angry.
Like how much more fundamental? What question? Like on day one.
It is interesting to see, why does Sam care about this issue so much?
Because he's trans. You didn't know that?
Listen, I don't think identifying as a bucket drinker should count as an actual gender ad. Okay, I think that's an insult to people with gender dysphoria.
He's trans bucket.
He's trans bucket. But no, he's so angry about this, and it's like, why? He's so angry about this because he's told to be angry about this, because he conceptualizes this like there's all these poor people out there, all these poor children out there, and this evil bigot Matt Walsh and these evil conservatives, they want to put them into what's it called, like the
trans concentration camps.
No, the they try to make you not gay anymore. Conversion therapy. They want to put all these kids into conversion therapy and smack them over the wrists, the knuckles with a ruler, and hit them with the Bible. So
Does that work?
So triggered
Bible
by this.
hitting?
He's gonna. Yeah, that's what they do. You never been hit by a Bible before?
You beat the gay out of him with the Bible.
Yeah, they take.
That's what President Sunday was in favor of.
Right, they take the spine of the Bible. It's really hard, and they just smack you right in the face with it. It hurts.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
I've seen it done.
Like there's the King James Bible and there's like the anti-gay Bible.
Yeah. It's worse when you're Jewish because then they hit you with the whole Torah. And let me tell you, the scrolls are heavy.
Dang. I don't condone that.
You don't condone hitting someone with the Torah?
I don't condone people being hit with the Bible for any reason. Especially if it's in the service of some sort of weird conversion therapy. That's very
That was like, I remember that was the worst part of my bar mitzvah. Is you have to hold the Torah.
When you had to show everyone your circumcision.
Well, that part was based. I like showing it off. I'm not nothing to be insecure about. But no, is a part where you have to take the Torah out of. I don't know if you've probably never been to a Jewish temple.
I have. Come on, look.
Oh, okay. That's right.
I've been to a Jewish wedding. Look, I've seen them smash the glass in person.
So, usually in most Jewish temples, behind or near where the rabbi speaking on his little pulpit, there's a case and there's the Torahs in there.
Right.
It's like a little mini Ark of the Covenant. That's usually faced so you can see, the Torah.
Really?
And you have to, yeah. And when you, and if you're not Jewish and you're at the meeting and you're not wearing your special glasses, you will die. But, so during your bar mitzvah, you have to open. Because you're supposed to lead the service, you have to open the case and you have to take out the Torah and carry it around and open it and do all this crap with it. And first of all, it's you're a 13-year-old kid, and you're supposed to pick up this holy thing, which in most temples is probably somewhere from 50 to 100 years old.
What?
I know the Torah I picked up, I'm pretty sure it was 70 or 80 years old. It's not you can go on down to Amazon, the Amazon Walmart store and buy a Torah. It's no, this is a 70, 80, 100-year-old Torah scrolls. You can't even touch it. You're not even supposed to touch it because you can't get your finger oils on it. So you have to and you're oh my God, I was terrified. I'm I'm going to drop this 80-year-old thing, and it's gonna just crumble into dust, and then God is gonna smite me. Say I never get to be a man now.
That would suck.
I mean, it would have made for a pretty interesting bar mitzvah, but
they just pull out. They're like, "We got an extra one here. Just here you go." It's no big deal. That happens all the time.
That happens all the time. We actually lie. It's actually not 80 years old.
No, it is 80 years old. It is an heirloom worth millions of dollars.
They just have like a bunch of somehow they just have like a bunch of 80-year-old heirloom horrors sitting around in the back room somewhere.
They still collect them, so they just have them all. Yeah, come on.
We got the video cameras. We got the microphones. What's the first question we should ask? How many kids are actually, like, how many kids are we talking about? You know what? Let's save that question for 2.5 years from now when we're done with the movie. Are you effing kidding me? This is a freaking embarrassment. Good job, Spotify. Continue.
I actually think that that this shouldn't be happening to
Dawn lights on Marblehead. That's what's happening.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that's
that would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit! Why did we book this guy?
Yeah, I mean, I would guess hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
Asshole.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
A million sounds great.
Yeah. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Could be wrong.
The Media Matters will have fun with that clip.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh claims it was.
Yeah, you're full of
Yeah,
shit.
He's
you
right.
know what? They should. Media
like
Matters
we
should.
are.
In fact,
He is right.
every single person who has ever had you on a show should take a look at that clip and say, God, what the hell is wrong with me? Why did I have this person on who didn't even know the basic fact of his entire premise?
I like how smug Sam is about this. I can guarantee you he doesn't know any of the basic facts about anything relating to trans issues at all.
Of course not.
So, how dare you have Matt on and be wrong about this thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really, Sam?
Pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah. Sam, what's the prevalency rate of people with gender dysphoria, Sam?
0.00000. We looked it up. I remember.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, that's before. The after was like 70%.
Yeah. Exactly. So I don't know if you want to watch the rest of it, but
no, we can go to the next thing.
it's just them whining about Matt for another like 5 minutes. So let me bring up the actual Joe Rogan clip about Joe and Matt on gay marriage. So this is a clip that Sam and this is what we just watched. Sam and David Pakman and like literally everyone. I assume Media Matters too. They're all just, they're just masturbating so vigorously. They're so happy about this clip.
They're like, oh my God.
Like, it's funny because
did you see the Matt Walsh Joe Rogan clip this morning? Oh yeah, I nutted to it like 5 times already. Can't wait to cover it on the show.
I'm so used to saying how much I hate Joe Rogan and think he should be removed off the air and should be censored because he's a terrible person. But he did this clip with Matt Walsh.
I know. Why? This is the thing. Why does anyone want to deplatform anybody?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, why would we want fucking Sam the Bucket Cedar to go away? He's like half our show. Come on.
Well, the bucket part is half the show, but
oh God, I love the bucket thumbnail.
he's Mr. Bucket.
That clip is amazing too.
That clip is amazing.
Okay, here now with actually marriage intelligent commentary. Well, and the clip nobody's covering. Like this is the easy one.
Mm-hmm.
Is a certain thing, which is the context for procreation, for the building of the nuclear family.
What about people that get married that don't have kids? Are you opposed to that? What if they get married, they decide, you know what, we don't need kids. I'm going to get fixed. You get your tubes tied. Let's travel the world.
Well,
look, Joe, it's kind of a really overkill if you're going to get a vasectomy and your wife is going to get her tubes tied.
That's true.
I mean, that's just a little crazy.
Well, listen, you want to make sure no one's, fooling around. Some access.
I guess technically it's fair. Sure.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Am I opposed to it? I mean, I think that that every married couple should be open to life.
But what if they don't want to?
Open to life. God, it rubs me the wrong way so badly. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say Ashasi for $5 says, I wonder how accurate that stat is. I thought puberty blockers were used when you don't have gender dysphoria diagnosis and just want to pause. Well, that's a fair point. Is that very often it's used to try to make the determination about whether you actually have gender dysphoria or not. Mm-hmm. And so that's, as I said, that's probably why it is undercounted. I would be surprised if it was more than 100% though, like 100% double that, which is still a lot, but
yeah, I don't know.
Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised though in the coming years if the numbers just go up astronomically.
Right.
No. But that's a good point, and maybe Matt should have brought that up.
Well, you should read Dylan Nelson's.
Dylan Nelson. I was just reading that one because it was related to what we're talking about. But,
okay. We can skip it. Go.
Dylan Nelson for $20 says, "Hey guys, longtime fan and weekly listener. Thank you. Sitch's mild lefty blindness pees me off sometimes, but you guys have got me to listen to more books and help me give rational outside perspective of my own position." Well, thank you, Dylan.
Well, thank you. More for the compliment than the $20, because
yes.
That's what we want to do, man. We want to get people to open their minds up. So
there you go.
Great compliment.
I'm glad I can slightly peeve you. That's the goal.
Look, Sitch only sees it as like personal insult.
No. I'm being serious. You want to be slightly peeved because you're like, that's what makes you think.
Yeah, of course.
You don't want to just shake your head in agreement all the time.
But what makes you look 10 years younger than anyone is just chilling out.
That's true. That's true.
You opposed to them being married.
Issue,
if marriage is
What's that?
That's the real issue, Adam.
What's that?
Kurt's just jealous that you look younger than him.
I feel like there might be a little bit of that going on.
He's like, I don't like that this guy who's older than me looks way younger than me.
I know. Kurt was like, I mean, God. When he found out I was older than him, he was just like aghast.
He's like, oh no. It's like his existential reality has collapsed in on itself.
I mean, I feel like Kurt has lived kind of a stressful life, so
he has.
That does influence you.
I mean, the way his brain works. His brain is basically like
everyone's trying to get him right now.
It's basically like a series of tubes with ants just scurrying back and forth very quickly at all times.
Yeah.
So that does make sense.
Only for procreation and to bond a family together. What about people that are deeply in love that never want to have children?
I don't think it's not only procreation, but that is one of the fundamental definitional aspects of it. Of course, there's more to marriage just than that.
And what about people that are infertile? They fall in love and they realize that they can have babies and they don't really necessarily want to adopt. Is that okay for them to be married? Because then by definition, the marriage falls into a completely different thing, because then it's a bond of love. It's a union of love.
Sure. I mean, that doesn't change the nature of marriage, though. It's a little bit.
I love how he just goes, sure, whatever. Shut up, fucking Joe. What the fuck? We're here to talk about my movie.
This is so surprising to me because Matt Walsh has had this stance on gay marriage for like decades.
Right.
I found clips from like 10 years ago about him talking about this, and he gives the same terrible answer every time.
Is there a good answer though? I really feel like there's
I don't know, but you could construct one. I could guarantee it. You could construct a better forward-facing argument against gay marriage if that's your position
than this definitional argument.
Oh, well, it was defined as not that way. By who? By whom? And why does that even matter? And it's not even true, as Joe's bringing up. He's like, well, what are you talking about? That's not how it was defined. People could get married. When people got married back in the day, the government didn't say, oh, you want to get married? Well, you better pop out some kids. Otherwise, we're going to annul your marriage. Like, that was never part of it.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't understand. He's had this conversation for decades. How has he not constructed and he's been challenged by people way more aggressive than Joe. He's been in debates about this from years ago, and he never gets a better argument. He just sits through it and like just bumbles through it and makes this terrible argument.
My thinking is there really isn't a better argument. I mean, what argument is there beyond
then don't bring it up.
The definition argument.
Well, no, here's your but why does he just be honest then?
Ben Shapiro does. Ben Shapiro has a different argument. Ben Shapiro goes,
like I don't civil unions that are separate.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
like
think
separate from marriage. I don't think we should redefine it. Just separate for the gay people.
Yeah,
Let them have their civil unions.
Exactly. That's a pretty good impersonation. You're getting good at this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hear him a lot during our secret Jew meeting, so it kind of rubs off on me.
It is a better argument, though. It really is. I mean,
it's not a good argument,
still don't buy it.
It's an argument, but
it's like a separate but equal argument. It really is. How is it not?
You're right. It is.
How is it not? Totally. It's like, oh yeah, the back of the bus is the same as the front of the bus. I mean, we have air conditioning up here in the front of the bus, but it's just basically the same.
Yes.
You guys, you just call it civil unions, and we'll call it marriage. It's like, it just screams second-class citizen.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
How about this? How about you just call marriage civil unions and let the gay people have marriage? How about that?
Well, there you go.
Would they do? Do you think they'd be down for that?
No.
Something tells me Matt Walsh would be like, that's not going to work for us.
Well, I don't think Matt Walsh is even in favor of the civil unions position.
Right.
I'm not sure
yeah.
if he is.
Yeah.
But I mean, he could even just say, like, just be honest and say, I'm religious. I'm very Christian. The Bible says, you should get married for the reason of procreation.
Right.
And, you shouldn't let gay people get married according to my religious interpretation. So that's my position. Mm-hmm. Just say that. Like, that's a better argument than whatever the fuck he's trying to do here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a good argument, but it's a better argument.
Yeah, no, it's a crap argument. He's almost like, oh, God, he's embarrassed he has to make this argument. That's why this clip was so incredible. Because Joe Rogan's like, I know I'm not very smart, but I'm going to come in here and fucking destroy Matt Walsh.
That's why you're so correct.
It's going to be great.
It feels like Matt realizes this is a stupid argument.
I know. He does know it's a bad argument.
So then how has he been making the same stupid argument he knows the stupid argument for 10 years?
It's the only argument he has.
Make the religious argument.
Oh, I guess so. I mean, I don't know look, if he makes a religious argument, I don't think that's going to work. The Catholic Church has a whole history of like selling indulgences and annulments and all kinds of fucking shit. That argument's not going to work either.
You can get around that because you can just say, well, listen, just because men who are religious, went against God and did bad things, that doesn't.
Yeah, but it's the Pope. That... The Pope is the one that literally sold the.
Yeah, but first of all, I don't even know. Is Matt Walsh even Catholic?
Yes, he is Catholic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind then. Yeah, well, then I guess he's just fucked, Adam. I don't know what to say.
I'm trying to tell you he's fucked.
Right. God chose wrong for those couple popes, okay?
There's no there. He has, look, he knows. He's like, right now he's telling himself, I'm Jesus on the cross here. This is my life. This is my cross to bear. I have to trot out this dog shit argument and be humiliated on Joe Rogan in front of millions of people when we're supposed to be talking about the argument I'm right on.
He could make... there are problems with the religious argument, obviously. I mean, obviously there's problems with it. I don't even agree with it. But, I still think it would be a more coherent argument than this.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Hexadecimal says, Sitch, you don't get it. You don't watch Daily Wire. He has to have this argument because he has to be different from Ben. It's probably in his contract. Okay, that's funny.
Yeah, but Ben isn't.
That's funny, Hex.
He could, but I'm saying if he made the Catholic argument, that would be different from Ben because Ben's not Catholic, obviously.
Yeah, I guess he could have that argument.
He could make the Christian argument, but that's funny. I know you're just joking, but
I do think he would make the same argument as Ben just on ego alone.
I don't know. I don't think he agrees with it. I don't think he wants civil unions.
Right.
I mean, Ben is far more libertarian. I don't think Matt Walsh is libertarian at all.
Matt Walsh is against gay marriage.
Right.
Ben Shapiro has an escape hatch that he's technically for gay marriage. He just wants to call it a civil union.
Yes.
Ben Shapiro is for back of the bus gay marriage. That's what he's in favor of. I mean, am I wrong? I feel like that's kind of what it is.
Maybe.
Well, I guess he'll argue that, well, the state gives you a civil union, but the church gives you the marriage. But man,
that's not true though.
Well, there's all kinds of churches in Southern California that are going to marry the gay people anyway. But I mean, like they can't get married in a church.
Right, but I'm saying that's not true in that legally it's been defined as marriage, what the government, acknowledges. It doesn't say like it's never been like the government created a different classification for marriage called civil unions, and people just colloquially kept calling it marriage. Like that's not what happened.
No. They did try to, I think this was actually Obama's opinion at one time. I'm for civil unions. The gay marriage, no, America's not ready yet.
Right. And
We're
then
still
Joe Biden,
evolving on the position.
Don't you remember? That was Joe Biden.
Upstaged him.
Yeah. Upstaged him, that's what I'm looking for. Upstaged him on gay marriage, and Obama got super pissed.
Yeah. But he played it off like, oh, Joe's going to be Joe.
That's what he said. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, if you guys don't remember, Biden came out in favor of gay marriage before Obama did, and Obama got mad. That's pretty funny. But
I say that what's the definition of a woman? Well, a woman is someone who by her nature can conceive children in her womb and bear children. And then the response is always, well, what about women who are infertile? Does that destroy your definition of woman? And it doesn't, because it's still a woman's nature to bear children. Not every woman will, and there will be disease and infertility and old age and all these things that will preclude that, but it's still of her nature to do so.
Because this is such a bad argument.
I know Joe totally destroys him here. Because he makes a distinction that's super important. I don't want to steal it away from Joe.
Okay.
And I would say the same thing for marriage. I mean, it is natural in a marriage for procreation to occur. It's not always going to happen in reality, though, but that's still one of the natural functions of marriage. And married couples who can't conceive children, there are other ways to be parents, like adoption, for example.
If they want to. Right, sure. But if people want to be married and don't want to ever have children, are you opposed to them being married?
Well, I wouldn't advocate a law that would prevent it.
But would it change the definition of what their marriage is to you because they don't want to have a family? They just want to have a loving bond?
Wait, he didn't say. I don't remember if maybe he gets into it later. The reason that comparison is like really dumb is that with the what is a woman thing, that's a biological categorization.
Yep.
That we have a word to define what it means. And yeah, obviously, we live in a world where, there's differences between people. So not every single woman or every single man is going to be a carbon copy, of themselves. There's going to be some slight differences, between them. Obviously this is kind of what, we don't reproduce asexually, right? We don't clone ourselves, just kind of split. That's kind of the whole point of sexual reproduction, is to have these differences. And with the was a woman question, we have a term for trying to figure out how to categorize like biology, essentially. Something that's fixed in nature.
There's a biological reality that we're defining.
Right. We're like, okay, this is some reality. This is based on reality, based on biology. We need a classification for it. That's not even remotely the case with marriage.
No.
Marriage is not a biological institution, at all.
Yeah.
It is entirely a social construct, a social convention. And furthermore, it's a social convention that has changed drastically all throughout human history on what it means and how it functions and everything about it.
Well, from monogamy to polygamy is a pretty big distinction.
From monogamy to polygamy back to monogamy.
Yeah.
From like a property transaction to a to ensuring, like, don't get it twisted. I mean, Matt doesn't always time out. The origin of marriage was not to have kids. The origin of marriage was to make sure Well, it was probably really for women's sake mostly.
No.
It was for women to make sure that their children they had with a guy would get the guy's property and resources, as opposed to some other, hussy. That's why marriage started. It was to say, okay, if you're gonna have babies with me, I need to make sure you take care of those babies.
I just watched a Brett Weinstein clip on how monogamy evolved. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably check that
from
out
humans
sometime.
or from pre-humans.
Yeah, in humans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. That sounds interesting.
He's got a pretty good take on it.
Right. So so the idea that this is like, it wasn't even for procreation. Humans were procreating like crazy.
According to him, it was for procreation.
It was for your making sure that the right people got your stuff, essentially.
I mean, monogamy is not really marriage. Like marriage is the legal legal contract around monogamy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's the point? And again, the point of that legal contract is for resource distribution.
Of course. Yeah.
Between partners. Okay.
Yeah.
And now that we live in a society where when you're talking about resources and resource distribution, and that affects more than just the kids, it also affects the person you're marrying.
Of course.
Obviously, that should apply to people that are gay.
Well, yeah, I always say life is like the buddy system. I mean, even if you go into the military, they immediately tell you, it's the buddy system. Find yourself a buddy. Like, we want you guys to look out for each other, right? And, marriage is like the ultimate buddy system.
Right.
So, yeah.
I think this would be a couple that is rejecting one of the fundamental aspects of marriage, and they should be open to life. I would hope that in the future they would be, but
isn't that just a personal choice? I mean, you can have a very fulfilling life if you just follow your pursuits and your dreams and your interests, and you find someone that shares those interests with you, and you share time together. It's very fulfilling and loving.
Yeah, it's a personal choice, and that I'm not advocating for like a law that says that you if you're married you have to have X number of kids.
But then why are you opposed to two gay people doing that?
Well, because again, it's not about choice. It's about what this institution, marriage is an institution, and what is it, and what purpose does it serve? And I do not agree with tearing down or changing this definition, especially because the people who have changed the definition haven't come up with a new one. So they say, well, that's not what marriage is. So for thousands of years, we said marriage is the procreative union. And then we had the other side who came along and said, well, it's not that.
Okay, so for thousands of years, we had marriage was make sure you give resources to your spouse and your spouse's children. That's what marriage was. And then in like modern human history, and by modern, I mean like the 1600s, it kind of shifted into, hey, maybe you should actually love the person that you're marrying. Maybe marriages should be out of love. And even though that idea of marriages for love has been around for a few hundred years, in the human lifespan, that's very short. And that's been kind of what we've been operating under in America, is marriages out of love.
Out of all the marriages in human history, like 99% of them have been arranged marriages.
Right. And so, yeah, exactly. And so now that we've moved away from arranged marriages, and now we've moved away from sort of this kind of cold, cynical resource property transaction for marriages, we've decided that we want to have marriages for love. Matt Walsh has literally no argument whatsoever anymore.
Right.
Because we've already redefined marriage and we were all fine with it.
Well, I just redefined it a second ago. That's why he's like, nobody's ever redefined what I just did, you dickhead. Come on. It's the buddy system.
Well, and also the problem with his argument is he's not expressing a reason. Like, okay, so if marriage gets, like, hypothetically, even if Matt was correct about this definition of marriage, and you change it so that it can include gay people, what is the negative effect that has on society or on straight people being married? Like, how does that impact that? Is that, like, once the gays get married, is that going to make straight people have less kids? Is that what he's trying to imply? How does that follow?
Yeah. Not all married people have kids.
I mean, I
don't know any, but
when you look at the rates of people not having less than children, that maps onto wealth. It doesn't map onto how many gays there are around.
Yeah.
So it's just like, the argument doesn't make any sense.
For me, it's just a straight imposition on people's liberty. Like, I listened to the oral arguments on the Supreme Court overturning gay marriage, some law against gay marriage, and they have, I mean, obviously it's like a court case, so they have plaintiffs that have been damaged by the not being able to get married financially and all these other kinds of ways. So they just marched out and just all these fucking sob stories about how, you know, their partner, their lifelong partner, and they like couldn't even be with them when they died and shit like that. And you're just going, wow, this is just completely unfair.
Yeah.
They couldn't adopt because there was like there's a bunch of kids that, you know, need adoption or whatever because they're older and nobody wants them, and they're like, you know, these kids are suffering.
Well, I mean, that's a great thing too, and it's funny because it's like, yeah. So is that, you know, what is Matt Walsh's argument if it's, well, wait a minute, what if you have a gay marriage and they adopt someone?
Yeah,
is that acceptable? Or what's going to happen? I mean, they've already are getting close to technology, or I think they already had a technology, right, where you know, they could have. And some gay people will do this where they'll have like 2 kids. Like say it's 2 males. They'll have 2 kids and both of them will like fertilize, you know, 2 different eggs. And in vitro, you know, some woman somewhere. And then they'll have those, and they'll have surrogates, and then they'll have those 2 kids. Those
are that's going to happen, definitely.
They already do that. That completely destroys Matt's argument.
Ben or Dave
Rubin did that, yeah. Dave Rubin's literally doing that with his husband. And they're already trying to work on, and they're getting close, I think, to having it so that they don't even need. Yeah. They're going to like somehow turn a sperm cell into like an egg cell or something.
They turn a skin cell into egg cells. Oh,
is that what they do? They take a male stem cell and turn it into an egg cell?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, that's going to completely destroy Matt's argument. But this is why we know it's bullshit too. Because if gay people could have babies, which they probably will in the future, Matt's not going to change his opinion. He's not going to be like, well, then I guess I'm for gay marriage now that gay people are going to have kids.
Matt would say, and I think this even comes up in this show, that he doesn't think a kid raised with 2 dads or 2 moms is getting the same deal as a kid that's raised with a mom and dad.
Right.
Now, I don't know if I agree with that argument. So,
well, and we've talked about this before. I think what's important is not whether you have 2 dads, 2 moms, or a mom and a dad. I think what's important is that you have sort of a masculine and feminine influence in your life.
Yeah.
I think that's important. But the idea of saying like, well, children are going to have a different experience under gay parents than straight parents. Like, well, that's probably true. But it's not like every child's experience under their straight parents is uniform. Every child's experience under their straight parents is wildly different from every other child's. You can have great parents, you can have terrible fucking parents. You can have parents that are sometimes good and sometimes suck. Like every kid has a different experience. And it's going to be totally like, it'd be a hard case for Matt or anyone to make to say, oh, a child raised by 2 terrible straight parents is better off than a child raised by 2 wonderful gay parents.
One of my good friends, his mom is gay. So he was raised basically by 2 lesbians. And when I first met the guy, I thought, this guy is gay. There's no way he is not gay, right?
Right.
And I went for a long time. I was actually pretty good friends with him, just thinking he was gay. And, you know, one day he tells me, Adam, I'm not gay. I'm like, it's okay. You know, I don't care. No, really, I'm not gay.
He said it just like that, too.
Right. Yeah, no, he sounds like he knows he sounds gay. But I mean, it works for him. He totally cleans house with the ladies because he's like not completely non-threatening.
Oh, see, that's the move.
So it's never, I mean, it didn't really stand in his way. And he's talked about
Adam was like, I wish I was raised by lesbians.
No, well, wait a second here. I've never done very poorly with the ladies either. So,
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, I'm not complaining here, but I'm bringing it as an example that this would be. It's obviously anecdotal, but you wonder, like, what is the downside to being raised with gay parents? You mean if my parents were gay, I don't think I would think anything of it. I mean, I feel like my parents were kind of a little too strict for me anyway. So
sure, no, but like you could be raised by straight parents, like a man and woman, and what if the guy is an effeminate pushover, and you don't really have a strong masculine role model? Okay,
yeah,
or the inverse. You could have what if it's a masculine guy married to some tomboy? Like, so this idea that there's some magical experience that children get from straight parents that they're not gonna get from gay parents is there's so much variety in parents and their children, and we all know this and accept this, that to say that argument doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You can say ideally, and I agree, ideally, you want a masculine and feminine influence, and I think that's important because I think it helps you understand sort of the differences in the way in which average men and women tend to think and interact with each other. But, we don't live in that perfect world, and many people don't get that experience.
I know so many people just get heterosexual parents that are so fucked up on drugs and like just completely out of their minds. It's like, I don't know. I don't think much about it.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh thinks about it all the time, though, obviously.
Apparently.
So. Okay, well then, like, what is it exactly? And I know you said, well, it's people who love each other. Two people love each other. Well, but then, why two people? Why do they have to love each other? All these kinds of questions.
They don't, you stupid. I mean, obviously, arranged marriages happen for centuries, right?
Right.
I mean, hasn't he ever watched Game of Thrones? Look, maybe he should check that show out.
Yes, he favored bringing back arranged marriages. I mean, that was the definition of marriage for way more than it wasn't.
Yeah.
Maybe he is. I don't know.
Rhaenyra didn't love her. What was her husband's name?
Rhaenyra. Lenore.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he was gay, so
yeah, that was technically a gay marriage.
There you go.
You get into what if they're in the same?
Listen, if only Westeros was, evolved enough socially and culturally that they were allowing gay marriages. That whole situation of
could have been avoided.
Screwing around and causing disputes about her lineage, it could have all been avoided.
They did work it out for you, Sitch. She said that they had tried. Rhaenyra said her and Lenore tried.
Yeah, but what does that even mean?
It means they had sex. Do you know where babies come from?
No, okay. Really?
What are you talking?
So actual Justice Warrior Sean has a good point about this, and it's true. And it's that there's some weird thing in George R.R. Martin's writings where, like, in his world, for some reason, gay people are all like incapable of producing children with straight people. And it's true. It's like this weird theme in like all the Game of Thrones books. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Gay people have had children with straight people all throughout human history. I don't understand this. And I don't understand why George R. R. Martin does that, but
maybe he's friends with Matt Walsh.
Yeah, there you go.
Family. He's brothers and sisters want to marry. And I know every time that comes up, the advocates for gay marriage will say, well, that's a slippery slope argument. That's a fallacious. But it's actually not. It's like we're trying to get to what do you even think this institution is now, since you've rejected out what we were saying it was. And I've never found a compelling definition. And any definition offered, it's like, well, what's even the point then? Why do we even need this now?
Look at that. He's like, we don't even need marriage now.
Just get rid of marriage.
Screw it. We'll all live without marriage. But he'd be, I'm getting secret married. Me and my wife are still married. Fuck everyone.
If we allow the gays to get married, then there should be no marriage. We're going to start marrying snakes. Do you want to marry a snake? A Chank Uger wants to marry a horse, okay? Do you want that? Sam Cedar wants to marry a bucket. Are we in favor of bucket marriages? What do we do next, Joe? Where does this go?
Where does it end? I mean, the where does it end argument. I mean, I never thought we'd be seeing, kind of the path that we've gone down with the transgender stuff. So,
right.
I mean, I'm a little
so there you go.
sympathetic.
Adam has been he's been proven correct on the where does it end. Once you have
I'm just saying I'm a little. That's the strongest part of his argument is the where does it end argument. How do we say this is where it ends? Because I feel like
easily
extending the rights to gay couples that want to get married.
Say
I'm pro-marriage.
This is where it ends. You say this is where we're stopping. That's how it ends.
Right. It is also. There is some sort of self-report going on if you're comparing gay marriage to like bestiality. If you think, okay,
yes.
Because the animal obviously can't consent. Like you're talking about two consenting individuals with a marriage and a bestiality.
Well, it's also a fucking non-human animal, so
Yeah. Well, no.
It doesn't matter if they're consenting or not.
Well, consent is a huge problem, but
it doesn't. Okay, so if you could
construct a brain for the sheep, and the sheep.
If you could
don't go down this path.
If you could put a little helmet.
This is the where it never ends.
Listen. No. Listen. If you could put a little helmet on an animal and you could read his thoughts, okay. Yeah. First of all, it's not going to be like human thoughts. You're not going to be able to have like a conversation. It's going to be very basic, like hungry.
It's like the dog from Up.
It's exactly like the dog from Up. That's a great example. Like the dog from Up. Yes. Okay. So imagine that the technology exists.
Right.
So even you could have the animal consent.
Jank Uger comes in.
Right. Jank Uger wants to touch the horse, and the horse consents because it has the dog from Up helmet on. Okay. That doesn't matter. You still shouldn't be allowed to marry it, okay, or have sex with it. I don't care if the animal's consenting. To me, that's such a weird argument. Well, the animal can't consent. I don't care if it consents. That's not the problem. Consent isn't the issue. We don't care if we don't consent when we kill the animal and eat it. Consent isn't the problem. Like, this is how you get the weird doomer argument.
Yeah. No, I agree. No.
So throw out. I know someone's going to say it. Someone's going to clip this. Throw out. Sitch says, PSA Sitch says, throw out consent. Consent doesn't matter.
You can't. Oh, man. You just did a boo-boo, man. The internet is going to. Look, I have a slew of. We have 10% of our audience are Dave Smith simps, and you just said that in front of them.
Consent doesn't matter when it comes to animal sex. Sitch is against all animal sex, regardless of quote-unquote consent. Okay.
We have a huge war going with Dave Smith, and you're saying clippable shit.
No, PSA Sitch takes a strong stance against the bestiality. Okay.
Well, I'm against bestiality too. I feel like you want to give him as many arguments as possible.
It's not a good argument. Consent
is one in your repertoire.
It's a bad argument because that's how you get the dumb doomer.
Well, what do you
argument.
say? You just say like it's weird. Look, we already got one video age restricted for this, so we should.
You're right. I guess we can't talk about it anymore. That's a good point. Yeah.
I just don't see how a gay marriage in any way damages a straight marriage. I don't see it at all. It doesn't make any sense to me. It just seems to me that people want to be. Look, if you wanted to look at logic, especially in our modern society, which is pretty fucked when it comes to relationships, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 50% of all marriages end in divorce anyway. They don't make it. I don't know if anything would damage marriage and damage the institution of marriage is the option of divorce. I don't think gay people getting married in any way, shape, or form changes a bond that you have with your wife. It's just called marriage. It's a human invented thing. If we decide that gay people can get married too, I just don't see how it damages anything. I don't think it tears down the definition of marriage in any way. It just opens up the possibility that people who are gay won't be discriminated against.
Yeah, I don't think that a gay couple existing directly impacts. There's a gay couple and wherever, and I'm with my wife in our house. Like obviously, There's not. But I'm not talking about on the individual level. I'm talking about on the societal level.
Right.
I would agree that divorce, especially this no-fault divorce, rampant divorce, I don't think it's as high as 50%. I know that's often quoted. I'm not sure where that comes from, but it is high. It's too high. And
Chris Rock has a great joke about that. He said those are just the people with the courage to get out. It's like how many cowards stay.
But it's also true that the advocates for what we call now traditional marriage, which I just call marriage, but the advocates for traditional marriage put themselves at a disadvantage by especially in the churches, like allowing this rampant divorce to occur. And then you've already sort of given up on some marriage is supposed to be monogamous and permanent, as well as procreative. Well, you've given up monogamy and permanent.
Why was marriage supposed to be permanent?
I don't know.
Because of what I said.
Oh, because of the
resource acquisition.
Right.
But see, now that we have a society where we can structure legal agreements so that even if you get divorced, the parents still, depending on how much money they have to pay alimony, they have to do all these things. Marriage doesn't have to be permanent anymore.
I have a way to fix the divorce problem.
What's that?
If people want to get divorced, one of the people has to kill themselves, and you decide by a coin flip. How about that?
I think it's a terrible idea.
You don't like that idea?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
It literally says till death do us part. Like,
I don't know. I don't even know if I mean, listen, we could be conceptualizing relationships entirely wrong anyway. Maybe it's a bad idea.
If that was the situation, no one would get divorced. They wouldn't. They'd be like,
No.
I don't want to face the coin.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't want to face the coin toss.
Obviously, yeah. But why, I don't know if we should even have this idea.
We're sticking it out.
I don't know if we should have this idea in our society, like, oh, you get married to someone and then you have to marry them forever. Like, maybe that's not a good idea for people to be operating under that.
Look, that's a terrible way to go into a marriage.
Why?
This is just temporary? Come on.
No, you shouldn't go into it thinking it's temporary.
Well, you're setting that up, though. You're totally setting that up.
Well, that's you're right, and that's the problem. People.
A lot of
people
people do go into marriage that way, thinking,
I know,
if this doesn't work out, we'll just get divorced. I'll live. It'll be fine. That's a wrong attitude to go into a marriage with.
You're right, but what happens when you're in a relationship with someone and they either change, or maybe even worse, they don't change, and they have some issue. You have some personality conflict with them, and they just don't change, and you just can't. It just grates on you year after year after year. And what do you do?
Well, I mean, divorce obviously should be an option for people,
right? But maybe here's the problem: is that the problem with divorce is the trauma of the divorce that it creates. But the only reason divorce creates all this trauma is because there's this idea that you should be married forever. So it feels like when people get divorced, it has to be this huge blow up.
I don't think it's this. I mean, you're going down the social stigma route, and I don't think
I'm not going down the social stigma route. I'm not talking about social stigma. I'm talking about people have in their minds, part of the it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, because we all have this idea that you're supposed to find this one magical person and you're supposed to stay with them forever. Which, if you can find, by the way, which I think is definitely a thing that can happen, that's great. My parents are still married. They've been married for a million years or whatever. So that's great. I'm not against any of that. I want to find the one magic person that I can be with forever. I'm not against that. But I think it's more difficult to find that than to not find that, or to think you found it and you realize you didn't find that. And what I'm saying is, I think a lot of the psychological, emotional problems that come out of divorce come from the fact that we perceive divorce as this terrible thing. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, I think it's more like divorce is a terrible thing, like a death in the family is a terrible thing, and that's why we perceive it that way.
Well, I completely disagree with you. That's the problem, is that perceiving it like a death in the family is what makes it like a death in the family.
Yeah, but so what makes a death in the family like a death in the family?
Well, the person actually died. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like a fucked up thing. That's why it's
but someone dies
that way.
Okay, but well, first of all,
I'm saying there's a state of reality here that you can't just, change because you think about it differently.
First of all, that's not even true, because obviously the way people feel about death is highly dependent on whether they believe in an afterlife or not, and what they believe that looks like.
Well, yeah, and there's also, people are on their 8th marriage.
Right. Which is probably not good either.
Well, it depends. Are you share? Okay.
Because if you're going through 8 marriages, that means one of two things. It means you're getting married way too quick, and you're not willing to compromise any part of yourself. Like I was listening to a clip of, I think it was like Melania, Destiny's wife, Melania, talking to someone. I don't know if it was her talking to Lex Friedman or just talking to her own stream about marriage. She said something that like blew my fucking mind.
Let's hear it.
And she said, they're kind of talking about like, she's talking to Dan, I think. And Dan was saying how it's so stupid for Destiny to be involved in these like extramarital sexual relationships, because they're going to just with other streamers, because it's going to cause all these conflicts down the road.
She said that to Lex Freeman.
No. Dan said this to her.
Okay.
She didn't say this. Dan said this to her. Lex Freeman, I was wrong. Lex Freeman's on this.
Where's Lex Freeman sitting in this?
I watched the Lex Freeman video and then I watched this video.
I want to see. I'm dying to hear what Lex Freeman's response.
Well, he asked them about their marriage, their open marriage.
Oh, okay.
That
he did on the.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know this. I haven't listened to the interview. Obviously,
I didn't watch it. I just saw the clip. I didn't watch the whole interview.
I did listen to the live stream of Max crying about not getting uninvited from Lex Freeman though, because
that's funny.
I hate watched it obviously.
But so Dan is kind of like telling Melania, "Oh, it's really stupid that Destiny engages in this behavior. It's bad for his career." Blah 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 blah. It's like Dan's doing going this whole thing. And Melania
Dan seems like a smart guy to me. How do you feel?
He's a smart guy. I also think he's like kind of a huge asshole. But
he is.
Doesn't mean he's not right about things.
But I mean, he's an asshole.
He's like super like neoliberal, neocon. Like.
Well, I mean, he was a dick to Mr. Earl, so I thought that was
well. Good. Okay, I'm we're fine with that. But he's smart about a lot of things, obviously. But he was smart about this. And Melania said something along the lines of, I don't remember her exact wording, but something along the lines of like, well, you can't tell Steven what to do. He's going to do whatever he wants to do. It's his life.
Right.
And that floored me. I'm like, what? It's his life?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're married. When you marry someone, it's not your life. It's together your life. It's their life. That's the whole fucking point of marriage. The whole point of marriage is that you become a team and you have to start thinking of your life as our life.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's how marriage works, but
right.
That's not how their marriage works.
I know, but I was like flabbergasted. I was like, I couldn't believe, like, I can't imagine someone's wife or someone's husband saying, well, their life. It's like, well, what do you mean? Like, then don't get married. If you're going to say that if your attitude is it's my life and that period, and it never becomes our life, then don't get married. So I bring this up to say that, like, I understand like the power and importance of marriage is to have that binding. I'm just saying
it sounds like always going to
I'm just saying it's not always going to work.
It sounds like you're saying
what?
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying so what I'm saying is the reason I brought up that story is I understand the power and the point of marriage is this joint unity, and that's a good thing. But it's not going to work for everyone, and it's not going to work for every couple. And I think the fact that it's like seen as like this horror, like that divorce is seen as like the death in the family. I think it's the perfect analogy because divorce is seen that way. That makes it so bad when it shouldn't be that way. Maybe it should just be like, you know what? We tried, it didn't work, and we're just going to move on.
Well, this situation, I think this doesn't really fit the definition of marriage anyway. So
I'm not relating this to Destiny's relationship. I was just using that as an example to show that I understand, the idea that you're supposed to be together.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-marriage by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, you seem like a tradcon to me now.
Wait, how is me saying that people should be able to get divorced easier a tradcon? That's like the exact opposite.
But you're saying that people should not be in a marriage that isn't really a traditional we're a team, we're married for life marriage. Well, no, I guess you're saying they can't get.
I'm just saying once you're in a marriage, like don't get married if you're not willing to change worldview from my life to our life.
That's the trad part.
That's not a trad con. That's the whole point of that. That is the point of getting married. What's the point of getting married if you're not going to flip the switch from my life to our life?
Look,
just don't get married then.
There's one marriage where people get married and become a team, and there's another marriage where people just act like they're dating and don't give a fuck about one another. Which is the trad marriage, and which one is the
obviously the first one is the more trad marriage.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
But what I'm saying, like, I'm not against someone having a polygamous marriage. Okay. But you can still have that and still be like, it's our team.
Really?
We're in this together. Yes, of course.
No, that's so evil.
Well,
look, this
personally,
is
wait. Let me clarify. Personally, I think that a polyamorous, I shouldn't say polygamous, a polyamorous relationship can only work if the people involved that are the same sex are bisexual, and it's like a joint, triangle. I don't think it's ever gonna work where it's like one guy and he's like has multiple women and the women just are sleeping with a guy. That will not work.
Why?
I don't think that will work. I don't think it should work. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's unfair to everyone involved in the relationship.
Well, that's why I said it's bad, because it's unfair.
Right. But I think if you have a relationship where like you have two guys and a girl, or two girls and a guy, and the two girls or two guys are bisexual, and so they're technically in a relationship with all of each other, I think that can totally work. But then it just our team becomes 3 people instead of 2 people.
Aiden Paladin says open relationships are pretty much always a disaster.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my read as well.
I agree.
They don't last much longer than an evening.
I don't know. Maybe some people are just wired some magical way where like they can be in a relationship with someone and not get jealous and still say, oh, you can still fuck around. Mm-hmm. But that's got to be a very tiny minority of the population.
Well, yeah. Weren't we watching a video about marriage?
We were. Hey, Aiden.
And so now it's not, that's 2 of the 3 legs gone. And so now this assault was waged on the procreative part of it. And it was difficult to withstand it because the institution had already been weakened. So I agree with you there. But my answer to that is to try to reinforce what marriage is, not to just give up on it entirely. And I still think you're left with this question of, like, if marriage is not what I'm saying it is, then why do we even need it? What's the point? I mean, you're saying it's a man-made institution.
Yes.
But you're also, like, the way that you're presenting it, it's a totally meaningless institution. So
no,
they don't need it at all.
No, it's not meaningless. It's because it means something to the people that get married.
First of all, that's crazy. How is it meaningless if it's literally going to affect legal status that has legal, physical changes in the world? It's obviously not meaningless. Doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right. But if the argument, which seems like this is what Matt is making, it's what he wants to make, and I just wish he understood his own thoughts enough to express it this way, would be he doesn't like that birth rates are going down. He doesn't like, that's kind of what he's alluding to here. Birth rates are going down. This is bad. I think people should be having kids. Okay, you can make that argument. Maybe people should be having more kids. I don't know. But people getting gay married isn't going to have any effect on that. Birth rates have been going down. That has nothing to do with gay marriage. It just has to do with the way society is being structured. The fact that more and more people have to have 2 jobs. The fact that people are getting married later, having kids later. This is a very well documented effect on, countries. The richer a country becomes, the more first world a country becomes, and all sorts of other social pressures that kind of like prevents people from having kids. It has nothing to do with, once the gays get married, you're just further degrading the institution and importance of people having kids. Because almost all the gay people want to have kids. They probably want to have more. It'd be hilarious to see like
gay people have more kids.
Yeah, if like gay people have more kids with either through in vitro or adoption than like even straight people have kids.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be that surprised.
Right.
So it's just a subjective, symbolic thing. I mean, what?
Yeah.
So if you're
kind of what it is, look, there's a massive responsibility when you're married and when you have children to keep your family together and you raise and keep everybody happy and healthy and there's great reward to that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work out. People change. People are fucked up. It doesn't always work. And so I don't think it should be outlawed because 50% of the people fall apart. Just like I don't think it has any effect whatsoever on a straight couple if a gay couple decides that they want to make it official. And that's what it is to them. It gives them a feeling that they're accepted and appreciated and that they're not discriminated against because they happen to be homosexual.
So, well, what you're articulating to me is the damage that's done by gay marriage to the institution of marriage.
But how is it done? How is that in any way damaged straight people?
See, I wish he would have said his argument for how it damages society, because that's, I mean, this whole idea that it's damaging the definition of marriage is just like, I mean, fuck off already. Like, I want to hear, like, obviously you think that there's going to be some tangible downside to society. I want to know what that is.
Because we are making the institution meaningless.
But it's not meaningless.
Well, but
it's very meaningful to the people that have it.
Subjective, symbolic, and it's about your own personal feelings.
Isn't it, though?
Well, no, I would say that it's not.
Well, if it's not subjective and it's not symbolic,
it codifies and protects.
It's totally not subjective as soon as you codify it into law. So that's ridiculous. The whole point of making it a law is so it's not subjective.
Well, wait a minute. Well, the problem is I don't know what either of them means when they say subjective.
Well, he means that everyone has a different definition of it.
Well, that's not. I don't think that is what he means. Like, I think Joe means like it's subject. Like marriage is a man-human creation. It is a social creation that serves a point in society. Yeah. And as society changes, the point of that construct is going to change, or it should change with it. It's going to have to change. It's going to have to evolve as society changes and evolves with it. And so I don't know if that's what Joe means. If he means that because Joe's not saying every person looks at marriage differently. Joe's being very clear. He's saying every person under his definition looks at marriage as like, you know, two people that love each other, you know, want to be together and be a team essentially through life. He's kind of he's kind of alluding to your definitions, like the buddy system.
Yeah.
That's not a subjective claim. He's just saying that, like, I think what he's saying is that, like, you don't cut open a tree and count the rings and you see the definition of marriage in the tree. It's not like something measurable in biology necessarily.
Yeah.
I don't think that our way of getting married now, I don't think the way of our getting married historically was ever rooted in biology. Anyway.
Well, it is like language. It's like any social adaptation.
Yes, right. And the hardware mechanisms for it are rooted in evolution. But I don't think the idea of like people getting married for love, I don't think has like a biological thing. And yet that's what we do right now.
Our language acquisition is biologically rooted. We actually to read characters in the written word, we use part of our brain that was adapted for face recognition.
Of course, right. It would have to be. That's how we couldn't do language if we didn't have that.
They actually have done studies that show people who can read faster have like worse face recognition skills.
Wait, people can read faster have worse?
I'm not sure if it's read faster or like.
Wouldn't it be the opposite?
Have better visual memory for reading or something. Like they're taking part of their facial recognition and using it.
I see.
Oh no, it's vocabulary. It's people who have a larger vocabulary have worse face recognition skills.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, you can look it up. I've read it in some book. They did some experiment like this. Might have been Steven Pinker's book. But yes, I was like, what? That's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, so obviously you know how evolution works off of just adopting from things that we already possess.
Right.
And yeah, that's something that the brain already possesses that the language acquisition skills take over.
Well, and the problem is, and I think this is part of why Matt's argument is so bad, because he's not even really making, don't think he wants to make a strictly biological argument, because obviously if you make that argument, then you would throw out his religious definition of marriage too. And you say, oh, well, then people should just be getting married purely based on, the health of the offspring.
Well, he is a fan of The Handmaid's Tale, so
like if we're going off a strict biological definition of marriage, then we're just Gattaca. It's like, let me see your DNA, chart so I can determine whether having kids with you is a good idea or not. Like, that's the biological definition of marriage.
True.
So, and no one's really in favor of that. So,
well, no, I'm just.
I mean, but that's where Matt's that's where his definition goes. If getting married is just about kids, then shouldn't you say, well, only people that are going to have healthy children should get married and have children? It's all about the kids, right? That's the point, right?
I do think, conservatives that want to get married and have a bunch of kids, I thank them, and knock yourself out and keep the human species going and all that stuff. Different people have different destinations in life. I don't think it's like a one size fits all situation.
No, listen. People can have lots of kids. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're making an argument that the point of marriage is to have kids, that leads you down a weird path where you can say, well, wait a minute. If the point of marriage is just to have kids, then shouldn't you be making sure that those kids are the healthiest, best kids that can be possibly produced?
Oh, I get what you're saying, yeah.
And so
there used to be that, though. There used to be like a blood test before you could get married to make sure you had some compatible enzyme or something.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think there was.
I don't know. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. Make sure that you weren't marrying your sister or something.
Well, then maybe it was for that. I could buy it some states that was for that.
Make sure you weren't marrying your first cousin.
There you go.
I think your third cousin is the sweet spot, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, evolutionarily speaking.
Huh? Are you saying you want to marry your third cousin?
This is what they say.
You want to, or that's where the drop off of not having
it's like relatedness enough. Well, supposedly,
yeah.
There's a sweet spot where you get.
I'm waiting. I'm trying to get Adam to advocate for marrying your cousin. That's what this conversation is. Me trying to do.
Third cousin.
Yeah.
It's the third cousin marriage.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, there's something in India where India has some social construct where they end up marrying a lot of third cousins because of the arranged marriage type thing.
Right.
So it ends up evidently happening a lot in India because...
Is that why they're stealing all our tech jobs? The third cousin gave them big math brains? Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe.
Third cousin means you share a great-grandparent.
Right. Yeah.
That's what third cousin means.
Yeah. So, that's far enough away, right?
I don't know, man.
Sitch is like nowhere close to the family place.
No. I'm like, how hot are they?
Sitch is like, I will marry my first cousin.
Listen, how hot are they, and did they get stuck in a washing machine? Okay.
Right. Sitch is like, how are those tomboy abs?
Sex and gives a name to a thing that actually exists, which are man, woman couples creating people, creating babies.
But not always.
Right, but that's still
Rogan is going so hard at him.
I know.
Rogan is just like stern, but not always.
And that's still the nature of the union. So,
but what are the percentage of people today that are married that don't have children? I bet it's pretty high amongst heterosexuals.
Probably.
Is there something wrong with that?
I think there is something wrong with that. I think
fuck you, Matt. Now he's coming for me. Fuck this guy. How dare you, Matt?
There is something wrong with getting married and saying, oh, we're not gonna have any kids at all.
But why is there something wrong with that? If someone's personal choice, Why is it wrong that two people are like, I am deeply committed to work and I don't want to sacrifice any of my career and I don't want to ruin a kid because I'm constantly at the office, but that's where I get deep satisfaction and that's what I'm focused on. And the woman says, that's great because I don't want children either. I really am attached to my interests in my career and what I like to do. That's not damaging your relationship with your wife and your family. I certainly don't think of it as a threat to my marriage or my family.
Yeah, it is a personal choice.
Right, but shouldn't people be allowed to make those personal choices? Like, isn't that a fundamental aspect of what it means to be American, to have that freedom?
Well, but right now we're not talking about what people are allowed to do. I'm not saying
we're talking about marriage, gay marriage.
Okay, we were just discussing straight couples who choose not to have kids.
That's also a personal freedom issue, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm not saying that straight couples should be legally required to have kids, but I if you're asking me, do I think it's the right choice to just get married and choose not to have kids ever? I do not think that that's the right choice. It's their choice, but people can make choices that are wrong. And you can disagree.
How is it wrong if they have a fulfilling and wonderful life together with that choice? If their thing is that they just want to have a bond between the two of them to just like take it to the next level, let everybody know, like, we are married. If I die, my money's going to go to hell.
I'm just pausing it so we don't get hit with
okay.
Joe Rogan. How dare you watch this clip without talking about it for 10 minutes in between every 5 seconds.
Is that a thing? Will that happen?
I mean, it might be. I don't know.
I mean, we can move on to the next clip.
No, I mean, I'm curious to see how the conversation ends.
Right.
Matt is doing a really piss poor job defending his position here.
He's like, wait a second. We moved off of gay marriage. We're not talking about that anymore.
Right.
Don't look at my gay marriage argument.
I mean, Joe's not really engaging in Matt's argument at all either.
I know, yeah.
Because Matt keeps saying, well, that's not how we define it traditionally. And Joe's not even asking, well, what does that mean? Or why do we care? I mean, I guess he's just basically implying, he's like, why do we care? Like, why does it matter?
Yeah, I don't like this argument style, to be honest with you. So this whole idea that, you just go through the list of things that apply to the traditional set and say, okay, well, it would still be marriage if the couple didn't want to have kids. So therefore that's out.
Right.
I don't like that.
So, but you have to explain like what's happening here, because it's like with the trans issue, it's, there's a biological difference between a man and a woman. And someone, can transition and they're still, they can be recognized by whatever they transition as in a polite society, but there's still going to be a difference. We don't live in the magical, you go into the phone booth and you come out whatever you look like, whatever you want to look like, and you're completely changed. We don't live in that world yet. And
that's going to be a weird couple's date when we have that machine.
That is. And you have to ask yourself, the question is like, okay, why do the trans activists, why are they so, like, what is the purpose behind them saying like trans women are women? What is the purpose of that? And the purpose is they're trying to redefine something so that there is unquestioning acceptance of anyone who wants to transition, because they want to remove it from being a medical disorder or a mental illness, and they want to just make it like, they just want to remove all of that from it. They just want anyone to be able to transition, period. And shouldn't even have to talk to a doctor, any of that stuff. That's the point of what they're trying to do. The whole like trans woman is a woman, that's all secondary. The primary goal is they want to change. They basically want to make it so that no one can actually raise any questions about transitioning. But with the gay marriage thing, you say, okay, well, why do they, why do they want that? Well, they want it because they just want to get married and have the same rights as straight people.
Yeah.
That's it. And you go, okay, well, was that bad? I don't think it's bad. I think it's good.
Gay marriage expands rights to everyone.
Right.
Trans.
They're not trying to change a definition to win an argument.
Right.
So the trans stuff, they're trying to change a definition in order to not just win an argument, they're trying to change the definition to supersede an argument, to just not even have the argument.
And to take rights away from people. People generally don't like it when their rights are, when they have rights that they possess taken away.
It's not, they're not taking away rights from anyone.
They're totally taking away rights.
Well, taking away your right, I guess, to discuss the issue, maybe, but that's...
Well, no, they're taking away the right to women's only spaces.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. I guess to some extent that's true.
Well, there's all these stories now about women who are like, I feel uncomfortable because I'm sharing spaces with biological males and there's nothing I can do about it. That's a fucking infringement on their rights that they never experienced in their lifetimes.
Right.
It's funny because Matt Walsh is trying his hardest to say that gay marriage is infringing on his rights because he's saying, look, my right is to define marriage this way. That's been my right forever. Now you're taking that right away. It's like, it's like, is it really though? I mean, is it really that much of an imposition on you? I mean, that's the same exact argument that trans people want to make about losing women's only spaces. Is it really such an imposition on you just to like have biological males in your swim locker?
Right.
Is it really that much of an imposition on you? And the women are like, hell yeah, it is. Well, I think in that situation, they have a better argument than Matt Walsh has on the definition of a word.
Sure.
Like, I'm not willing to deny people's rights over the definition of a word.
The transitioning thing, it's a medical question. And my concern is to make sure that people get the proper medical treatment and they don't make horrible mistakes that they end up regretting and basically destroy their lives because society is a bunch of cowards. Okay. That's not a threat.
I agree with that.
That exists with gay marriage. Like,
exactly.
by any chance. No one's going to be like, I got gay married, but it turned out I was straight and now my life is ruined.
Yeah, exactly. That literally is fully reversible.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't get in too much trouble there. So.
Helen. And if Helen dies, I'm going to mourn her because she was my wife and now I'll be a widower. Like, to some people, that distinction.
See, this is just the better argument that people, like, we're a social animal. People want to form like the deepest possible human connection with another individual, right? Some people are born with same-sex attraction. We understand that a whole hell of a lot more than we understand the trans stuff, right? Like, this is the argument he could be making to Matt Walsh here, right? Why would you deny these people who were, quote unquote, born this way, the ability to have that deepest human connection with someone that's like, friendship, sexual, like everything? It just seems like a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
Like the kids are definitely, I mean, that's an aspect of it because that is, I mean, you're basically, that's part of what makes it the deepest human connection is like you're saying, listen, I'm going to, not only am I going to experience everything with you and share my life with you and you are my team partner forever, like we're going to raise other human beings and complete the cycle, right? The cycle of life. Like, why would you want to deny that to people? Why would you want to say, oh, because you were born with this condition where you're just not attracted to the opposite sex? You can't have that.
Because gays are bad.
Well, this is the thing when he says it's because it's a society thing. I think, I mean, give me your argument. What's going to happen? I mean, it feels like, I mean, literally, homosexuality evolved, and the homosexuality didn't destroy the tribes. I mean, there's a lot of evolutionary arguments that it helped because you had males that were not, participating in the bottleneck for reproduction is obviously females. So you you know, males,
Right.
nice, strong males who could help defend the tribe, and they weren't even taking reproductive resources away from the tribe. So obviously that seems like an evolutionary advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Gives them peace and security and makes them feel better about the relationship, that they're both so committed that they've legally signed documents that say that they're bound by law and under the eyes of God or whatever you believe in.
Yeah. They're able to make that choice, but I think you're still rejecting one of the purposes of marriage. And in the scenario that you just outlined, you're also deciding to live a really self-centered life. You're saying,
but what if you're not? What if your work is very charitable? What if it benefits humanity in a deep way? What if you spend a lot of time doing, you know?
See, this just is such a shit argument. Joe did drop the ball on this, to be honest with you.
Healthcare work and, you know, and social work, and you're deeply committed to your community. It's not selfish at all. You're just dedicating your time to something other than raising new human beings. But you're dedicating your life to enhancing other human beings that are around you.
That's a hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical, but so is yours, right?
Yeah, but I think most of the people that choose, like, we're not going to have kids, and the rate of those rates are declining, and the age when people first have kids is also going up, and all of that.
Yeah.
And most of the people that are making these choices, I don't think it's because they're involved in charity work. I do think that it is more the scenario you outlined in the first time around, which is just like, well, this is what I'm doing. You know, I have my job. I don't want to give it up.
Yeah. But don't you think that people should have the freedom to live their life in that way? I think human beings vary widely, in a huge way. And I think there's some human beings that find a very fulfilling life just reading books and traveling and experiencing different things and seeing art and doing whatever the fuck they want to do. And they don't necessarily have to have kids to live a fulfilling life that way. And if they choose to do that with someone who they have a loving bond with and who they get married to, I don't think it's a bad thing that they don't want to have kids.
Well, I guess we have to, maybe we're running into a question of, you know, now you get to the real fundamental question.
I think it's a fundamental freedom thing.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing, I guess, on the freedom aspect of it, because, again, I'm not saying that you should be required to have kids.
But you're imposing your sensibilities and what you think is important in life to other people. But everybody has a different idea of what's important in life.
I didn't watch this. I just listened to it. But, I mean, this is kind of, I don't know. What's your vibe on Rogan? He's like in there.
What do you mean?
I feel like he's really, like, he feels like he's going to win Matt Walsh over. Like he's going to get some sort of confession here.
I don't think he feels like he's going to win Matt Walsh over. I think he's personally bothered by this position, and he's putting the screws to Matt, and Matt is just giving him nothing to work with.
Right.
I mean, and I think that's part of, I mean, maybe that's why Matt gives, it's just so weird because Matt has, again, he's given the same, like, terrible, vague argument for 10 years that just, it's such a bad argument. It's not even an argument. It's just like, it's like something someone says to you as they're passing you by in, like, a supermarket. Like, it's like when you don't have time for a conversation, you're like, oh yeah, that's how I feel, bye. And you're like, okay, but, like, if you're arguing this and you're going to debate this with people, you should have, like, a fleshed out position you can actually, like, get into depth about. You can, have some sort of deep conversation about, well, what is marriage, Joe? And, what is the point of marriage? And why should marriage be this way? But it seems like he has a very strong opinion on something that he doesn't have any thoughts about. Like, why can't he elucidate to Joe why he feels this way? Like, why is marriage important exactly? And how is it that gay marriage is taking that away?
Well, you can't say that. I mean,
was it just because he's hiding his power level? Is that what's happening in this clip?
I feel like it, yeah.
Maybe that's what's happening.
He doesn't want to come off as a total homophobe.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I mean, this is why Ben Shapiro has his position, because he's like, he's not restricting anybody's rights. But I do feel like Matt Walsh in a heartbeat would be like, that's right, no more gay marriage. I'm totally in favor of restricting all of your rights. Which is, that's so bad, but typical. A lot of people are just down to restrict people's rights
without hurting anyone. The thing is, like, what I'm saying is these people that are married, that don't have children, they're not harming anyone. They're not harming these unborn children that they never have. They're not harming anyone. And it doesn't affect your relationship with your family and your marriage at all.
Yeah, but I'm not imposing myself on them or harming them by answering a question about how I feel about their choices.
Right, but nor are gay people doing that to you.
I think the harm comes from, on a societal level, when we start breaking down these basic central institutions, like the institution of the family and of marriage. That's where the harm comes from. And the more that people believe, the more that we build a society where it's believed that marriage is objectively meaningless, right? It's entirely subjective. It's just about making you feel better.
Dude, that's such bullshit. It is about making you feel better. How's it not? Like the whole idea of having, like all of our biological impulses to reproduce are about making you feel better. They really are. This is such a ridiculous argument. Oh God, I hate this argument.
The more that we build a society like that, I think that's where the harm comes in. The worse it is, and people are going to reject marriage, and that means more. Fewer kids are being born. Also, more kids are being born in a context where they don't have that stable family structure. So the harm definitely comes.
Well, he's saying gay couples don't have a stable family structure. I mean, I do think
that's no evidence of that.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot more kids are in heterosexual families with financially unstable structure than gay families with, especially since gays have to go through so many hoops to actually adopt and stuff like that. Obviously, adopted kids tend to be better off because, their parents are wealthier.
Yeah, I mean,
what's frustrating is Matt is just, he's the science guy on the trans stuff, but all of a sudden here it's like, just whatever.
Well, this is what we said. I mean, and even we said this back when he did the video. I said, Matt's the worst person to do this.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't, this is like the epitome of how people do, like, and I said this a million times. Most people only care about science and facts when the science and facts are on their side. The second they're not, that all goes out the window, and then they start relaying these like ridiculous, non-scientific, non-fact-based arguments, and that's exactly what Matt's doing. This is like the clearest example of that.
Yeah, and it completely undercuts his argument on the trans thing, something we agree with him on, and like,
right, and because I'm sure, like, you look in the data for this, marriage is going to generally have a more stabilizing effect on people.
Yeah.
So if your concern is like, oh, you want gay people to have a more stable, home life, well, then let them get married. That will help them have a more stable home life.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the science is against him on this one. I really do. And he keeps talking about the societal damage, but I really don't think he can come out and say the societal damage is going to be, spiritual decay.
Right.
Which I think is something he might actually say in private, but I don't know. You guys can let us know. I don't want to mischaracterize Matt's positions here. I don't want to go full Sam
He's not explaining his
the bucket
positions
seater.
very well.
Well, I feel like he's in a position where his position will get you canceled, so he can't really speak openly about his position. I'm sure he'd tell you privately, but look, this is weird because he's the guy that has all the positions that would get you canceled anyway on the trans issues. Why can't he just come out and, if he wants to say, homosexuality is a sin and he just doesn't think people should get married, he doesn't think, that's a thing society can tolerate for whatever reason, why not just come out and say it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he knows it undercuts his scientific argument on the trans stuff.
Well, I don't know if because again, he's literally made this argument for decades. I think he knows that as soon as you make the religious argument, people go separation of church and state. So it's a stupid argument to make in the first place.
Right.
And so he's trying to, I don't know, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, I
So
guess.
this is like an intelligent design type thing. They're like, well, we got to get this into public schools, but there's new rules we got to play by, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
That could be.
It would be better, even if, just construct an interesting argument. At least try, Matt. At least try. He's not even trying. He's had 10 years to work on this. He's not even fucking trying.
Well, Joe Rogan is not really trying very hard either, so.
Well, Joe Rogan, even though Joe Rogan's not trying, he's still beating him in the ground.
Yeah, because his argument's so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
It may not be this immediate, connect the dots thing, but and we can already see that.
Holy shit.
What? What do you mean?
Jay Leno
was in a fire.
Suffered third-degree burns to his face.
Oh, it was his face? I didn't see that part.
Apparently he was working on he's like big in the cars.
Yeah.
He was working on this is like super new news, so this could be fake. But supposedly he was working on a 115-year-old steam-powered car, and like it exploded and fire, like his whole garage caught on fire.
Really?
And it has third-degree burns on his face.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, but I didn't see the details.
Pretty crazy.
We just talked about Jay Leno yesterday.
Yeah. Anyways, continue.
It's over.
Oh.
What next? We have 30 minutes until Trump.
30 minutes until
supposedly announces
Trump's big announcement. Dun, dun,
this
dun.
I looked up. There's this Axios article. First look, Biden trolls Trump ahead of announcement. Which that's a pretty good headline. I'm like,
what does that mean?
What? Biden trolled Trump? What did he do? And it's like, oh, they launched a website on the day he's supposed to announce. How is that trolling Trump? What do you like?
Wait, what did he say?
They launched some website.
Yeah.
Who cares? Nobody. It's not trolling Trump.
Biden trolls Trump.
Yeah, I just.
This is the Axios article?
Yeah. The White House is choosing the same night as former President Trump expected to announce to launch a new web page. Look, it's not even a new website. It's just a web page. Look, he's watching a web page.
So pathetic.
It's so
my
soy.
God.
Yeah. I'm like, I thought, what did he do? Did he come out and announce something? Did he come out and say, look, I've got a big, big, big announcement to make today. Tune in. Like what?
Right,
if he did a State of the Union address at 6 p.m. tonight?
No. Here's the move. He says, all right, guys, I have a big, big announcement. Okay. And you say it's going to happen like 5 minutes before Donald Trump's announcement.
Right.
And then he comes on stage and he's just nothing. He's just like, my announcement is that Donald Trump is a big poo-poo head and he's never going to be president and he sucks. Thank you. He just walks away.
He should start doing some stand-up comedy. He should be like,
that's right. Yeah. It's like okay, then I'm like, okay, I guess that's a troll, I guess. But like, I put up a new webpage saying that I did things. Like, wow, he really trolled him good there, bucko.
I mean, this is more like a reverse troll thing.
Yes.
It's like you trolled yourself.
Well, to be fair, I'm assuming it wasn't. This isn't like. I'm assuming it's not the Biden administration saying like we're gonna troll him. It's more like
Axios made that headline.
Yeah, it's more like some
clickbaity.
Like super Biden simpy Axios journalist is like, oh, stick it to Trump. He put a webpage up. Oh, shit. Got him.
Oh, look at this.
There'll be a troll. Joe Biden says, I have an important announcement to make at 8:55 p.m. And he goes upstairs and he just plays the entirety of the B movie.
Mm-hmm.
And says nothing.
The B movie?
The B movie, yeah.
Why that movie?
It's a good movie. You don't like the B movie?
I mean, it's okay. It's Seinfeld, right?
Yeah, with Jerry Seinfeld, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting move.
Adam doesn't know the B movie meme.
Oh, okay.
Or we could just play Shrek.
The B movie meme. Look at you and your memes.
I know, it's an old meme too.
New York Times says Pence on a Trump 2024 run, I think we'll have better choices. Remember when you guys tried to tell me Pence wasn't running for president?
You could be right. You could be. I could be totally wrong on that. You could be right.
Why is it? Right. Why is it the meme that I'm the one that's wrong when I am right like 99% of the time?
No, you're right. Like I don't know, like 60, 50% of the time.
I'm right 100% of the time. I was just trying to be modest. Okay.
No. Well, even as I said, I don't think he stands a ghost farts chance in snowman hell.
Look, I
of
said
becoming president.
Go back and look it up. I said, of course he doesn't. What are you talking about?
Right.
Of course he but he doesn't know that.
You said, no. I remember the conversation. You said the reason he didn't throw out the votes was because he thought he was going to run for president. He'd use the leverage the presidential run. And I said, I disagree with that. I think the reason he didn't throw out the votes is because he actually does believe in democracy and believe that this is would be a horrific thing to do. That was a disagreement.
Look, everyone has been coming to him. Like his whole narrative now is, I am the brave soldier that stood up to Trump, and I should be your next president.
The people on the left who aren't going to vote for him anyway.
He knew this. Look, he knew this on January 6th. He was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! I'm gonna be president."
No,
that's exactly what he was thinking.
No, if that was his thinking, he was super wrong and dumb.
He was thinking, this guy Trump is over, and 4 years from now is President Pence.
Yeah, but if that's his thought process, he's stupid and wrong. That's insane.
Look,
he doesn't understand anything.
They're all narcissists. Okay, they all live in a world where they're the most First of all, they live in a world where every single person wants him to be president. The only thing standing in the way is all of their friends and establishment players.
Right. You're saying that they all live in these echo chambers. Everyone blows up smoke up their ass. They're all like Kanye West.
Of
they
course.
All think, everything that they say is brilliant.
Yeah. Exactly. They do. They're just looking for their shot. They're looking for their opportunity. And as soon as January 6th, Pence saw it like the parting of the Red Sea. He's like, oh my God, he could see the presidency at the end of the parting there, at the end of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pence is definitely running for president.
He might be, but again, if that's his thought process, he's stupid.
Look,
he's really stupid.
He's like, he wants to make sure, look, I'm in the spotlight before Trump even announces.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this? This is at Mar-a-Lago, right? I guess I'll search Trump Mar-a-Lago and see.
Well, I just typed in Trump speech and I clicked on happening today. And when it comes up, it'll come up. I don't want to put in a live stream yet until it's actually coming or starting. And also, you should flip the thing around and put the.
No, never. I'm not.
Because I don't want to get hit with a copyright.
I'm living on the edge now. Okay, Sitch.
No.
I don't want to.
I'm not living on the edge. Okay, I don't want to get a strike, so we can't stream for a month.
I don't want to do that. I want to. Everything needs to be. We need to see this in full HD. Okay.
Oh my God! Listen to this guy.
We need to see
we need to see you giving me $500, even though you're not going to, because you predicted he said he was going to run.
Listen, we want to see you at the ATM crying. That's what we want to see. Crying your eyes out as you take the money out of the account.
If I have to send you $500, I will take a screenshot of me sending you the $500 on PayPal. Okay.
Okay, good.
And you're going to do the same when you pay me the.
Well, you're trying to dox my PayPal.
Wait, did I say, is it 500,000 or is it 1,000?
500,000?
I'm sorry, it's $1,000. It's not $500.
It's $500. What are you talking about? It's always been $500.
Has it been $500?
1,000. You're trying to.
You want to raise it to 1,000, Adam? Or you feel how confident do you feel?
I don't even know if Trump. I think this announcement might be a fucking. Like a troll.
A troll? Yeah, the announcement might be a troll.
I think he's going to come out and announce something like, we're bringing Trump steaks back. Gotcha, bitch.
Maybe. It could be. He's gonna say, listen, we're starting a new season of The Apprentice.
Oh my God, that would be so painful. I might cry on. I might pull a full Jordan Peterson. I might cry on stream if that happens.
We'll see. We'll see.
Don't demoralize me like that.
How beautiful! Oh my God, I would die laughing if Trump comes on stage and just says something totally nonsensical. Hayden says it was always 1,000. Adam is lying. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Liar. 500.
What the who?
Thank you, Hayden.
No, Hayden is gaslighting you.
This is why Hayden gets the wrench. Okay.
We have DMs from like a month ago when I was like, I'm just gonna send you the 500 now.
Yeah, that's true. That is what you said. I just think it's funny that you're not confident.
Oh, here you go. I have this taped to my desk right here. What's this say?
I can't see it. What does it say?
What's this say?
I'm like 20 seconds in the past of seeing whatever you're doing, so.
Read it and weep, bitch. It's right there on my tape to my desk.
Uh-huh.
I want to make sure I remembered that day.
Are you gonna tell me what it says?
It says 500 Trump runs for president.
There you go. There's no evidence. Listen, you could have just wrote that right now.
It was taped to, look, I just tore it off. It was taped to my desk.
Yeah, okay. Do you write in all caps? Like a kindergartner?
Why are you such a dick? Look, you don't like my handwriting now? This is professional adult handwriting. How dare you? That's perfect penmanship. I think I misspelled president though. I'm not sure. My spelling is pretty bad.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Where's my tape? I need to tape this back to the desk, and I think I left the tape in the other room. Damn it.
Uh-huh.
Well,
okay,
no, I knew I had to remember it. Yeah. I got all kinds of shit taped to my desk here that I got to remember. Come on, that's how I roll. That's what happens when your life is like Memento.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Adam writes with caps lock on.
Look, read it correctly. I want you to yell it. $500.
Okay.
God, I wish
$500 for president. Yes. Okay.
I wish I hadn't torn that off. I really do want to tape it back on here. I'll just set it up here. I'll tape it on later. Yeah, it's 500.
I can't even writing in all caps. I can't even imagine that.
Take that, Hayden Dill.
I just be like, I'm reading, screaming to myself. I'm writing.
Look, comics are in all caps. It's normal.
Yeah, but the print's like really tiny, so.
Kind
of reads it. You're right. I guess you're right. I never thought about that. That is true.
It's not, the writing is actually pretty big on this piece of paper here.
That's what I'm saying in comics.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm assuming that's why it is in all caps, but. Okay. Adam writes how Trump used to tweet. That is true. That is true.
What do you mean? I've been tweeting all day.
Trump used to tweet in all caps, didn't he? People are like, you need to stop it.
Oh, yeah.
Magora for $5 says, I know you get a lot more money when you piss off the audience, and I want to counter-incentivize that. Thanks for keeping your elephants wrangled properly. The S-Class is the best class. Thank you, Magora.
I mean, we did okay in that stream, honestly. But obviously, thank you for the super chat.
Yes, that's true.
But I guess we do, really. I mean, yeah, when things
we do get more money when we're pissing you guys off.
When things go out of control, a lot of people
like to tell us how we're wrong. It's true. It doesn't make you guys are incenting us to do the wrong behavior. That's a good point. That's true.
Married Doomer Media for $2. Married people are commies. Doomer, what the fuck? This is a family show. Why would you say that? Doomer just hates society, happiness, puppies, love, loyalty.
That's true. He hates all these things.
Yeah.
Doomer's just a contrarian.
I honestly thought that Doomer was ironic, but man,
no,
I was incorrect.
There's a CNN, it's called CNN News 18 live stream. that I'm assuming they're going to show the Trump's speech on, and I just open it up now. I don't have the sound on, but they're showing all these clips of like January 6th rioting.
Yeah, see, I'm sure a lot of people are trolling Trump.
Like, that's hilarious.
Did you see the polls everyone was sharing about DeSantis being up by 10 points?
No.
In like all the first states. Yeah, Iowa,
nice.
New Hampshire. Yeah. Florida. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, please don't let Trump see these polls. But Trump will lie to himself anyway, so I'm sitting pretty. Trump is not going to believe any poll. You could make a poll that Trump was losing, by 30 points, and he would be like, the fake New York Times poll has me dead last. We'll show them on election day.
Yep.
Look at the size of this crowd. It's huge. Which, I mean, the crowd can be huge, and the crowd is not 70 million people huge. Let's be clear here.
Right. Do you think if Trump loses the primary, he's going to run as a third-party candidate?
Yes, I do actually think that.
That'll be fun.
Trump is just like burn it down. He is going to continue to say, drain the swamp. And while everyone else is going, please stop. No. They're like, my house is in the swamp now. You're not burning the swamp. You're burning my neighborhood. Yeah, they're not happy about. A lot of people are going to be demoralized because they're like, DeSantis had an easy win and Trump just screwed it all up. You don't think that's the case?
No, I think if Trump does run and he loses the primary, I think you're correct in that there's a strong chance he'd run third-party candidate. Well, I guess it depends how rational he's thinking. And that's the question. Because if he does do that, he will literally go down as one of the most hated presidents, like, historically.
Oh, I'm telling you, he's going to replace Jimmy Carter. Like, right now, Jimmy Carter is like, yes. Like, Trump is the worst president in history now.
Like, because if he does run as a third-party candidate, that basically just ensures that the Democrats win the presidency. It doesn't even matter who the Democrat is. I think I said this last stream. The corpse of Joe Biden could beat DeSantis as long as Trump is splitting the vote off. So
yeah,
he would, like, people just hate his guts if he did that. But I don't know, because it's like, does he have the four with, or the four with all?
Remember how bad they hated Gore? Or not Gore, Ralph Nader. Remember how bad they hated Ralph Nader for costing Gore the presidency?
Yeah, but this would be even worse than that.
Oh,
because
of course
Nader was just always a third party, like, wackadoodle.
Right. He was always a election spoiler.
Guy. Yeah. Right.
But from president of the United States to spoiler candidate, I mean, that is like such an epic fall.
Yeah.
That's a massive fall.
That's true.
Look, somebody's going to clip this shit and save it. And we might, if Trump wins in 2024, oh my God.
Well, he could win, but he'll only win if he wins the primary for the Republicans. Yeah. It was like impossible for him to win as a third party candidate. It's literally impossible for him to win as a third party candidate.
No, he could win the primary.
But
so I feel like we should respond to D5 280s for $2.
Well, I just want to say, like, so it's funny because what's his name? Barnes always, I wonder if Barnes is going to be, Barnes loves Andrew Jackson. I don't know how he feels about Teddy Roosevelt. Because didn't Teddy Roosevelt do that? Didn't he, when he lost the nomination, he just made his own party, the Bull Moose Party? Isn't that how that got started?
And did he win?
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Can you put the link in the watch together so we can see? Or
I don't have a link yet. I was waiting until we were closer to the.
I got you.
Well, I wanted the Guardian had a good link up because it was just like the empty stage, but then they took it down, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got a link. No, it's funny. Wait, they just stole the AP. Okay, let me see if I can find the AP.
Road. Here's breaking points. Crystal and Sauger live coverage. Oh, they're going live too. Look at that.
Where's the?
What do they got up?
I see someone. I have a link of someone mirroring. This is so pathetic. I hate when people do this. They're mirroring the AP and they just slap their own logo.
On top of the AP thing?
Well, it's like next to it.
Okay.
So
Well,
where's the fuck is just the AP one? Because I'm assuming AP is not going to hit us with anything.
yeah.
Associated Press, Trump speech live. Where that at?
Oh, look. The Problem with Jon Stewart just dropped another video here.
How exciting about what?
Oh, no, it's only 48 seconds. It's probably just some nonsense.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Why can't I find this? This should be so easy to find.
Oh, my God. PF Young, rather. Friend of the show. He's been on before. Jordan Peterson fan. Does a bunch of Jordan Peterson videos. Check out his channel.
Mm-hmm.
Has like the funniest thumbnail right now. My God.
What is it?
It's like him with his mouth open. He looks drunk.
Jordan Peterson?
No, PF Young. I don't know his name.
Right. We talked to him, didn't we?
We did, yeah. He came on the show.
Yeah, he was cool.
Well, I mean, he was cool to you, but...
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys were...
No, he was fine. I'm just playing around.
Like, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to watch it with this other logo slapped on because I can't find the
Who
AP
cares?
version.
Yeah, just bring it up.
Well, it's just lame.
Oh, did it work better outside?
Yeah. I guess we'll just play it with no volume until it starts.
I turned the volume down too.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it wants to run very well though.
Is this Mar-a-Lago? I mean, it's running good for me.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just for me. Yeah, I assume it's Mar-a-Lago. Do you have it like flipped?
No, it's like restarting over and over again now.
Oh
no, it fixed. That's going now.
I know mine. You're right. Mine. It keeps like, it's not fixed for me. Wait a minute. Maybe if I pause it and drag it forward.
No, don't drag it forward. Live streams hit somewhere in the middle. So if you back it up a little, usually
okay, it was literally maybe gonna work and you just fucked it up.
No, I backed it up a little, but it's working now. Watch.
Not for me.
It's not working. Refresh your browser.
Oh my God.
There you go. Now it's working great. I know it.
Let's see. Okay, now it's working.
Fentanyl vaccine in development as overdoses skyrocket.
Flip it. I'm serious. I don't know why you don't want to flip it.
Well, come on. It says Trump, and you don't want to see Trump.
Who cares?
Reverse.
I don't want to get hit with a strike from these assholes that are stealing this from the AP. Okay.
Okay.
I want to steal it directly from the AP. And I can't find it.
I'll flip it. Look, I put the copyright thing over it, and I'm flipping it, and I'm gonna flip it and crop it, and
thank you. Look at this guy. What a good co-host.
Look, I'm doing all the magic. All the Adam magic is coming into play as we speak.
Oh, it's magic.
There we go. Flipped and covered.
Flipped and cocked.
Flipped and covered with the copyright condom.
Nice.
So to read the last super chat, come on. Look, don't dodge hard questions.
Someone sent me a link.
Oh, they did?
You know how the other day someone said that Hinkle won something called the Serena Shim Award?
Mm-hmm.
So someone sent me a link and talks about how this, Super Chat says, or Caleb B for $3 says, Jackson Hinkle, Jimmy Dore, and Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal have all received this award. And it's called the, first of all, that's a great crowd to be in. Secondly, it's called the Serena Shim Award. And apparently, according to this article, this is a award that was funded by the Assad government in Syria.
Oh, man, that's lame.
They were giving people awards, that were pro-Assad in 2017.
That's so weak.
Or whatever year this was. So interesting. That's always fun, to get an award from the Assad government, right? That's always a good thing.
No, it's a horrible thing.
No? Oh, okay. Soto Fujora says there needs to be some nuance on foreign policy. Yes, Bush and Obama have distinct approaches to foreign policy, but people who advise and execute have been consistent through the years. It's a cultural consistency to it all, hence delayed Iraq exit. Well, You can't say that they're the same because, here's a difference. George W. Bush said, and you want to talk about provocations, okay? I want to talk about NATO expansion. George W. Bush publicly announced that he wanted Georgia and Ukraine to join NATO when he was president. I forget what year it was, like 2007, 2008 or something. And that was his foreign policy. And then Obama's foreign policy was the exact opposite. His was, well, we're not going to put them in NATO, and I'm going to do everything I can to reset the relationship with Russia. And Medvedev said, oh, Obama, you're so cool. I want to be just like you. And Putin said, I spit in your face. Fuck you. Okay. So, yeah, there's very significant differences to different presidents' foreign policy. And I don't know how we can say that there isn't. Do you think that here's I can literally prove this unequivocally. If the Supreme Court ruled differently and they counted the votes in Florida that they didn't want to count, Al Gore would have been president. Do we think that Al Gore would have invaded Iraq?
No.
I rest my case. I don't even think Al Gore would have invaded Afghanistan.
Which is, I mean, that's a little sketchy.
He probably would have done some military thing, but I don't think he would have done like the full-scale invasion. Well, actually, to be fair, it'd even be more controversial. I don't even know if 9/11 would have happened if Al Gore was president, but that's a different story.
Well, wow. That's a controversial take.
Well, if you remember, there was the whole thing where Richard Clarke was trying to raise the alarm about the potential of this terrorist attack, and George W. Bush kept ignoring him and didn't care. He didn't, there's that famous clip of Condoleezza Rice saying, well, it says something about Osama bin Laden using planes to attack America. And it's that was in a report that was on George Bush's desk the day he became president, and he didn't read it until literally the week before 9/11. So I don't know. Maybe if we had a different president who read that report, maybe they could have prevented it. Who knows?
I know they had that guy in front of Congress laughing at everyone. Well, I mean, he wasn't laughing.
Not laughing, but yelling at everyone. That everyone ignored him.
Yeah.
So to say that the presidents all have the same foreign policy, that's just patently not true. Soto for $2 says, this will be the most ironic thread on the show, where I, the libertarian, have been defending a law existing against the Discord, and from what I can tell, Sitch and Adam as well. First, I asked you to pull up the exact wording of Section 230. 230? What are we talking about?
Isn't that the Platform Act thing?
Isn't that the thing that they wanted Trump to repeal or whatever?
Yeah. Platforms can't get in trouble for the crazy shit Sitch posts, the crazy furry pictures he posts on his Twitter.
But Soto's put a bunch of, I guess I'll read them together because it's all one thing. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Thank you for $10, Sotos. Says, notice, okay, he said, I pull up the exact wording of Section 230. Okay, let me do this. Where's 230?
Wow, Solidoge is demanding. Jeez. Okay.
Well, I like Solidoge and he gives us lots of money. So
no, I'm that's fine. I dig Solidoge too.
Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing on stream, but
it's like 500 pages.
No, I'm assuming the one section you're talking about. Okay. He says, notice the wording doesn't single out social media versus other. Section 230 protects all websites and services. Your ability to moderate your chat is as protected as Twitter moderating its site, as is CT's ability to moderate Discord, and even protects speech in video games. If someone sends a super chat pretending to be Academic Agent in love with Sitch, Academic Agent cannot sue YouTube for slander because 230 protects them. Without 230, no website takes risk on user-generated content. True. Okay, I'm with you so far, Solidoge. Libertarians like Nick Gillespie and myself literally call 230 the First Amendment of the internet. And for those saying change it so that you can't go past the extent of the law, have fun not being able to ban chat porn bots.
Oh, it might be coming here. Go ahead.
What?
They turned the camera. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I'm almost finished. And flood every channel in the Discord with Walsh fans since that's legal. If you really hate Twitter, then be honest and pass the I hate Twitter law, but stop attacking free speech on the internet. I will die on this hill. Yeah, I agree with you. I believe when people were talking about this, that both me and Adam, I remember I did. I said that just doing a flat repeal of 230 would be a horrible disaster to do that. Now, if you want to modify it to say, like, if you want 230 protections, you need to do this, depending on what this is that you need to do to get 230 protections, that could be a reasonable thing to do. But just this kind of flat, get rid of it ban thing was a totally crazy idea. It didn't make any sense. But
yeah, we're lucky Trump didn't do it.
Yeah. So, Potato for $5 says, I sent a $5 super chat on Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, that I don't believe you read. Wait, 2 weeks ago Tuesday? Oh, I don't know. I sent two, but you only read one of them. It was after the President Sunday debate, I believe. Let me see if I can
look for it.
Well, I think if I click on your name, actually, I can see all of the things you've donated on Streamlabs. Here's your last Streamlabs before the one you sent. November 4th for $5. If animals don't want to be eaten, then why are they made out of food?
We didn't read that. That's
we did. That's a
solid
good
take.
one. It's a solid take. There you go. I do remember I read your $20 one before that. Potato for $20 says, they say dogs are man's best friend, but not like this.
Yeah, that's sad.
There you go. That's true. If animals want to be eaten, if they don't want to be eaten, why did they make it themselves out of food? That was very foolish.
Why are
of
they
them
so
to do that.
delicious?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I love animals. They're tasty.
I'm imagining someone who wants to fuck an animal saying like some version of that.
What? I love animals. They're tasty.
Yeah, but in a different context.
Don't be.
I'm just imagining Shank saying something like that. Dallas Coon for $6 says, "Hey now, you guys did very well against."
Okay, someone's coming up.
Uh-oh. Turn the volume up.
Oh, maybe it's just Secret Service. Does Trump get Secret Service for the whole rest of his life?
Turn the volume down. There's some song playing, so I want to hit.
This is so bad because
presidents get some amount of Secret Service forever. Yeah.
No one but the AP is. I mean, none of the major news networks are covering this.
I'm assuming they all are.
No, we would see it in the subscription in the news feed.
Trump speech last hour.
I don't see
live.
Anything.
Sort by upload date. You're right. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're announced. Maybe it's something weird. I don't know how they're titling it. They have to be.
They're not, man. They're blackballing.
Well, maybe they're not doing it on YouTube. I'm assuming they're all doing it on their TVs, their TV stations.
Somebody turn on a TV.
But well, actually, no. You know what Fox probably is, but maybe MSNBC is not. So.
No, did you see the thing?
What?
Oh my God. Rupert Murdoch came out and said he would not support Trump.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they're not going to play his speech
on Fox.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't.
Let's see. I'm gonna turn on Fox right now. See what's playing.
I typed Fox into YouTube, and the first thing that came up is Fox News Obama Russia appeasement.
Wait, what?
That's literally. I just typed Fox into the search bar, and that's literally what came up. For the search prediction.
They said coming up next on Fox News, Sean Hannity with a big announcement from Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. So they are covering it.
So they'll probably cover it, yeah.
You know Hannity's obviously going to be all over that.
God, Hannity just looks like a toe. Doesn't he look like a toe in like a suit?
Isn't Hannity like Trump's best friend?
Like it looks like someone. It looks like there should be there's a foot under the desk, and just the big toe has like Hannity's face painted on it, and it's just moving up and down. They put like a suit on the big toe. And they'll put a little like toupee on the top.
What is this? DeSantis. 3 hours ago, DeSantis responds to Trump criticism. Check the scoreboard.
Oh, he shouldn't have. If he did.
Home as
DeSantis. DeSantis, Trump.
Yeah, what's going on here?
DeSantis, without naming, Trump slams underwhelming midterms for GOP. He said check the scoreboard.
You know, one of the things I've learned in this
He said,
job is
shortly before Trump's announcement as Mar-a-Lago on Tuesday night. Wow, really shortly because it's happening right now. Mr. DeSantis, perhaps the most prominent early 2024 contender, not named Donald Trump, is scheduled to deliver a private keynote dinner address to Republican governors and donors gathered for the Republican Governors Association conference in Orlando. Pressed to comment about the former president's intentions, Mr. DeSantis boasts about his accomplishments, saying, quote, "At the end of the day, I would just tell people to go check out the scoreboard from last Tuesday."
Wow.
He said to applause. Well, there you go. So it wasn't a public statement. He was talking to these behind the closed doors, smoke-filled room Republican Governors Association.
They're saying Trump and DeSantis can't be running mates because they're both from Florida.
Yep, that is true. You can't have your VP can't be from the or registered as your same state, but I mean, Trump could always change whatever state he's. I assume he could go switch to New York or something. But
so that pretty much seals it that DeSantis is running.
Yeah. DeSantis would have to be an idiot not to run now, and I don't think he is an idiot. So he's obviously running.
Well, Trump's going to be 3 inches taller than him on the debate stage. He's going to call him the shorty.
Oh wait, we must be behind because I just opened the window, and it's like. Trump's not speaking, but like there's a bunch of he's out and people are like holding up the phone.
Okay.
Oh no, I see it. Oh, look, keep the music off. Cause...
If you go forward though.
Oh, just did you just pause it?
Yeah. If you go forward, it loops. I turned it off for the music, but it's it's looping.
Let me just reload the page. You have to go forward and then reload, and then it fixes itself. It's kind of still like weird. Let's go. Oh my god.
If you back it up just a little bit, it doesn't do that. I'm telling you.
Or you back it up a little tiny bit. Okay. Whatever. We'll just be like a minute in the past, I guess.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yes, that's fine. Totally fine. We will see. Will Adam pay Sitch $500? If he says he's not running now, are you just going to pay me like immediately?
I mean, I
want
a chance to like for him to change his mind.
No, I think if Donald Trump comes up here and he says that there's a new deal on Donald Trump's steaks, you just have to pay me like right on the spot. You have to live stream yourself, go opening up PayPal, sending me $500.
Well, I guess it's not over till Iowa. He could change his mind, so I'm gonna give.
We're gonna drag this out all the way. I mean, I guess it's fair. I'm gonna drag it out all the way too.
I'm gonna give you a rain check on that. Pay you immediately, okay?
Okay.
But I do admit, I mean, there might be tears. I don't want to. Okay, they're playing the song, so everyone's.
They're playing the. Yeah, I'll tell you when you need to turn the audio on because I have it up slightly. They're playing this. They're playing the judge's ringtone.
That dirty Kyle Rittenhouse judge.
Yep. How
just imagine that ringtone in your head. Just imagine all the racist Chinese food jokes going along with that song.
That's true. This isn't Trump running. This is Comert. Comert is running.
Oh yeah.
So I like it. Oh my god! Just start talking. He's just standing there. This is like people taking pictures. Come on.
Perp.
Come on.
Turn the music off.
I know.
He's looking around going.
He's like literally waiting for the song to end. It's like hitting like the last note.
He's looking around going, this is the worst decision I've ever made. But I'm doing it because
we're gonna talk over this.
Well, thank you very much.
Don't pause it.
Of Melania, myself, and our entire
the
family.
audio's terrible.
I want to thank you all for being here.
Look for another one.
A very special occasion at a very special place. You and all of those watching are the heart and soul of this incredible movement and greatest country in the history of the world. There's never been anything like it. This great movement of ours, never been anything like it, and perhaps there will never be anything like it again. There's possible dream of American energy.
Oh, what the fuck?
I hear it.
Wait, I don't turn off. It's the song.
It's just root here. I'll try reloading.
Just reload it. Okay.
Because the United States was outdoing them because they finally attained the impossible dream of American energy independence, which soon would have turned into energy dominance.
I'm at 5. Is it working for you? I just got energy dominance.
For the first time in memory, China was reeling and back on its heels. You've never seen that before. Because the United States was outdoing them on every single front, and China was paying billions and billions of dollars in taxes.
Oh my God, he's going to talk for like an hour before he says he's running for president.
The farmers know that because they got $28 billion of it. No president had ever sought
Shut up, I'm counting my money.
For our country from China until I came along, and we were getting hundreds of billions of dollars. Many people think that because of this, China played a very active role in the 2020 election. Just saying.
Just saying.
That's
sure that didn't
such a bad strategy.
Instead of jobs and factories leaving America for China, they were for the first time ever leaving China for America.
China.
Businesses were pouring back because of our historic tax and regulation cuts, the biggest in both categories in history. Bigger even than what Ronald Reagan was able to produce, and he produced a lot. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea were in check and respected. They respected the United States, and quite honestly, they respected me. I knew them well. I knew them well.
What are you like opening a bag? What's that?
The vicious ISIS
Oh, you can hear my bag?
which no president was able
Just
to
having
conquer,
a little snack.
was decimated by me and our great warriors in less than 3 weeks, and al-Baghdadi, its founder, was hunted down and killed. North Korea had not launched a single long-range missile since my summit with Chairman Kim Jong-un nearly 3 years before. We developed a relationship. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Very good thing, actually, because look at what's happening today. My opponents made me out to be a warmonger and just a terrible person who would immediately go into war. They said during the 2016 campaign that if he becomes president, there will never be a war within weeks, and we will have wars like you've never seen before. It will happen immediately, and yet I've gone decades without a war, the first president to do it for that long a period.
He's been president for decades, and he didn't create more war?
What?
The world was at peace, America was prospering, and our country was on track for an amazing future. Because I made big promises to the American people, and unlike other presidents, I kept my promises. I kept them. Thank you very much. Under our leadership, we were a great and glorious nation, something you haven't heard for quite a long period of time. We were a strong nation, and importantly, we were a free nation. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. For millions of Americans, the past 2 years under Joe Biden have been a time of pain, hardship, anxiety, and despair. As we speak, inflation is the highest in over 50 years. Gas prices have reached the highest levels in history and expect them to go much higher now that the strategic national reserves, which I filled up, have been virtually drained in order to keep gasoline prices lower just prior to the election. Joe Biden has intentionally surrendered our energy independence. There is no longer even a thought of dominance, and we are now begging for energy help from foreign nations, many of whom find us detestable. Our southern border has been erased, and our country is being invaded by millions and millions of unknown people, many of whom are entering for a very bad and sinister reason. And you know what that reason is. We will be paying a big price for this invasion into our country for years to come. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of deadly drugs, including very lethal fentanyl, are flooding across the now open and totally porous southern border. The blood-soaked streets of our once great cities are cesspools of violent crimes, which are being watched all over the world as leadership of other countries explain that this is what America and democracy is really all about. How sad. The United States has been embarrassed, humiliated, and weakened for all to see. The disasters in Afghanistan, perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, where we lost lives, left Americans behind, and surrendered $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. And Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were your president, are something and even the Democrats admit that. That's something I've seen them admit over and over again. But our enemies are speaking of us with scorn and laughter and derision because of those two events. But there are many more. Even just today, a missile was sent in, probably by Russia, to Poland, 50 miles into Poland, and people are going absolutely wild and crazy, and they're not happy. They are very, very angry. Now we have a president who falls asleep at global conferences, was held in contempt
solid
by
joke,
the
10
British
out of 10.
Parliament over Afghanistan. Thanks to the words of wisdom, he said thank you to the wrong country for inviting him to a major summit on the environment of all things. They fly for days to get there, and then he calls the country a name that was actually a country on another continent. And he's leading us to the brink of nuclear war, a concept unimaginable just 2 short years ago. You cannot mention the nuclear word. It's too devastating. The Green New Deal and the environment, which they say may affect us in 300 years, is all that is talked about. And yet nuclear weapons, which would destroy the world immediately, are never even discussed as a major threat. Can you imagine? They say the ocean will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 200 to 300 years. But don't worry about nuclear weapons that can take out entire countries with one shot. Something is wrong with their thinking. Under Biden and the radical Democrats, America has been mocked, derided, and brought to its knees, perhaps like never before. But we are here tonight to declare that it does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way.
Oh, it looks like you're happy, Adam.
2 years ago, we were a great nation, and soon we will be a great nation again. The decline of America is being forced upon us by Biden and the radical left lunatics running our government right into the ground. This decline is not a fate we must accept. When given the choice, boldly, clearly, and directly, I believe the American people will overwhelmingly reject the left's platform of national ruin, and they will embrace our platform of national greatness and glory to America. Glory. Exactly 1 week ago, our citizens voted in the important midterm elections, and despite a ridiculously long and unnecessary period of waiting, far longer, in fact, than any third world country, just a short time ago, the Republicans won back control of the House of Representatives. And it was with a great Trump-endorsed candidate, Congressman-elect Kevin Kiley, who is a fantastic person, And I'm very happy it was his vote that did it. But we now won back. This happened just an hour ago. Much criticism is being placed on the fact that the Republican Party should have done better, and frankly, much of this blame is correct. But the citizens of our country have not yet realized the full extent and gravity of the pain our nation is going through, and the total effect of the suffering is just starting to take hold. They don't quite feel it yet, but they will very soon. I have no doubt that by 2024, it will sadly be much worse, and they will see much more clearly what happened and what is happening to our country, and the voting will be much different. 2024. Are you getting ready? And I am too. I do want to point out that in the midterms, my endorsement success rate was 232 wins and only 22 losses. You don't hear that from the media. And this is an elegant night and an elegant place, and I'm not going to use the term fake news media. So we're going to keep it very elegant. But you don't hear that from the media. But I think you will, because people are starting to see what happened. That's some score. And in the primaries was 98.6%. But they were still trying to blame me. And the reason for the success and that unprecedented success rate is that the Trump administration changed our nation on trade, on securing the border. We're the strongest, safest border ever in the history of our country.
If you're
on
running.
Islamic terrorism. We had practically
Since he's a master at milking the suspense. What are you
Get
doing?
on with it. Oh my God.
Look, Sitch is so demoralized right now.
No, it's just like,
and in fact, we got along very well with the various countries.
Sitch is, it's worse. It's worse for Sitch because Sitch is like,
including
it's worse that I'm right
the
and he's
Abraham
wrong.
Accords. It's a great thing, the Abraham Accords.
It's just so boring.
But it's because of cutting taxes and cutting regulations at the highest level ever, and on building the greatest economy. Any time in the history of the world, there's never been an economy like we had just 2 years ago. Despite the outcome in the Senate, we cannot lose hope. And we must all work very hard for a gentleman and a great person named Herschel Walker, a fabulous human being who loves our country and will be a great United States Senator. Herschel Walker,
no, he
get
said
out
we have to come out for
and
him.
vote
in
for Herschel, and
in
he
the
deserves
runoff.
it.
Yeah.
He was an incredible athlete. He'll be an even better senator.
I think
Get out
threatening
and
your
vote
baby
for
mama
Herschel Walker.
to shoot her is
We elected
what
a group
incredible
of
people do.
incredibly
Will you
talented
racist?
America
How dare
First
you bring that
leaders
up,
who will
Sitch?
be stars of our party for many years to come. In the popular vote,
Look at
another
this.
thing that's not discussed for the House, we must remember that Republicans won 5 million more votes, the largest margin in many, many years over the Democrats. 5 million more votes, that's a big thing. Breaking the radical Democrats' grip on Congress was crucial. So in other words, because of our great congressmen and all of our great congressmen and congresswomen, we have taken over Congress. Nancy Pelosi has been fired. Isn't that nice?
So in 2020, the Dems won by 5 million in the House.
Just keep a little bit lower standard, you're going to have a big victory. They said, let's win by 40 seats. Let's win by 50. I said, if you win by 2 seats, be happy. But she's on her way to another country right now. She's been fired. But we always have known that this was not the end. It was only the beginning of our fight to rescue the American dream. And it's a word you don't use. 2 words. I don't want to be Joe. It's 2 words, American dream. That was not good what he did. There are a lot of bad things, like going to Idaho and saying, welcome to the state of Florida. I really love it. In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
There you go. There you go, Adam. You don't have to give me 500 yet.
Oh my God! Yes! Yes! This is oh man. This is exactly what happened in 2016.
What?
Because I bet a bunch of money that he would win, and on election night I was like thinking, oh, I lost a bunch of money, and I was like, what?
So many incredible friends and family here tonight. It's such a beautiful thing. It's
never doubt yourself, Sitch. Never
But
doubt yourself.
When there's love in the room, it's really easy. If you want to know the truth, it really is. You ought to try it sometime. Together, we will be taking on the most corrupt forces and entrenched interests imaginable. Our country is in a horrible state. We're in grave trouble. This is not a task for a politician or a conventional candidate. This is a task for a great movement that embodies the courage, confidence, and the spirit of the American people. This is a movement. This is not for any one individual. This is a job for tens of millions of proud people working together from all across the land and from all walks of life, young and old, black and white, Hispanic and Asian, many of whom we have brought together for the very, very first time. If you look at the numbers, if you look at what's happened with Hispanic, with African American, with Asian, and just look at what's happening. This is a party that has become much bigger, much stronger, much more powerful, can do much more good for our country. This is a job for grandmothers and construction workers, firefighters, builders, teachers, doctors, and farmers who cannot stay quiet any longer. You can't stay quiet any longer.
Yeah,
you're angry about what's happening to our country. Our country is being destroyed before your very eyes. It's a job for every aspiring young person and every hard-working parent, for every entrepreneur and underappreciated police officer who is ready to shout for safety in America. The police are being treated so badly. These are great people. They can straighten out the crime. They're the ones that know how to do it. We have to give them back their respect and their dignity. This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together. Because the only force strong enough to defeat the massive corruption we are up against is you, the American people. It's true. The American people, the greatest people on earth, we love them all. And we love both sides. We're going to bring people together. We're going to unify people. And it was happening in the previous administration, previous to the previous. And what was bringing them together was success. Prior to COVID coming in, the people were calling me, you wouldn't believe it. People that were so far left, I figured they'd never speak to me and I would never speak to them. but our success was so incredible, like never before. And then COVID started coming in from China. We call it the China virus. Some people call it other things, but it was devastating, and we built it back and did an incredible job. But when people say Republicans or Democrats or liberals or conservatives, I say we can all get together. And we were doing that. That was happening.
Did you not see the poll?
Because the success was greater than this country has ever had. We were leapfrogging China and leapfrogging everybody else. And everybody wanted a piece of it. But just as I promised in 2016, I am your voice. I am your voice. The Washington establishment wants to silence us, but we will not let them do that. What we have built together over the past 6 years is the greatest movement in history because it is not about politics. It's about our love for this great country, America, and we're not going to let it fail.
Are we going to watch this whole thing? Or?
I am running because I believe the world has not yet seen the true glory of what this nation can be. We have not reached that pinnacle, believe it or not.
I have
we can go very far. We're going to have to go far. First, we have to get out of this ditch. And once we're out, you'll see things that nobody
what's going on Twitter? Is everyone losing their minds?
It's called the United States of America, and
let's see what TJ's tweeted.
We are Americans, and we do not have to endure what has taken place in Washington, D.C. This is our country, our government, and the corridors of power, they're our corridors. They're not their corridors. These are our corridors. And we are coming to take those corridors back. So from now until Election Day in 2024, which will come very quickly, we'll go, look at how time flies. Look how fast it's all going. I will fight like no one has ever fought before. We will defeat the radical left Democrats that are trying to destroy our country from within, and likewise protect us all. We want to protect us. We have to be protected from all of those nations out there that are looking to destroy us from beyond our shores. There are lots of nations that hate us gravely. And that's the problem when they look at us in disarray like we are right now, when we go to them begging for oil and we have more liquid gold under our feet than they have or any other nation has, and we don't use it because we're going to them. It's crazy what's happening. We can't let it continue. Joe Biden is the face of left-wing failure and Washington corruption. He had a big G20 dinner tonight. Everybody flew over to wherever they flew over, and guess what? He never showed up. They're still looking for him. What's going on? G20, I used to love that, the leaders. I used to make deals for our country like you wouldn't believe. It was one, give me the next one, give me the next one. And we got them to stop taking advantage of our country. Every nation took advantage of our country. We renegotiated deals with Mexico and Canada, USMCA. We got rid of the worst trade deal ever made. NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. That's why the farmers love Trump, because we did a great job, but manufacturers also.
Okay,
and we did a deal. We restructured.
All right, chat. Sitch is, this is very stressful for him.
It's just so boring. Jesus. Yeah, fall sleeper. Well, okay, but there is something interesting. There's some interesting things to say about this.
Okay.
The first is, I think the subject, even though it's boring, the subject matter of the speech is good and it's important, because a lot of the complaints levied at Trump up until this point was that whenever he would speak, it'd always be him whining about the election being stolen from him.
Totally.
It would be me. I had the election stolen from me. I had the election stolen from me. Wah. And apparently that complaint sunk in, because this speech is very much us. Look at all the bad things that happened to you. And he literally said, this is our candidacy, our campaign. So that's definitely a strong persuasive element that he's picked up on.
He did have one indiscretion about the stolen election. There was a thing in there where he did bring it up. It would have been better if he could have avoided it altogether. But
right. But you listen, when you're talking like for Trump, this is like amazing.
going for his accomplishments is the way to go. Yeah.
Right. And to frame it as like I need to help the country.
Right.
You know, that's the way to go. So that's good. So the subject matter I think is good, even though it's boring. But his energy seems super low. Yeah.
A bunch of you in the chat were saying low energy. I was feeling low energy.
Yeah. So what's going on with that?
Yeah.
Is he tired? Is he sick? Or is it because he has to be low energy? Otherwise, if he goes high energy, he's going to automatically go into the elections.
What
like
do you mean?
He can't control himself.
Basically you're saying that they sedated him so he wouldn't talk about the 2020 stolen election and how he totally got
someone
fucked
slipped him. Someone
70
slipped him
million
something.
votes.
Yeah. Yes, maybe.
Melania basically is working with his advisors.
Right. I don't know. So, though, and I am curious, and I said this last stream.
Mm-hmm.
I said as soon as Trump comes out and starts running for president, you're going to see some people who are all like poo-pooing him are going to immediately like turn around and be like, "Oh, Trump's back! I'm so excited." So I'm curious to see who's going to choose what side in
the ass kisser crew is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to go running back to Trump, who's going to stay on the pro DeSantis camp, and all that goodness and all that glory. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be super fun for me because I'm going to be cashing that check you sent me. And I'm going to be spending it as frivolously as humanly possible just because.
You're going to get $500 worth of candy?
You know, I might buy a duck. I might buy a duck for the backyard just so I have a cute duck.
And name it Sitch.
Look, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll get a
black
baby
duck
duck
named Sitch, yes.
You know, I follow this Twitter account called Why You Should Own a Duck.
Yeah,
and I mean, and I every time I see their tweets, I'm like, yeah, I should fucking own a duck.
Listen, if you want to buy a little black duck and name it Sitch, my $500.
God, that would be
put up a little cam.
That would be amazing. Yeah.
But so what are you gonna like clip its wings? How are you gonna keep it? It seems so wrong to do that.
I mean, ducks can fly. I didn't know that. Yeah, of course I'm gonna clip his wings.
That seems so cruel.
Well, you know, gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh my God.
Look, it's nature, okay?
No, it says, wait, what?
Everyone's sending me memes of like people counting money and stuff. Oh God.
Yes, can DeSantis beat Trump in the primary? I don't know. I think it's gonna be a tough fight. It's gonna be a tough fight.
So
I
guys,
think DeSantis beats Trump on policy. I think he beats him on political maneuvering, but when it comes to their charisma, Trump usually crushes him, even though he's very low energy tonight. So,
when is the Iowa caucus?
Should clip the wings as a circumcision metaphor. Fair enough.
Iowa.
It's terrible.
Caucus. That's what it is.
Oh, here you go. Bilbo says, Adam, put the $500 in an account and order Panda Express with it every week and eat it in front of me.
Oh my God. That is a great idea.
That is a good idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Do they sell duck at Panda Express?
I'm not a big, well, I don't think I've only tasted duck once and I didn't really like it.
It's like greasy chicken. It's like greasy dark meat chicken is what duck tastes like. It's not bad, but.
So, but the Iowa caucuses is like a year before the actual election because 2024 is election year.
Oh, really? Is that early?
I think it's in January. Yeah. So
January. It's not that early. It's January. No, it's January of the election year. It's not January 2023. What are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. It's just a year away, though. I'm just saying, like, it's not 2 years away.
Well, it's a year and a month.
Some change. Yeah.
Half away. Yeah.
It's like it's not over until the Iowa caucusing. I think we agreed the bet's off if he drops out for health reasons.
We did not agree with that, did we?
What do you mean? We totally did.
Did we agree to that?
Yeah.
I let you off the. You're right. We did. I let you off the hook way too easy with these exceptions.
Well, I mean, I don't know. If he's out for legitimate health reasons, I mean, if he gives the, I need to spend time with my family thing.
Okay. If he says he's dropping out for health reasons, it depends. Like if he's on stage and has like a stroke, okay. But if he's like, I have quote health reasons, and you're like, what are those health reasons?
Like
and
he has erectile dysfunction or something.
Right,
like,
yeah.
I gotta get out of this free.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't, then you're paying me. Okay. If it's like obviously like a bullshit excuse.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, gotcha. That's fine.
God, Trump, I just for the life of me, I can't. I mean, I made this bet on personality alone. I was like, I don't know if you remember, but I remember saying specifically that one of the reasons why Trump would be incapable of not running for president is because every single person he has talked to, he's told about how the Democrats stole the election from him, and that he's just like, he's just so set on getting even. He feels like he's been wronged and he has to right. And I mean, I'm kind of a persistent person, and I feel that instinct to just, I have to right the scales of justice here. And I mean, I don't think he's right about this. I think he's completely wrong about this, but to him, he's right about this. And
sure. I'm sure saying, yeah.
Yeah. So I can't see him just dropping out. I really can't see him dropping out, especially since a lot of people go on to win the primary, even if they lose Iowa. So he could come in like 5th place in Iowa and still tell himself, I'm going to win this thing. It doesn't, I've already won if he comes in 5th place in Iowa, but.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, because I was so kind, if he does go into Iowa and then loses and then drops out, he'd still win the bet.
Yeah. Yeah. No. So, if he drops out before Iowa, though, you win.
That's when I win. Yeah.
Unless he drops out because he drops dead or.
Right. Then, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
That seems
so.
fair.
There you go. The first chapter in the bets has now concluded. Donald Trump has announced that he's running for president.
It's so weird.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh.
See, we made it so much more fun with this bet.
I know. I'm telling you.
It's exciting.
It is.
Who would care otherwise, right?
We need to get Mahler on and tell him how stakes work. This is stakes. This is conflict.
I was confused. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
I think I meant like food steaks.
Like Trump steaks?
Yeah. I was like, what are you talking about?
This is not about consistency. Sitch.
I know he's British and they just boil all their meat, so maybe he does need to know how steak works. But
this is not about consistency, Sitch. This is about stakes.
I see.
This is about conflict.
I mean, a big part about
stakes.
A big part about enjoying steak is the consistency of it, though. So.
Oh, that is true. It's got to be a juicy, moist, melt in
consistently
your mouth
moist
consistency. Yeah.
Janos Coon for $6 says, "Hey now, you did well against." Oh, I read that one already. Oh no, I didn't read it. You did well against the diehard, the coward, and the retard.
Oh shit! Oh, now they're not going to come on for sure. But at least we have a scapegoat. Who super chatted that?
I like that. I'm not sure which one's a diehard and which one's a retard, but.
Oh my God.
Well, in terms of how Janos is framing it. So, but anyway, Adam, please show the fan art I made. You've only shown a zoomed in pic for the Halloween contest. S-Class is best class.
Well, I sure will if is it in my DMs? Can I get to it in my DMs?
DM it to Adam Janos.
Please do. And if you're blocked, let me know so I can unblock you.
There you go. It's my mother for $2. Says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. When are you going to finally have your civil union with Adam? He won't stop messaging me about getting a cut of that banker money. Just civil union him so he'll finally leave me alone. Listen, Adam, I don't know how many times I told you this. There's going to be a prenup, okay? You're not getting anything, pre-civil union.
We're getting gay married?
I mean, why you keep calling my mom about it?
I don't think I can get gay married. My wife will get very upset about it.
Okay, well then please leave my mom alone. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Carl, hey, it's our good friend Carl Benjamin, and it's definitely the Carl Benjamin for $2. And they said the sanctity of marriage must be protected at all cost. To enjoin oneself with another one in matrimony is a sacred act, and this must not be encroached upon by the degenerative influence of an immoral axiomatic presupposition.
Wow.
There you go. True.
That was academic agent?
That was Carl. How dare you?
Oh, okay. Sorry, Carl.
Jesus. Arithmetic for $5 says the reason Matt doesn't have a better argument is that he grew up while society's definition of marriage overlapped with his. Now it's changing. He feels like something he identifies with is being taken from him. I mean,
I can respect that, but
I don't respect that. I don't know. He's a political pundit. He should be able to frame arguments in a better way. I don't know. It's kind of part of his job, isn't it?
If he came out and said that, I mean, people would be like, "What?"
Right. I understand what you're saying. Maybe that is.
I grew up with this definition, and I think we should keep it.
Maybe. I mean, you could be right. I'm just still shocked that he can't come up with a better definition. But I'll watch. We didn't have time to, but I'll watch his. I'm curious to see his response on the Joe Rogan thing. Maybe he'll flesh something out in a better way. Soldoge for $2 says, for $6 says, riddle me this. Why did 3 presidents run on pulling out of Iraq and Afghanistan, but didn't pull out till the Biden fiasco? Could it be that the military advisors were saying the same thing through all 3? Cultural consistency with different approaches. My argument is the literal opposite of the shadow government. Advisors have been giving the same advice despite different presidents, and most presidents will listen to advisors. Also, damn near everyone supported Afghanistan invasion. What are you saying? Further, please answer this. Why have we been in South Korea for longer than you've been alive through all different kinds of presidents? Probably because of cultural consistency. I study strategy for a living. I know what I'm saying. Well, we've been in South Korea because I assume the South Koreans want us there.
Yeah.
Which is why we're in South Korea. So I don't know what that has to do with that. In terms of the advisors, I mean, I think you're correct on that angle, in that why did 3 presidents not pull out until Biden? And it's because I can tell you that every time someone becomes president, they sit down and they say, if we pull out, it's going to be a big disaster and it's going to make you look terrible.
Yeah.
And the president says, oh, well, I don't want to look terrible, so I'm not going to pull out of the war.
Exactly.
That's not like an ideological position. It's more just like and here's the thing. So when people make the argument, and I don't know if I'm not excusing you of making this argument, Solar Doge, but when people generally make the argument where they say, when it comes to war and foreign policy, there's no difference between the Democrats and Republicans. What they mean is that both parties are, controlled by the military-industrial complex, and both parties just want to blow shit up and blah, 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 right? That's different than saying once they're in a war, no one wants to look bad pulling out because they know it's going to be a disaster. That's a different issue.
Yeah, this is actually in the Dictator's Handbook. They talk about the difference between when autocrats and Democrats go to war, and that autocrats don't last long and Democrats go all night long, basically.
Right. And so, yeah, because to me, there's a difference between the presidents are just cowards and they don't want to look bad versus some sort of, is there an ideological difference on foreign policy and more and military intervention, which obviously there is.
I mean, the situation in Afghanistan, wasn't it like they set it up to fuck the next president? Like they scheduled the withdrawal, like Trump administration scheduled the withdrawal after he would already be out of office if he lost the election. And
yeah, something like that.
And so Biden just didn't have the political ability to stop it.
Well, no, he did. Well, I think he did. He probably thought, this would be my guess. Trump had already set the timeline for when the pullout was supposed to occur, which is kind of funny because Biden gets the blame for it, but whatever. I'm sure there's some logistical fuck-ups that the Biden administration did. It definitely seemed, I never dug deep into it, it definitely seemed like they kind of completely bungled what do you call it?
The pullout.
The pullout.
Yeah.
Yeah. So official word for
Biden
it.
is not the pullout king.
Biden is not the pullout king, yes. But I think what happened was Biden was president. He wants to pull out. Everyone wants to pull out of the war. And he thought, well, even if it's a disaster, I can say it's Trump's fault. I can say it's Trump's fault because he set up the timeline. And so that's the only reason he went along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that excuse didn't really meld or mesh with people's minds very well. So I don't think it worked for Biden persuasively, but that'd be my guess is the only reason why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Joe Biden is just so magnanimous that he's like, I'll take the fall, which I don't think that's the case, but
yeah. Still a fucked up situation, obviously, and it's
sure
Republicans are gonna they ran with it in the midterms. They're definitely gonna run with it during the presidential election. They're gonna have those clips all in all kinds of ads. Biden killed Americans in Afghanistan.
Right.
With his shitty pullout.
He was not the pullout king. Okay, let me go back to Super Chats, see where I left off.
You're not demoralized or anything, right?
About what?
Just because I completely destroyed you in this debate or in this bet.
It's not even. I literally said Trump is going to announce he's running, and he's going to run and then pull out before at some point. That was my prediction from the beginning.
No, it wasn't. Your prediction.
Yes, it was. What the?
Your prediction was he was going to pretend to be running but never really enter the race.
That's whoa. I said the words he's going to pretend to run. That never meant he was not going to actually run in the race.
No, you said
you interpreted that.
Really?
Yes.
This is crazy.
No, you're crazy. This is
all according to plan, and you think he's going to drop out before Iowa?
I hope so, because I'll get my $500.
So you
I said he was going. I literally said this. I said
is
multiple
not pretending
times
to run, though. This is literally running.
He's going to run and then drop out. He's going to run to get all the money and the adulation, and then he's going to drop out before things get too serious.
I don't remember that. I remember you saying him pretending to run until
you misunderstood what I said by pretending to run then, because this is what I always said. He was going to enter the race. That was always my prediction.
All right. So, the race has been
Thank you, Ken. Ken Y says Sitch definitely said that.
Okay. I mean, he might be an S-class operative. I don't know.
There you go. What is that weird emoji? What is that even from? Why do we have that? That's not a special emoji for us.
These emotes are so weird. Yeah, I guess so.
Steven says Sitch, he says, LOL, Sitch literally predicted this actual conversation. That's true. I literally did predict this actual conversation.
What, me forgetting what you predicted?
Every part of this conversation I predict.
No, it's not true.
Okay.
Sitch is just trying to save face. Listen, Sitch has tried to start an angry meme that Adam is incorrect about everything.
Okay.
When obviously, covalent bonds, Trump, all of these things.
You're going to be riding that covalent bond for the next 20 years. Remember when I was right about covalent bonds on stream?
The barbecue summit in the Soviet Union, all this stuff I'm always right on. And Sitch is just, Kurt will help moderate the debate. All of
Oh, yeah, remember? That was a good time when Adam was right. Kurt's going to help moderate this conversation. Oh, yeah, that was great.
Okay, that's maybe one that I was incorrect about.
Oh, okay.
Look, if we bet $500 on whether or not Kurt would be a good moderator in the debate, obviously I would have put more time and energy.
We should have. I didn't even know you were thinking that. I would have made that bet with you before.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about it because there wasn't money on the line. I was like, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Nocturnal Guy for $20, thanks so much, says, whichever host owns the most guns wins. Which of you owns the most guns?
Mm-hmm.
I only have one gun, so probably.
Oh, well, I win already then.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. I mean, can I count my prop guns too?
No.
What? Why not?
I have fake guns. That doesn't count. Be a real gun.
Oh shit! Okay, good. I'm glad. No, okay. Well, I already win, so I got 2. You got 1. There we go.
There you go. Good job.
Sitch probably has like 25 prop guns. He could have easily won.
That's right. I have a room. I open it up, and it's just filled with like fake weapons.
Right.
So. Oh, look, there's like game over. What are these emojis? There's all these new emojis. That's weird.
Yeah, where did they come in?
I don't know. Someone said YouTube added a bunch of new
game
YouTube
over.
Emojis.
Really? Wow.
I don't see where. Are they like the bottom? Where
objects?
The heck are these?
I see objects and activities, but
game over.
Maybe it's just on the mobile app or something.
I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, of course I have a gun. I have the gun for the alligators. That's true. I also have my cat. Well, how many cattle prods do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
God, I need to get one.
Exactly. Zap, zap, motherfucker.
Zap, zap.
You don't got no cattle prods.
Zap, zap, motherfucker. That was pretty good.
Where's all your? You don't got. What are you gonna do when? I don't know what kind of wild animal do you got out in L.A. What are you gonna do when a hobo starts taking a shit on your porch?
Is this can't be real?
What?
There's a hashtag rip Jimmy Fallon going.
I don't think it's real. They're probably saying it because of Donald Trump running again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy Fallon was actually nice to Donald Trump, and everyone gave him a hard time about it. I remember.
Mm-hmm. You're right. There is. I'm assuming it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Did Jimmy Fallon die?
I hope not.
No, it's fake. I don't know what started the meme, but
oh wait. Jimmy Fallon has tweeted 18 minutes ago, Elon, can you fix this? Rip Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious. God, Twitter is such a funny place. I don't know why everyone's losing their mind over Elon trying to clean up the place.
They put They put adult Jimmy Neutron in Fortnite. That's creepy and weird.
Oh, they did?
What's wrong with them? They need to stop it. Forking around for $2 says ballot measure 114. Was I right? Was that the gun one? Yeah, that was the gun one. Yep. Ancient Mariner for $5 says, we all know that Poland is one missile away from triggering Article 5. I doubt it, but this war is the biggest blue balls for them, literally mountains of beef with Russia. I saw the memes. All the memes are like Poland is so thirsty to get into a war with Russia. I don't know enough about Poland and Russia's history, but
are they really? Did the Poles hate the Russians?
Supposedly they do. It's like a big thing. So Andrew Clark for $2 says Oregon has had all mail-in voting for almost 20 years. Well, there you go. Joshua Schultes for $5 says, before Russia invaded, no one thought they would. Dave would complain about Warhawks CIAs giving bad information. The CIA can be hawkish and correct sometimes. Yeah, that would be hilarious too. That's a good point. Go back to Jimmy and Dave and drag up their clips of before Russia invaded. And you're right. They probably were all saying, Russia's not going to invade. It's all CIA propaganda, blah, 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 blah. I mean, fucking Hassan. Remember Hassan was saying that. We watched that clip.
Did you see that they're using a memo from a former CIA director to Condoleezza Rice that says, if we expand NATO, Russia's going to attack, as evidence that we provoked Russia?
That sounds really stupid, but I can believe that something like that exists. That some memo somewhere, someone said something.
It's like, oh my God, this is your smoking gun? Like the levels of evidence have just dropped off the charts here.
Well, it's funny because during Bush's administration, it was the opposite. The second that they said to Georgia that they weren't going to be in NATO, Putin invaded. It was like the reverse. So we forget that. But no, I mean, I was wrong about Putin invading Ukraine, but at least I was like saying, okay, I don't think it would make sense logically for Putin to do this because blah, 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 blah. I wasn't saying it's CIA propaganda just feeding to the media to get people more hooked up. And then all those people turned out to be super dumb and super wrong, including Hassan.
Yeah.
Mystery. Oh, did I read this one? I did read this one. Thank you, Mr. Guest, for the $100. Zorlag for $2 says something in Japanese. Ikkyo, Nikyo, Senkyo, Shihonage, Kotegeishi.
How do you know this?
Well, he spelled it out. I don't know what it means.
Kotegeishi.
Kotegeishi. What does this all mean?
Kotegeishi. I don't know. You probably just said like the 14 words in Japanese or something.
Okay, let's do the old Google Translate. Let's see what horrible thing you got me to say.
Oh, no.
Japanese. Okay. Oh, whoops, I'm doing it backwards. I just translated Japanese into Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
4-step throw.
Oh, we got to bring up El Stafo's video, by the way.
What does that mean? Oh, is this an Aikido thing that I forgot? Because it's been like a million years since I've done Aikido. That's what it is. It's an Aikido thing. I forgot. The Aikido things, yeah, I remember there were like the 9 throws and they were all in Japanese and I don't remember the names of any of them. And I'll be honest, I only remember 2 of the throws off the top of my head. I all remember that they all started with grabbing someone's wrist, so. Zorlag for $2 says, you said you went to Aikido class. I know, it's been so long. I don't remember them being called that, though. Ikkyo? Because I thought they were based on the numbers. It was like Ichi, ni, san, yan, go, roku, nana, hachi, kyu, ju. I don't remember. I don't know. It's been too long. Dylan Nelson for $20 says, hey guys, longtime fan and weekly listener. Thank you. Oh, I read that one already. Ashasi for $5 says, I wonder how. Oh, I read that one already too. I guess I read these out of order. One Abaddon, thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 7 months. Says, hey guys, can't watch the stream right now because I'm still at work. Just want to say thanks to Adam for using my art in the thumbnail. Truly an honor.
Is that the thumbnail today?
Yes.
Maybe so. Yeah, I put the name in too. I'm trying to get better about that since Sitch is such a ball buster. So,
did you ever find Janos' picture? Did he ever send it to you or whatever?
I don't believe so, no.
Janos con Nocturnal Guy for $5 says, I'm pretty sure Ben has abandoned the civil unions nonsense years ago and just says government shouldn't be involved at all. Oh. Well, I think that's a stupid argument. And if he's making that argument, it's a stupid fucking argument. But that's unfortunate. I think
that's
it's even worse.
Sitch is a statist bootlicker, and he thinks that the government has to be in every part of your life.
Is that a worse argument than the civil unions? I think it is a dumber argument than civil unions. Because you know it's never going to happen.
Don't you love it when you're in favor of the government doing anything, like providing police protection? All of a sudden you're a statist who just wants the government in every aspect. So
well, the problem is it's a stupid argument because there's way too many laws and tax things and all sorts of there's way too many laws that are already built into marriage. You're not going to get rid of all that. And it's a fantasy to pretend like we're going to get rid of all that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's a stupid argument. It's a total punt. It's like, let me ask for something that's never going to happen. It'd be like, I don't want bad things to happen to good people. And I want to rain ice cream from the sky every Wednesday to cure global hunger. It's like, oh, that's wonderful. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Utopianism is a step on the path of nihilism.
Oh my God, just sent for $2 just sent. Read my $20 super chat. I gotta wake up early.
You read it. Come on, you're supposed to read $20 super chats first.
I don't see it.
Stop being mean to people.
Wow, Adam, look at this guy. Oh my God, for $20 says thoughts on how the government has actually deceived us. murked the Black Panthers, murked MLK, how CIA tactics in foreign elections are oddly familiar to our own. How is it that you trust the government so blindly? How are you not open? How are you not open to the idea? Well, first of all, I'm not familiar with the government murking the Black Panthers, or what you're referring to. I do not believe for a second that the federal government killed Martin Luther King Jr. I don't buy into that. I know that Hoover was trying to blackmail MLK, but I have not seen any evidence that they had anything to do with the assassination.
What about 9/11?
So I don't think 9/11 was an inside job or allowed to happen or any of that stuff.
What about? I mean, the government supposedly had information about the bombing of Pearl Harbor that they sat on and let the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor so they could actually get involved in the war.
I know that's a theory. Has that ever been proven to be true?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is where you got to go further in the past, obviously, because of the.
Because to me, that doesn't even make sense. Because it's like, okay, say the federal government, say the U.S. government knows that Japan's going to bomb Pearl Harbor. Okay. So they warn the people in Pearl Harbor, so when the Japanese come for their sneak attack, they just counterattack and blow the fuck out of the Japanese. They can still go to war anyway. That doesn't... You say, oh, Japan attacked us, but America's so amazing that we kicked their ass. And now they're going to pay. Like, you can still go to war on that. You don't need them to actually blow everything up to go to war.
There was one in the Russian conundrum book where they talked about how there was some war that was going on and they accidentally shot down or sank a ship or something like that. And
you talking about the Maine?
What's that?
Are you talking about Remember the Maine?
Maybe that's it. But
okay.
They were. He said in the book that it was that the State Department covered it up. I do remember thinking like this is definitely like the government.
Wait, who shot down what? What was it called?
I can't remember.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
But there was something in that book that I was like, he pointed out specifically that the Russian government and the United States government kind of cooperated to bury something that killed a bunch of sailors or airmen. I can't remember which. Yeah.
This was during the maybe it's the Kursk submarine disaster.
Maybe that's it.
A nuclear-powered submarine Kursk sank in an accident on August 12th of 2000. Oh no, wait. This just says that doesn't say anything about the U.S. This isn't it.
I don't know. I'm going to reread that book sometime soon because it's such an interesting book. So I'll keep an eye out for it.
Russian executive found dead after reportedly falling off boat.
When did that? Why is that funny? I mean,
I don't know. Why is that funny?
Because we all know what happened, right?
This is so interesting how these important Russian people just get into magic car accidents and fall out of buildings, but they just fall out of buildings and boats. It's just, listen, Russians just have a stronger gravitational pull on them that just keeps pulling them towards the center of the earth. Okay, it just makes them fall out of things at a much higher rate than Americans.
Yeah.
So,
isn't it called a Russian execution? Pushing someone out a window?
Is that? I mean, that would make sense.
I feel like it is.
But no, so, I mean, I know the American government's done bad stuff, obviously. The American government has been, has overthrown and actually has couped foreign governments in the past. I'm not denying any of that stuff.
The Shah of Iran.
Yeah, of course. And in South America, everyone brings up South America stuff. So yeah, that definitely has happened. I would never suggest otherwise. The only question is, and this is what kind of annoys me in the conversations that I have with, sort of the Kurt Dave Smith crowd, is that they think that just because something happened in the past, just because the American government or the CIA or whomever did something in the past shady, that means if something happens in the present or the future, it has to be the same. It has to also be the American government. It's like, well, that's completely not true. You need evidence for the actual claim. It's totally baseless.
Mm-hmm.
So I still wait. I still wait for their evidence that has yet to be produced about how, George Soros and the magical government is funding the. And also, why would it have to be George Soros? Do people understand that George Soros is like not the government? If George Soros was the government, he wouldn't have to pay off politicians. They would just do what he says. The fact that George Soros has to give all this money to all these causes shows that it's just that he's a wealthy guy. He's just a wealthy guy who wants to use money for influence. Like, why would he be the one paying off the protesters if it's some CIA coup or whatever?
He's just a political cuck.
Yeah.
Why is everyone liking this video of Dave dunking on me? Dave, you're being so mean.
What video?
Oh, no. It's some Twitter thing. Come on, Dave and I were going at it on Twitter. It was fun.
I know.
You go at it with people sometimes on Twitter, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, but usually they're really fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, you know me. I like a challenge. I like to go.
I see.
Round and round.
If Dave said something really stupid to me on Twitter, I would respond. But I generally don't go looking to start shit.
I mean, that Scott Horton thing was great.
The Scott Horton thing was definitely you starting shit.
Come on, that's so.
No, that's not. Nothing that's bad. You can do whatever you want. Just
you've started some shit.
Usually it's much more warranted, in my opinion.
Look, I was finishing some shit. All right.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. No, Adam was finishing some shit in the real world while starting shit on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, thoughts on MAID as a cure for poverty. What is MAID?
I don't know. Be right back.
MAID. Oh, Adam. There's Adam going to finish on their shit. MAID is an empathetic portrait of gendered poverty. This can't be whatever you're talking about. What are you talking about? What does this mean? Dave did not want to have an actual conversation. You guys made him feel bad and wanted to hit you back. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would. That's not untrue. Medical assistance in dying. Oh. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to come out now that Adam's not here. I can really drop my mask. I can go full mask off and say that I am fully in favor of eugenics. I think all the poor should, just die. They should all just die. And then going forward, only the rich genes will go, be propagated, and we'll only have rich people. Like, that's an obvious solution to poverty. Obviously. I don't know why did it take, to 2022 for us to figure out this super obvious solution to making sure that everyone in the country is rich? Like, yeah, it'll suck for, one generation, but they'll get over it. They'll get over it. Casey Anderson for $5 says, FYI, the New York Times came out with an article yesterday that's critical of puberty blockers, finally admitting there's issues with kids taking them. Yeah, I didn't read the article. I saw that it's weird. I didn't read the article, but I saw some people were saying, oh, they've raised some critical thing, so it's a good first step, while other people were saying it's still way too soft on them, on puberty blockers. So, but, I guess any step in the right direction should be encouraged. So.
Everyone is criticizing Trump's lack of energy. So MAID is about puberty blockers, or I thought it was about poverty.
No, MAID was the medically assisted
suicide thing,
dying thing in Canada.
Oh, that sucks.
So yeah, it's terrible. Zifu for $5 Aussie bucks says, Matt Walsh is repeating almost word for word the argument Alan Keyes made against gay marriage in 2004 in the Senate race against Obama. Really?
Oh, is that where he got it from? I mean, I've heard that argument.
Alan Keyes, gay marriage, Obama, 2004. I'm curious because that'd actually be very interesting if it was literally like the same. He just stole it.
I am just super sensitive to people.
Yeah, you are.
Like having their liberty like limited. It bugs the shit out of me. Bugs the shit out of me that, you know, when people want to do something, they can't do it. I mean, if it's reasonable, obviously, like if it's some crazy shit that they want to do, obviously, fuck that.
So it's funny. I found on C-SPAN literally has the exact clip of this thing of Alan Keyes and Obama talking about it. And it's funny, during debate, and the commentator asked him that exact question. He says, what about people who are past the age of childbearing? Should not be able to get married. So
that's so dumb.
Interesting. I'll check it out. Stug for $2 says, is Sitch against space alien with human sex too? Well, listen, how hot is the alien?
Yeah.
How thick are the tatas of the alien? Are there more than two? Are there three? Are there 4?
There's like 10.
Well, 10 might be a little too much. So it depends. Depends how hot they are. Doomer Media for $2 says married people are commies. There you go. Doomer. Thank you. Thorgrim Hammerheart, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says, keep on crushing, guys. 2 questions. Why is JXE fine on EFAT but a weirdo on Twitter? And 2, how autistic is Razor Fist? Enjoy and have a good day. A lot of people, it's kind of weird. A lot of people are very normal in real life and maybe even like, you know, okay on stream, but people just lose their minds on Twitter. People just go bananas on Twitter. I mean, look at James Lindsay. James Lindsay's a perfect example. He's like ballistic on Twitter, or he was, you know, until he got kicked off. So
Twitter is highly addictive. So, I mean, if you like to argue, it's super highly addictive.
It promotes a specific negative type of communication, I think, to answer your question. It incentivizes people to kind of create these very pithy, snarky gotcha dunks, essentially. And people just kind of fall, and people are just incentivized down this rabbit hole of chasing Twitter likes, and they just frame their tweets in these very incendiary ways, and basically it makes them become crazy. That's my theory anyway.
Well, I don't think it's made me crazy, but I do know.
Well, at least to act crazy on Twitter.
Yeah. I try to keep it sane. I mean, even today I was like, I was trying to keep the personal insults to a minimal level. Everyone else is just like, they're constantly throwing personal insults at you. So it's pretty easy to open up and just, you know, shoot back.
Yeah, actually, I'm curious if I would assumed that James Lindsay would get unbanned by Elon, but I haven't seen him on Twitter unless he's assuming that back.
Trump?
I'm assuming if you follow someone, they get banned and unfollow, and then they get unbanned, it doesn't like unfollow you or anything. So, I think, though, honestly, I think it's healthier for James to not be on Twitter.
I think so too.
And regarding Razor Fist, I would say that Razor Fist is probably 10% less autistic than I am. So there you go. Spangus for $5 says, how do you two feel about swingers? I think it's a little different than open or poly relationships. It is different. It is different because you're not, by swinger, you mean just people having sex. You're not getting in a relationship. I mean, if, you know, people are open to doing that, then go for it, I guess. It can work.
Theoretically it can work. I feel like a lot of people will tell themselves that it will work and probably regret it. So, but you know, life is full of regrets.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've never interacted with swingers, so I don't really have a lot of knowledge to pull from. So I'm sure I just have like the stereotype in my mind that everyone has of like some weird old people that go to the weird old swinger party where everyone's like having sex in a house and it's strange and you're like, why would anyone want to do this? But
yeah.
Thorgren Hammerheart for 15 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, well, oh, one more thing. You guys should have a chat with Dankula soon, in particular about democracy. He has some weird takes. I think he has Hoppe syndrome. Hoppy syndrome. Thanks, guys. Keep on dominating. Hail and cheers. Yeah, someone else told us he's been going in a weird direction recently. I'll be honest, I don't follow him enough to really notice. But some other people have told me this. So
was that Count Dankula?
Yeah, that Count Dankula is going in a more sort of like anti-democracy direction. So
no,
that's what a couple people told me. I never checked into it.
Because he's hanging out with Carl all the time. I think they live.
Oh, Carl, you don't poison Dankula.
Carl's doing it to everyone.
No, Carl, stop.
He wants us to be anti-democracy.
I know.
It all goes back to Quack too. Quack is the source of this.
Monet Mail for $10 says, you guys should review some ex-Red Guard activists talking about the regret they feel from the Great Leap Forward. Some brutal stories. Would love to hear your thoughts. Also, a team at Melt Steel Beams. Well, I mean, that sounds interesting. If you
That's pretty cool.
have any videos about that, send them to us on Twitter. I would be interested in watching that.
I read a book on the Great Leap Forward, and it was fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I know. Many libertarians are coming down with the Hoppe syndrome. Yeah, well, I haven't read Hope. Or Hop, or whatever you say the name. But that's what's so weird about Curtis Yarvin. And I guess, when we talked to Aiden about this, it's like that weird libertarian to monarchy pipeline, which it's like when she talks about it, I understand it, but on its face, it sounds so incredibly contradictory. He tells someone like, there's a libertarian to monarchy pipeline. They're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. It's interesting. We live in interesting times. Stark for $5 says, I'm a bit behind right now, but Joe missed the point. Matt says, quote, people should be free to make a wrong choice unless that choice is gay marriage.
Yeah. That's the thing the joke was failing to bring up.
Right. D5280 for $2 says, gay marriage opened the floodgates of gender theory. I do not even remotely agree with that. So the only way that like the slippery slope stuff kind of works is that as long as society is arguing about like gay marriage, then the conversation literally cannot move to anything crazier than that, because that's where the conversation is. It's on gay marriage. And so once gay marriage is accepted, the conversation switches to something else. And then it can switch to something else, like trans issues or some weird gender identity stuff or something to that. Something because of that. That obviously doesn't mean, that'd be a logical fallacy to say, well, we shouldn't have gay marriage, something that I think is morally right, just because as long as people are fighting about that, they won't fight about something more extreme. So that's the only way in which gay marriage would, quote unquote, lead to the gender theories. It just, because once that discussion moves off the table, people are freer to talk about more extreme things. And you should never let that control you. But,
yeah.
So. Sketch for $5 says, congratulations to A-Team for the generous 500 donation from S-Class.
Yeah. Nice.
Sobek says, Dank isn't a monarchist, he's an anarchist. Oh. Well, I thought he was always an anarchist. From the beginning. Wasn't he? So did he change that much?
No, he's a communist, yeah. Oh, maybe you're right. He's just going back to what he was comfortable with.
I thought he always was an anarchist. So. And maybe he went from being an ANCOM to an ANCAP or something. I don't know. Who knows? Understate for 50 Canadian says, hey boys, did I have a fever dream or did I hear you guys in a recent stream say you'd be speaking to Shadiversity? Such an atom crossing over to the hemisphere is the crossover I've been waiting for. Also, when are you going to read Blindsight? Much love. I know Adam said he wanted to talk to Shad about something, but
yeah, well, Shad was on when we were arguing about story. I think it was after you left on EFAP.
Yes.
So I reached out to him and said, hey, Well, he said on that stream that he'd like to talk about story, and I reached out to him and said, "Could you come on sometime?" So we haven't scheduled anything.
Blindside is a hard science fiction novel by Peter Watts. What is it about, though? Novel follows a crew of astronauts sent out as the third wave following 2 series of probes to investigate a trans-Neptunian Kuiper belt comet dubbed the Burns-Caulfield that has been found to be transmitting an unidentified radio signal to an as-of-yet unknown destination elsewhere in the solar system.
Sounds interesting.
That does sound interesting.
I looked it up, too.
Sounds kind of like 2001. Only, well, I like the book a lot, so I don't want to say better, but...
But I think I tried to look it up. It's called Blind Sight. I tried to look it up on Audible. Oh, wait. Blind Sight, Peter Watts. I did look it up.
Yeah.
Let's see if it's in my...
Silence You Idiot for $5 says...
Yeah.
Adam, is there any way you can pay Sitch in 500 of those FTX crypto dollars?
Wait a second here. He's paying me. I take good old American USD, so...
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I'm reading. Twitter.
Sitch, Adam, Armagod has sent many monies to give you a chat. What? What's the chat?
I don't know.
Armagod for $2 says the government was literally found guilty of killing MLK. That's not true. What? No, wait a minute. That's not true. I looked this up like not that long ago when I was looking into all the CRT stuff. Are you talking the government killed MLK?
Yeah.
I know it's a conspiracy, but here's the article. U.S. government found guilty of assassinating Dr. King. Oh no. Let's see.
Better check
last Monday marked the 50. What?
Better check your computer for viruses after you've been...
This is from the Amsterdam News. I don't know why Amsterdam.
Oh, wow.
Let's see. It says, although James Earl Ray was convicted in 1969 for the crime, little mention is made that 3 decades later, a Memphis jury deemed the United States government... Okay, here we go. A Memphis jury deemed the United States government guilty of conspiring to assassinate Dr. King Jr. On December 8th of 1992, 12 jurors unanimously rendered a guilty verdict after a 4-week civil trial of listening to more than 70 witnesses' testimony. The King family who filed the civil suit was awarded $100, which they donated to charity. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. How did the United States government get found of conspiring to kill Martin Luther King Jr. in 1999, and they were only awarded $100? There's something about this story that's not adding up here. There's something about this that seems a little suspicious to me.
It doesn't add up to King being assassinated by the United States government?
No, that a jury would find the government guilty of assassinating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and they would only be awarded $100.
Well, I mean, the government's cheap, so obviously. And
like, I'll look, okay.
It's a scam.
Let's see.
Did they have a public defender or something? I mean, this could have been a show trial. I am curious now
about this case.
Could have been a show trial in some little town or something. They're just trying to get their name
in
the newspaper. Oh, well, Memphis is a big city.
Right. Okay, I'll look into this. I'm interested. Here's an article from 1999. A jury in a civil suit brought by the family of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. decided today that a retired Memphis cafe owner was part of a conspiracy theory in 1968 to kill Dr. King.
Mm-hmm.
The jury's decision means it did not believe that James Earl Ray, who was convicted of the crime, fired the shot against Dr. King.
Mm-hmm.
After 4 weeks of testimony, blah, blah, blah. The jury found that Lloyd Jowers, as well as other, including government agencies, had been part in the conspiracy. Dun, dun, dun. The jury awarded the King family the damages they had sought. Oh, they were only suing for $100. Okay, so they were suing symbolically. I got you.
The symbolic lawsuit.
Right. Interesting. Okay, I'm curious what evidence they brought up. in that trial. Because I remember when I researched this for, I don't know, for some conversation, it was like, because I did look into all of the FBI spying on MLK stuff and the blackmailing, and that all seemed real. That all seemed totally real. But I didn't see anything that seemed convincing about the assassination. So I'll check it out. Where was I? Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, pay up, Sitch. Q-Mert is running. Yeah, Adam, I don't have to pay you anything. Trump isn't running. Q-Mert is running.
Come on, guys. We just had the thing backwards, so we wouldn't get copyright struck.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a completely different person. It's left-wing Trump. He wants to get rid of all walls and allow everyone across the border.
Does this mean he's going to be at rallies tomorrow and like from here going forward? Or
I don't know.
You think there's going to be a news media blackout?
I don't know.
I kind of feel like CNN is, I mean, Trump running for president is like catnip for them, right?
Right.
How are they not already monetizing this?
Mark Elson for $5 says, this $5 is for Sitch to pay Adam. Only 99% more to go. Well, thank you.
Well, half of that money's mine already, so.
There you go. So that's really 99 or whatever.
Actually, I think a third of the money is YouTube's and a third of the money is mine and a third of the money is Sitch's. So.
Stug for $2 says, Q-Mert. He's going to come.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people were saying that, and I didn't actually know what it was for, and then I figured it out. So
you figured it out. Okay.
Q-Mert.
Metalwork. Yeah. For Metalwork for $11.90 for $2 says, I guess Andy No just lost his court case. Oh, what was
what was that about?
What was his court case? Andy No court case. Was he suing some Antifa person? In June of 2020, what's this from a while ago? Oh, here we go. Antifa member found not guilty of robbery in Andy No attack. Oh, it's that guy with a weird fucked up face. I always see him put his picture on. It's gross. A Portland, Oregon judge on Tuesday found Rose City Antifa member John Hacker not guilty of violently stealing the phone of journalist Andy No. Apparently, he snatched his phone at a 24-hour fitness gym on May 7, 2019. This deputy district attorney said Hacker's actions were part of an ongoing harassment campaign targeting No. Well, at least the state was on the side. Who testified on the stand more than an hour. She asked No if he was nervous to be in the courtroom. He said yes, because I'm in the presence of Mr. Hacker. Okay. The encounter at the gym was recorded by No on his cell phone more than 3 years ago and finally played in court. Shaky videos less than 30 seconds long. Prosecutors say it's a key piece of evidence showing Hacker approaching No, grabbing the device and yelling, I will break your fucking phone. When Hacker eventually took the stand, he admitted to pouring water on No and briefly taking his phone because he was annoyed by Andy No's news coverage. It was an impulsive decision. I wish I didn't do it. But Hacker says he never intended to steal No's phone. Defense attorney said his client grabbed the phone as a precautionary measure. Yeah, I bet.
Sure.
He didn't want to be recorded. Well, wait, but did he get his phone back, though?
Somebody stole his phone?
Well, it says, well, okay, I'm confused here. This article is from the Post Millennial, so it should be written very clearly. Because it's obviously very pro Andy No. Did he take his phone and then not give it back, or did he take his phone and then Andy No took his phone back? Because I don't know, how do you accidentally steal something? You either steal something or you don't. It's not like it fell into his pocket and he's like, oh, I still have this phone here. Oh my God. Like, I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me. Scissor says that he was not premeditated robbery because Hacker eventually returned the phone. Oh, well, there's the answer. I just had to keep reading. Hacker eventually returned the phone to No at the urging of gym employees. Well, wait, why is he going through all this if that's the case? Okay. The judge says, if anyone is interested in actually making positive changes to society, I would ask that you all examine your own methods and ask yourselves, are these methods that I'm using helpful if it actually makes a positive impact? I don't know. This seems pretty... If he gave him his phone back, I mean, yeah, the guy's a fucking asshole for doing it, but I you know, I can imagine the judge is like not gonna care. So, well, there you go.
Ouch.
So, he had his phone temporarily stolen. He was robbed by definition. I mean, I guess maybe, but you know, is the judge gonna care?
Somebody took his phone and he sued to get it back, and the judge said, "Fuck you, gets to keep your phone."
No. He took Andy No's phone,
right,
and then he gave it back.
Okay. So Andy No has his phone.
Yeah,
but he sued the guy for taking it.
Well, it was like I think it was a criminal case, or was it civil?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. But yeah, he either sued him or there was a criminal case against him. I guess it was criminal because it was a third degree. Yeah, it was a criminal case. It was a third degree felony robbery charge for pouring water on him and snatching his phone. So I don't know. Seems like kind of a.
Seems like government corruption to me. Don't be a bootlicker.
Seems like a little hyperbolic to me. Yeah, for someone pouring water on you and taking your phone. But
you know, if someone touches my phone, I'm filing charges.
Right.
I'm filing phone assault charges on them.
Mm-hmm. Throw the book at them. There you go.
Do they do? Oh, they do. How cool is that?
What?
They do closed captions on live streams.
Who? YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all auto-generated, yeah. They probably had to go to court. Probably wasn't up to Andy. I guess, I mean, obviously, if it was a civil, I'm not civil, criminal, yeah, I mean, I guess the state makes a decision. But I don't know. I'm kind of surprised. You think in Portland, of all places, they wouldn't really care. Unless maybe they had some backlash. Maybe they're hard up to get some Antifa people or something. That's possible. Who knows? Kyle Petty for $20 says, Trump backing out early seems less likely now that he isn't focusing on the election being stolen, to me anyway. But just want to say you guys in the show are great and actually a positive impact. Thanks. Well, thank you, Kyle. And unfortunately, you're probably right. Unfortunately, you're probably right, Kyle. So, you know, not looking too great for Sitch's bet.
Yeah, Sitch is going to lose the bet, definitely. But, I mean, at least you get something out of the show, and that's a good thing.
That's right.
And it's fun to see, you know, Sitch suffer.
There you go. Of course. J-Bo Jones for 34 thanks so much for being a free seeker for 4 months says when is the Pokemon guessing game? I need to reclaim my throne. I don't think CT sent us a Pokemon this week. So
what? I'm doing a little light trolling in Matt Binder's chat right now. Hope you don't mind. I'm multitasking. Isn't that
There's a whole channel full of video suggestions for you. Someone made a video on rap music being colonized. Oh my god. I guess I'll check it out. That seems terrible.
Oh, it's like super woke?
I assume. Anyways. Zorlag for $2 says, you said you went to... Oh, yeah, I did. Joey Not Nice, thanks so much for $20. Thanks so much. Says, been a minute. Sup, boys? It has been a minute, Joey Not Nice. Thank you.
That's Joey Not Nice? Whoa.
Joey Not Nice. Thanks, Joey.
Thanks for coming.
So back for $5 says, are there any modern conspiracies you do believe?
Modern conspiracies that we do believe?
Right.
Is this a test or something? Oh.
What do we... No, just curious. Like, what are you talking... I guess, like, what do you call a conspiracy, I guess? Like, I mean, listen, I believe it's more likely than not that COVID was a lab leak. I don't know if that counts as conspiracy. Like, I don't think it was an intentional lab leak. But maybe the conspiracy aspect is I wouldn't be surprised if people in even the American government or in some medical, some scientists, medical communities, some experts would be aware or they would think it was a lab leak, but they would intentionally cover it up just because they thought at the time, they needed to get as much information out of China as possible, and they needed China to sort of like help. And they felt like if they started pointing the fingers, China would just close down. Or they felt like, if they start pointing the fingers at China, it would kind of distract from just trying to get everyone through it. I mean, I could believe that. I don't know if that counts as a conspiracy, but
yeah.
I mean,
if it was multiple choice, I'd have a better. I don't know what are conspiracies.
I would be very inclined to believe that, Epstein didn't commit suicide.
Oh man.
That's not like that's not a hot take.
Do you know the evidence though?
No, I don't. That's why I said inclined. I haven't looked into it at all. I just assume like most people.
Okay, they have 2 cameras set up in the prison. And they have one camera obviously in his room or, in the doorway to his room that malfunctioned, right?
Right.
But the second camera did not malfunction.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to walk in front of the second camera to enter or leave the room.
Mm.
So they would have, if somebody went in there, or if it would be on camera. It would literally be on camera.
Well,
so the thing is, everyone thinks somebody went in and killed him, right?
That's the idea, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you know about the second camera, you're kind of like, oh, okay.
Well,
I mean, you can look this up. But
here's the question.
Like common knowledge.
Let's put on our conspiracy goggles for a second.
Mm-hmm.
If there's one camera that's angled in such a way that you would actually see, like, Epstein walking around, and you like see literally the person killed him, like that one would have to be taken offline. But if there's one camera that's just like aimed at a wall somewhere or at a corridor, like wouldn't it be easy to just have it just be the same image, and you would never it'd be really easy to fake that.
That's a good point. Or I've never seen the camera angle. Like maybe you could sneak under it, or
So now again, I'm just speculating. I have no clue.
Well, supposedly this is a smoking gun. Why they're like, nah, of course he didn't. He killed himself because they have the second camera that didn't malfunction. So I mean, it's compelling, but I never seen the footage or anything. So I never really been that interested to even look into it. So
I will say the fact that what's-her-face didn't die is compelling evidence against a conspiracy.
Well, I didn't
Maxwell Ghislaine, because presumably she would know as much as he knew. And so why wouldn't they make sure that she gets taken out too?
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
So, I mean, that's kind of strange, but
I think there's a chance that is the simulation a conspiracy theory? I think that might be true.
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I don't know what you'd call it, but I think there's basically no chance that that's true. But
it's not really a government conspiracy.
No, unless they knew about it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Fortuito says, how do you justify George W. Bush's WMDs? Nothing to see here. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean justify them?
First of all,
George
Bush lied to get us into Iraq.
Right.
So,
presumably. I assumed that I accept that he just lied about it.
Yeah.
Or that they either lied or they had very scant evidence. They had very shaky evidence that they just threw out there just in hope for the best.
Where the contention comes in is the cover story is WMD. We're all going to die in a mushroom cloud.
Right.
We got to take care of business.
Right.
The undercover story is what was the true motivations of Iraq. And the Dave Smiths of the world say we wanted to take their resources and, no blood for oil and all that stuff. The Trumps of the world say we should have took their resources, but we didn't.
Right.
So And I mean, I did read a book called, I think it's called The Greater War for the Middle East. It goes like all the way back to when all of this started.
Mm-hmm.
And they make a super compelling case in that book that what they said they wanted to do was exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to start a first world democracy in the middle of the Middle East so that they could start turning the Middle East into Europe. And,
right.
you know, Bush was like,
that shining city on a hilltop.
Yeah, I mean, Bush would be, if it worked, Bush would be, I mean, he'd be the next
greatest president of all time.
Yeah, he would be the next, you know, Harry
George
Truman.
Washington of the Middle East. Yes.
The next, well, who's the big president? I can't remember his name now.
I don't know. There's been many big presidents.
Well, the guy who won for like 3 terms that everyone.
Oh, FDR?
FDR, yeah. Like he'd be the next FDR. Like he beat the Nazis and fucking saved the world and
right.
Like it would be a game changer. It would. So, but you can't tell the Dave Smiths of the world that's really what they wanted because they are like.
It's weird because they'll hear what you're saying and they'll think you're saying, oh, something like, oh, America's so virtuous and magnanimous. And you're like, well, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're saying George Bush was doing something for like ego. He thought, you know, I'm going to be remembered as like the guy that tamed the Middle East, essentially.
Well, it was a twofer too, because if you remember, Saddam Hussein tried to assassinate his dad. So
of course, I'm sure that played into it.
There's a personal aspect to it.
Right.
There's also like, you know.
Right.
But they had the same exact cover story as Putin had with Ukraine, that they'll welcome us as liberators and, you know, we're going to transform the country and everything's going to be great.
Yep.
And didn't quite pan out like that.
No.
They were like, hey, we like our country the way it is. Get the fuck out. So
I think those are all true. And I think there also was an oil motivation, but not in the way that, you know, they, if we're going to say that, they would conceptualize it. It wasn't like with Russia and Crimea, like where Russia like literally just goes in and they just say, this is ours now.
Right.
You know, that was never, I don't think that was ever the American plan. I don't even think America could even function that way, the way kind of our government and our, you know, our businesses work. They don't work in tandem that way to have that happen.
Yeah.
I think what the goal was, besides building the shining city on a hilltop example that would convince everyone in the Middle East to become a Western democratic nation, I think the goal was also that they wanted to create basically a democratic Saudi Arabia. They want to have a country that had a bunch of oil that would become America's new big ally in the Middle East so that we could tell the Saudis to essentially fuck off. I think that was the goal. Or that was part of the goal. So there was an oil motivation there, but it wasn't like, we're going to steal your oil. It's more like, oh, we just want, you know, to have that competition, that Saudi competition to exist that will be very friendly to the United States.
Because they'll get the price down,
And they'll get the price down, and, you know, they'll have an ally in, I don't know, it's Iraq and even in OPEC? I don't even know, but, you know, we'll have some influence there. But that's always the difference between America and at least current America and kind of like Russia, and why it's kind of ridiculous when we hear these comparisons, is that the country just operates differently, just functions differently. It's hard to, I mean, can you imagine, like imagine during the Iraq War, if Bush said, we're going to go into Iraq and we're just going to like cut a section of it off and it's going to just become an American colony now. Do you think that would have flown with anyone? You think it would have been able to get away with that?
I mean, I'm sympathetic to that. I mean, I think
it would have.
I think there are some voters that might be sympathetic to that, to be honest.
I think he would have been impeached. I think it would have been like insane.
It would be a tough sell.
Invades like a country somewhere around the world and says, we're going to just like cut a chunk of this country off and it's going to be ours now. Like even if America invaded Mexico and was like, well, this is ours now. I don't think people would stand for that.
This is the thing that a lot of people really deny when they say, you know, democracy doesn't work, because I mean, you can think of things, and, you know, famously they joked about how President Trump could shoot someone on 3rd Avenue and nothing would happen. Well, he couldn't even get reelected, and he didn't shoot someone on 3rd Avenue. So there are certain things that you can think about. Like,
sure,
if we did decide, we're going to take over a country or whatever, I mean, what would the voters think of that?
I don't think they would be in favor of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of voters would be like,
right,
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a interesting dilemma. We've got a couple more super chats in that same vein. Why do people think that because you have is our position on Ukraine nuanced? I feel like it's fair to call it nuanced. I really do. Who else is basically got this argument that there are autocracies and democracies, and there's like this arduous path to get an autocracy to a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the thing. This is why that conversation with Dave could have been so much more interesting. I don't know if we could have this conversation with Dave, but I mean, if you believe that, autocracies are better or democracies are better to live in than autocracies, and there is this path from autocracy to democracy, the question is, how do you get on that path and make that happen? And if you're like a libertarian minded person and you want to maximize personal freedom and individual rights and freedom of speech and all those things that we like to, idolize for good reason, I would say, property rights in the West. If you want other countries to want those things and desire those things and move their governments towards having those things, I mean, how do you do that? Obviously, I would say that we tried that in Iraq for the reasons that we said, and it was obviously a dismal failure. There's a couple of really good books from people who, are foreign policy experts that told the Bush administration this is how it was going to go down. There's two major factions in Iraq. There's a Sunni and Shia, and the Sunnis are outnumbered by the Shia. So as soon as you introduce anything like democracy there,
right,
the Shia are going to outnumber the Sunnis, so they're going to basically outvote them. And it just so happens that the Sunnis have been oppressing the Shias for like 50 years. What do you think is going to happen there? It's going to be like Jim Crow in the South all over again.
You need to go in 13 minutes, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
So
letting you know to wrap it up.
Well, I'm sorry. This is an interesting topic though, but we can move on.
Armagod for $4 says, I suppose you think Snowden, Assange are criminals, and I suppose you celebrate the Patriot Act. Well, first of all, I don't know what got you so incredibly triggered, Armagod.
Well, you gave us like a $20 super chat and stuff, and like,
I don't know why she's triggered.
First of all, Edward Snowden, I think of as an American hero, and
I guess you didn't. I mean, we said this in the conversation. Kurt even asked this question too.
Oh, he did. I don't remember.
Yeah, and I said I don't know what Assange was even charged with.
Yeah, Assange is. So I
don't even know. I don't have so I'm not going to comment on. I don't even know what the charge against him is or anything.
But he did like the WikiLeaks thing, which I'm in favor of the WikiLeaks stuff, obviously.
I'm in favor of some of the stuff. I personally don't like Assange, and I talked about that with Kurt. He's super woke. He hates America, and there's some other issues with him. So I'm not a big Assange fan, but that doesn't mean he should be arrested. I don't know what exactly he did or is accused of doing, I should say, and what he's charged with. So I'm not going to comment on that. I don't think Snowden should be charged with anything. I think what Snowden did was great. And fine. And that's exactly what a whistleblower should do.
And he was totally responsible with it too. He turned over the stuff to Glenn Greenwald, made sure they didn't publish anything that would endanger our troops or American citizens. Yeah, exactly. Just Edward Snowden is an American hero, and like somebody should bring the guy home, for heaven's sakes.
Right. I think he should have been pardoned. Trump should have done that, I guess.
Yeah, Trump totally fucked up by not doing that.
But no, I mean, I'm not in favor of the Patriot Act either. So I don't even know what spurred that, but okay. Not in favor of the Patriot Act, never was. Soback for $5 says, to clarify, conspiracy is not an incompetent, but a willful cover-up from public knowledge or clandestine activities. Well, I still stand by the two I could think of off the top of my head, which would be I would buy the COVID origin lab leak being covered up as a conspiracy, and I would buy Epstein being killed as a conspiracy. I can't think of any other ones off the top of my head that I would believe are like true or could be true. But as Adam said, you'd have to give me like a list. It's easier for me to pick from a list than to just come up with one. I mean, I don't think any of the big ones are true. So, Drew the Dogman for $2 says annex Canada. True. That is true. We should annex Canada. Anyway.
Yes, yeah, I'm open to stuff like that. Sitch is less so, but
I totally want to annex Canada. I went on a whole rant about it. The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, how many unscripted speeches do we expect before Trump makes an allusion to elections being stolen? I give it 4. I'm going to give it 1. I'm going to say this one, and then we're going to go back to elections.
What was the question? What's the question again?
How many unscripted speeches do we expect before Trump makes an allusion to the election being stolen? Well, I guess actually I would say 0 because I think it's going to come up in the next unscripted speech.
Yeah, it happened in this one, but
a little bit. But Soul Doge for $4 says, I'm not saying D's and R's. I'm not saying Democrats and Republicans are the same. I'm not saying culture hasn't changed, but foreign policy is obviously more influenced by foreign situations than domestic politics, and thus you will see different approaches within an overall trend. You admitted that us staying in South Korea probably has more to do with them wanting us there, even though multiple presidents ran on reducing military spending. If you can't think those domestic institutions can have cultural capture, why not foreign? I mean, of course they can. If that's all you're saying, then I agree with that. But it's not just like a cultural thing. I'd also assume, like when you say, well, why don't we reduce? First of all, I don't know how much money it costs to have however many troops we have in South Korea. And I'm assuming that they do the calculations and they figure out that whatever benefit we get from South Korea and having South Korea be like nice and happy to us because we have troops there that they want, that whatever the cost of that is financially is worth that. I'm assuming that calculation has been made. So I don't know. I agree that, yeah, sure, foreign policy can get, captured institutionally. People made the argument with the Russia stuff that the reason a lot of the anti-Russian stuff happened, I know Scott Adams made this argument. I'm not sure 100% believe it, but he's made the argument that a lot of the anti-Russian stuff is because a lot of people that work in the CIA and in the State Department, they were so knowledgeable about Russia because of the years and years of the Cold War that people are sort of guided by, the things they already believe in and the knowledge they already have and wanting to see Russia through that lens. So, I don't know. I guess I don't strongly disagree with what you're saying, Solodosh, but...
Good. Don't disagree with Solodosh.
Anyways, you want to watch this?
Yeah, I guess let's do it.
Let's watch Astolfo. Can Adam beat Fallout? Oh, can you beat Fallout New Vegas? Old World Blues as Adam Friend.
When's he going to do one of these on you?
We can't make me in the game, so...
Oh, you can't? Oh, you're right.
No.
Isn't that lame?
I know. It's so sad.
They can't even make a Sitch in this game.
The previous installment of Adam's Wasteland Adventures was a little on the primitive side. But this time we're gonna crank up the sci-fi.
All right.
Can you beat Fallout New Vegas, Old World Blues as Adam Friended?
Sweet!
The rules are the same as before. 1. Laser weapons only. 2. Kimball's suit and glasses are all Adam can wear. 3. No mantis killing. This won't matter for the Big Empty, though. 4. Legendary difficulty.
Mantises.
I wandered around a bit before actually starting the DLC to try out a one-hit kill headshot mod. It ended up being too easy, so I uninstalled it. Adam needs to feel the pain. Also, the Meltdown perk didn't work with it. And we wouldn't like that, now would we?
Ouch!
5.
What happened?
No Stimpeg spamming. After inspecting a satellite and sitting through an unskippable cutscene, Adam is teleported to the Big Empty. Here Adam learns his brain was removed by the think tank. The think tank are a bunch of pre-war scientists who put their brains in robots. So Adam's kind of people.
Yes!
Adam's brain was stolen by Dr. Mobius! And he has to confront him at his lab to get it back. In order to do this, we must collect 3 technologies to be able to access the Forbidden Zone.
No brain?
Adam's last adventure was rather short,
you need it.
so he's going to be doing all the quests the Big Empty has to offer. All the ones the challenge allows, anyway. The first side quests available involve talking to the members of the think tank about their stupid problems. Looks like Adam wants to be impregged even in the game. The other quest we can do is find and upgrade all the AI personality modules for the Sync, the player home of the Big Empty. I'm gonna get all of them, but I won't go over the location of every single one, as there are a lot. I love how Old World Blues gives you a player home. It's better than all the vanilla ones, too.
True.
As soon as Adam leaves the think tank, we see that, compared to Zion, Big Empty is no joke. There are enemies all over the place with 4570 weapons. Adam's lack of protection is going to cause major problems this time.
That's right.
These dogs sure do fly.
No armor.
Oh, shit.
Ah, yes. Adam's favorite sleeping position.
Oh, yeah, that's
the first module we go to get is the one for the auto dock. This medical facility is brutal. Even the tri-beam laser rifle is barely effective against these robots. To win, we've just got to effectively use cover and try to only take on one at a time. Their flamers are fine. I guess Adam's suit is fire retardant. But the plasma they shoot does big damage. Don't you just love when Night Stalkers spawn right before your eyes? After finding an upgrade for the auto dock, Adam finds Elijah's advanced LAER, which has higher damage and DPS compared to the tri-beam laser rifle. It also does bonus damage against robots, which is extremely helpful for the Big Empty.
What?
The drawback is the condition of the gun is abysmal and it degrades way too fast. It has a blue laser, which is a nice change. I had this long drawn-out fight with some sentry bots, and before I saved, this happened.
Oh no!
What happened?
That sucked. Repairing Elijah's
I heard
LAER
that.
costs a
I heard the
whopping
little,
17,000 caps, and
I
the
heard
sync
the
vendor
little,
doesn't restore its caps for
The little, the trigger
Flip.
sound.
laser, which is a nice change. I had this long drawn-out fight with some sentry bots, and before I saved, this happened.
Yep. Is that stepping on it? That's the stepping on it sound?
That's the stepping on it sound.
Not good.
That's the oh no sound.
That sucked. Repairing Elijah's LAER costs a whopping 17,000 caps, and the sync vendor doesn't restore its caps for a long time.
Bottle caps?
So Adam's got to use it conservatively.
That's a currency, yeah.
No
Skeleton
way.
Man was
Really?
using a Gatling laser, and Adam absolutely had to own that. It has very high DPS,
Oh,
but it
yes.
didn't get much
That's my
mileage
kinda
because of
gun.
its poor accuracy and very low ammo efficiency. The first of the main 3 things Adam acquires is the X2 antenna. Immediately after taking it, a bunch of Robo-Scorpions spawn in and around the tower. These guys are a huge pain. They murder Adam extremely quickly, but luckily there's a tiny spot on the edge of the giant dish that is
nice.
considered beyond the perimeter, so Adam can easily teleport away and avoid them. For now. The last of the Sync's personality modules is in a cave called the Cuckoo's Nest.
I hate that place.
This
Yeah, you
place can
played
be
this
very
game.
difficult because of all the lobotomites in an enclosed area.
Lobotomites.
This
Those
was a
sound
place for the
dangerous.
Gatling laser to shine.
They're like you, they don't have brains.
Oh, wow.
Its high DPS allowed Adam to triumph against them.
Oh, that's
With the toaster
awesome.
module in hand, it was off to the Sync for him to activate all the personalities.
Oh, yeah.
Soon the world will burn in nuclear fire! Again!
The second item the think tank needs is the stealth suit. It doesn't just need to be obtained, but also upgraded, which requires it being worn.
Oh god, I hate this part.
This goes against Rule 2, but all we have to do with it is sneak for less than a minute and grab an item. There's no combat involved, so it doesn't practically affect the challenge. There is a quest to fully upgrade it, but it requires wearing it more, so we're just gonna skip that one. Robo-Scorpions spawn after upgrading the suit, and Adam successfully kills the ones inside. There are more outside, but the perimeter is conveniently right behind the building, and Adam can once again teleport back to the Sync. Big Empty is home to 2 gene splicing labs.
So like if you go beyond the perimeter, it melts your brain or your lack of brain, and then like the robots take you back to their base.
Oh, that sucks. So you spawn back home.
Yes.
Both house a Sync upgrade. The first one is occupied by Night Stalkers. Now, to a casual, fighting Night Stalkers in such an enclosed place with no armor would be difficult.
Yes.
But for a pro gamer like me, it is nothing because of my expert tactics. Ring around the rosy.
Amazing. God, it's gonna take it forever. Jeez.
What?
I'm impressed with stuff though.
The second one is full of cazadors. What's my expert gamer plan for that?
Oh no.
Use a bunch of Kims and save in between each kill. Very advanced. After this, the amount of ammo Adam had was very low, so I tried to sneakily disable all robots encountered with the Robotics Expert perk.
Nice.
This worked perfectly in the Securitron deconstruction plant. In Higgs Village, there are a few things for the sink, and also a quest item for one of the think tank's scientist quests. Adam is tasked with obtaining a bowl of Dr. Boris's old test subject / pet, Gabe, but guarding it is a tiny little Deathclaw named Stripe. He's slower than normal Deathclaws, but he still one-hit kills Adam.
Damn!
The way to defeat him is to get him stuck in a dance loop. The last main quest item on the list is the upgraded Sonic
hilarious!
Emitter. Adam already has the Sonic Emitter, but in order to upgrade it, he must do infiltration tests. These work by going into a high school, crawling with enemies, and obtaining records from terminals. The first test went relatively smoothly, with the aid of copious amounts of Kims and saves. Before doing the other tests, which are actually optional, Adam must fight Gabe. It's not too hard. Afterwards, more Robo-Scorpions attack, and I decide to just deactivate them all using a Stealth Boy. I figured I would need a lot of ammo for the final boss. The second test is actually easier than the first. We'll save the last two for later because they are much harder. This building right next to the think tank has a sink upgrade, but you can't get it until after you upgrade the Sonic Emitter. It makes sense that this is a late upgrade because this place can be very difficult. A bunch of skeletons come in with high DPS weapons and there's not much good cover. Something really annoying about the Big Empty is that the enemies don't fight each other. I have no idea why it's like this. Do the Lobotomites, Night Stalkers, Cazadors, and robots all have a pact to kill Adam? The last two infiltration tests involve Night Stalkers, but to start them, you have to release them first. The only reason I could kill the ones before the test was they got stuck on some stairs. Killing the Night Stalkers during the test is really hard. The tight space nearly ensures getting bit to death. I killed a few, but wiping out all of them isn't going to be possible. Looks like Adam has a dump in his pants when he sneaks with the Gatling laser. After failing at killing all the Night Stalkers, I decided it would be best just to use Stealth Boys to sneak past them.
Oh my god.
Wow, another dancing creature. Maybe the think tank should start Big Mountain's Got Talent. After finishing the infiltration tests, the only things left to do are to get the last sink upgrades or go to the Forbidden Zone. The next sink upgrade we need is actually in the Forbidden Zone Dome, so it's time to confront Dr. Mobius. There are Robo-Scorpions guarding the entrance, but a Stealth Boy allows them to be disabled with ease. After going in the door, Adam is met with a giant Robo-Scorpion. This serves as the main boss of the DLC. It can be disabled with science, and maybe even by sneaking up on him, but that's lame, so we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way.
Nice.
The boss actually ends up being very easy. The Stealth Boy from earlier allowed Adam to get the jump on him, and the other drugs he took caused him to do more damage. Also, hiding behind the wall protected Adam from the laser cannon, while still letting him shoot the Scorpion's claw. When Adam finally meets Mobius, it turns out he's not so evil after all.
Nice.
He's a senile old guy who made the Robo-Scorpions to stop the think tank from escaping and destroying the Mojave Wasteland. More than it has been, anyway. He lets Adam take back his brain, on the caveat it agrees to go with him. It's hooked up to a voice machine that makes it sound like Stewie Griffin. After convincing it to come with him, Adam can go back to the sink and get his heart and spine put back in. He can't put his brain back in until after dealing with the think tank. It was at this point that I realized mods work with the advanced LAER. Those could have been pretty helpful. Oh well. After picking up some research samples for the sink, we finish all our side quests. Now it's time to talk to the think tank. Adam convinces them to work for him, so he can benefit from the technology of the Big Empty. Maybe someday he can get his brain put in a robot too. But for now, he gets it put back in his body, and we beat Fallout New Vegas, Old World Blues, as Adam friended.
Nice.
Thank you for watching. The last installment of this series will be Lonesome Road. Can Adam survive the dangers of the Divide? Tune in next time to find out.
Thank you. I'm impressed.
Yeah, that was great.
I'm impressed.
Someday I'll have to play the game.
You did it, Adam. You defeated
I feel like I did.
The Dr. Venture robot.
It was fun, man. That was a wild ride.
Very cool. Thank you, Stoffel, as always. I look forward to the final installment.
Yeah, can't wait.
For Lonesome Road.
Does he have to play the game for like 100 hours to be able to do this? Or
yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I hope it's fun.
It is fun.
I mean,
Vegas is great.
It looks a little bit like I used to play this game Half-Life and Counter-Strike. Do you remember these games?
Yeah, I've played Half-Life and
Unreal Tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a first-person shooter, if that's what you mean. Then yeah, it is like Half-Life in that respect.
It looks closest to, I think, Half-Life.
Graphically, I guess, yeah. It looked like Half-Life 2 a little bit. I don't remember Half-Life 2 doesn't have any RPG elements though. It's just a first-person shooter. Like you don't level up or anything.
Right.
So
cool.
Awesome, thanks. CT sent 2 different Pokemon you can choose from. The second one doesn't even look like a real Pokemon. Is this real CT? That looks fake. That's not a real Pokemon.
I had a name for it. Now I think I forgot it.
I don't believe that's real.
Let me look at this Pokemon and see if I can remember the name. It was like Monkey Pig or something. Does that sound? Yeah, Monkey Pig.
That's your first. That's the top one.
Well, you guessed it, so it's a good one.
Well, the other one.
You want to do?
Is that real? That looks like ridiculous.
That's a real Pokemon?
I don't know. I don't. Is that real?
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty cool looking Pokemon. I've never seen something like that before.
Right. Yeah. So what is?
So Adam's first is. Can you guess what Pokemon is Adam describing? His name for it is Monkey Pig.
Let's go with the second one. We'll go. How about Litter Box Bathtub? What do you think?
That's a good name. I like it.
Is it seems like you could guess it from that.
Litter Box Bathtub.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are your two. Which Pokemon is Adam naming?
I mean, the Pig Bear, I think, is.
You said Monkey Face Pig. now it's a bear?
Pig Bear. Oh, no, it's Pig Monkey. It's Monkey Pig.
Monkey Pig.
Come on. We got to keep these straight.
It is real.
Who came up with this idea? This contest?
I assume CT did.
Of Pokemon deliveries.
Okay, let's see. Does anyone get it? I knew everyone was going to say Mankey. It is not Mankey. No.
Really?
Nope. I knew that's what everyone was going to say. But nope.
Which one's Mankey?
They think
the
monkey face pig bear is Mankey. That's a good guess, but no.
But no cigar.
No cigar. So sorry.
Yeah. Don't be a
Drew Dogman for $2 says the CIA created the mRNA vaccine through do you mean Moderna? Moderna inexital DARPAP. I don't know what all that means, but I don't think the CIA created the vaccine.
I was in my freshman year college class, and the professor brought in a cassette tape and played some talk from some person who worked at the CIA that was basically telling all the crazy shit that the CIA did. And I remember one of the things was installing some sort of strobe lights in the New York subway system so they could see what happened, like when a bunch of people on the subway got vertigo, on the subway platform got vertigo.
That's true?
I don't know, but I remember thinking, oh my God, this shit is fucking crazy. And like that was one of the first college classes I had ever taken, right? So, I'm like 18, fresh out of high school. And Yeah, that kind of blew my mind. And I think often, like, I wonder what that was, and could I go back and find it? And was that just bullshit, or?
I feel like nowadays it's hard for me to think. Like everyone is so leak happy. Like I could believe in 60s, 70s government doing like all sorts of wacky shit. A bunch of fucking hippies on LSD doing crazy shit. But I feel like nowadays everyone's so thirsty to leak shit. Like I don't know how anything.
Yeah,
I don't know how anyone can get away with anything nowadays.
Because of Julian Hassan.
I just feel like social media, like maybe because of Snowden. It's just everyone wants to leak everything so much. No one has gotten the Pokemon yet. Wow, you finally stumped them, Adam.
Well, I've also read Naomi Klein's Disaster Capitalism, and she has some really crazy shit in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I often think about going back and rereading that book.
Mm.
But I did read that when I was basically in the progressive bubble.
Still, wow, I can't believe this. This is usually someone gets it pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Your names were Monkey Pig, right?
Yeah.
Or Monkey Face,
or
what was
Pig
it?
Bear.
No, it was Pig Monkey.
It was Monkey Pig or Pig
Monkey
Bear.
Pig, and then the other one was Litterbox something. What was it?
Neither
Litterbox?
one of them has been got. Wow.
What was this? What was it? It was Litterbox something.
Bathtub.
Litterbox bathtub.
I mean, that Pokemon does look disgusting.
It looks cool, but it does look gross.
Are people trying in the chat? Is that how it works?
People are trying to chat, people are trying in the Discord, and no one has succeeded.
You guys are never going to get it. Look.
They usually do get it.
I know, usually very quickly, too.
I just got a tweet. Sexbot002 says, "You banned me from YouTube. Who do I need to fuck to get you to unban me?"
Who did?
Sexbot002.
No, you're.
That's pretty funny. Because you said if someone wants to unban me, send us a tweet.
Okay, I'll unban Sexbot.
That's funny. That's funny.
Someone tweeted at me, Adam about to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have 6 months before I get paid, but
there was an article that was called "The Jews of the Canine World." Pit bulls have been unfairly stereotyped as genetically dangerous monsters. Sound familiar? Wait, is this real? This can't be real. Someone actually wrote this. Come on. The Jews of the Canine World? It's ridiculous. This is real. Oh, this is from 2016, but this is still pretty crazy. Pit bulls, the Jews of the canine world. Come on. What are you doing? What are you thinking? Who would say that's okay?
Why would they? Yeah. What are you trying to go full Kanye?
No one got the Pokemon. Is that it? Did you finally stump everyone? What happens if you stumped everyone? Do you win?
It's over.
It's over. Okay. Do we tell people or no? Do they have to wait till next week?
Just wait.
Okay.
Actually, never tell them.
Oh, okay. I like that. They'll never know.
It'll be a mystery forever.
Forever.
Well, this was pretty fun. I can't believe that. I'm a winner!
Oh, should we watch the Kirby real quick?
I can't believe it. We can watch it. Sure, bring it up.
Okay. Let's see. Who made this video? Excuse me. Oh, we can't.
Why? It's age. Oh, it's age restricted.
It got age restricted. Wait, why is the video age restricted?
I have no idea, but I do remember now that it was age restricted.
Oh
well.
Maybe
I mean,
change.
we can do a 3, 2, 1 if you want. I mean, I can just look it up in my account.
Okay, I guess we could. Why is it age restricted?
Maybe I can't.
Well, here's wait. Okay, wait. But I don't want this video to get age restricted. Is it just because of the title?
Do it. I don't know.
Is it just because the title has the word, fucking idiot?
Maybe.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't say anything. I mean, it doesn't really say anything bad in it.
Where is it? I don't know if I can even find it because my DMs are so.
I'll send it to you.
My notifications are really fucked up right now.
Why?
Because Dave Smith has been like retweeting me like crazy.
Oh.
And
it's funny.
Talking a bunch of shit. Which I mean, after talking to Kurt, I was convinced that Dave Smith doesn't really give a fuck either. That it's just like, look, I'm fucking with you. This is fun.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He was kind of butthurt about you.
About me what? Russian disinformation?
Didn't you? Yeah, what was your tweet that he got butthurt about?
He didn't respond to any of my tweets. I never tweeted at him direct. I didn't even respond to his tweets. I was responding. There are people in a tweet chain that he started that were saying stupid shit that I responded to.
Yeah, I responded to the people in his tweet chain too, but then he started really like just. I mean, his last 5 tweets are like retweeting me. So
I don't. Well, I'll check. I don't think he responded to anything. I never saw anything about him responding to me. So.
The last tweet was from 8 hours ago because obviously we've been streaming. Dude, right. You just constantly move the goalposts. You don't even pretend to respond to direct points. It makes me not interested in this.
Well, that's ironic. But
let's try this one more time. What is the contradiction in Scott's position? Bonus points if you can accurately represent it. And I said, look, Dave, I thought we agreed. No more debate bro terms. Because he said move the goalpost. Like, come on, guy. I thought
yeah, you're right.
I said,
I take whataboutism off the table.
Yeah, I said, I am being good here. We have to work together.
Look at you fucking trolling the shit out of them.
We are streaming soon if you want to jump in. If not,
get this troll.
I'll respond in a bit.
Look at
who
that.
else? Who responded here? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I blocked a bunch of people because they were just coming in with one word like midwit.
Right.
If you want to never see another libertarian again on the internet, all you have to do is ban the word midwit from your
that's like a libertarian thing.
Of course, that's like their word. The midwit. I think they get it from Michael Malice. I think Michael Malice is the one that came up with the midwit thing. There's like a bunch of different rules for midwits too, which are actually pretty hilarious. Michael Malice is pretty funny.
Are we doing a 3, 2, 1?
I didn't even get it up yet. Why do I always say that?
Hot.
So wrong.
Ooh.
Listen.
Woo! Spicy. Excited.
Oh shit. I just clicked on the join meeting. I thought you were going to send it to me.
I did send it to you.
Okay.
Refresh.
Oh, Kurt Metzger is a fucking idiot.
Kurt Metzger is a fucking idiot. Who sent it to this? Who made this? The YouTube name is Wounds. Where's the Twitter name? Oh, it's Wounds on Twitter too.
Wounds on Twitter too, yeah.
Okay, well there you go.
Thankfully.
Wounds.
Hold on, I have to add it to the...
Are you here in the chat, Wounds?
If I can do it this way.
Will Higgin for $10 says, hey, Sitch, if you have time, maybe look up the video by a guy named Trent Horn, who covered Walsh's discussion on gay marriage. He's a Catholic apologist and is generally very charitable to others. Sure. Interesting. Trent Horn. Trent Horn at Walsh. Gay marriage. Reviewing Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh on gay marriage. The Council of Trent. I think someone sent me one of his videos before. That name sounds familiar. I guess you win, Adam.
Of course I win. What do you
mean?
mean?
Regarding the Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, I went on everything. Listen, you guys all need to send me $500. My PayPal is
no one could get the Pokemon. Little did you know you were actually playing a betting game this whole time.
My PayPal is in the description.
There you go. Did you get the video?
I did.
Okay, let me.
Super ready for this.
Okay.
This is probably the funniest thing I've seen in forever. God bless you, Kurt. But this video is called "Kurt Metzger is a fucking idiot." I didn't title this video, okay? I'm innocent here.
I support it. I support the title.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Your argument is true, though, because Walsh is the type of person that will say, if there's one Nazi serving in the Ukrainian military,
that's right.
The entire Ukrainian military is Nazis.
That.
But Walsh
Iraq.
is not doing that because he's in favor of the Russia-Ukraine. He's on
Walsh is
side.
turning a blind eye purposely to that.
But why? I'm curious. Why are you doing it, Kurt? Why are you saying?
Am I doing what?
Why are you saying because there's like a small percentage of Nazis in the Azov battalion that the entire military's Nazis? Look at that.
What I'm saying is a really uncomfortable amount. And by the way, not all Nazis. Some of them are just. They have a saying that means blood and soil is their official. There's also far right crazies that aren't Nazis doing it. The ones that actually want to fight.
Right.
Okay. Look, this is just standard America shit. Like we've been, Operation Paperclip or whatever. We right now fight alongside Al Qaeda in Syria. We do this all the time, and then it gets uncomfortable because we have so many we got so many wars going on. That's why we have identity politic canceling shit on the news instead of reporting on the shit we're doing around the world. You don't even hear about it.
Bruh.
That's a really slick from Iraq. Remember there used to be embedded troops in Iraq at least and reporting for what was going on? They put an end to that. We don't know. We don't have the embedded troops with the people we're sending money to because it's the most corrupt country in Europe. Even people that support it go, they're corrupt, but they're trying. I don't know what the fuck that means, but people all parrot it dutifully. Mm-hmm. So, I just am. Where I find it comical is the amount of people that would flip, like Jon Stewart.
Look, he's going
who would
on
lecture
forever.
Somebody about white privilege on his show is going in at Disney World. They just don't know anything, and they choose not to. You choose to know what you want to know. Everybody does it.
You should have that on a T-shirt.
You choose to know what you want to know. Everybody does it. That's what.
But you accept that the Nazi presence in the Ukrainian army is very small.
I don't know what very small means, but
and there's the back of the T-shirt.
That's the back of the T-shirt.
That's so good.
Oh, hilarious!
I love it. I love that you asked that question, and you have just like 2 minutes of like rambling about nothing that's relevant, and then you should immediately ask the same question again. And he's like, I don't know.
Well, at least it was shorter, right?
Perfect. I mean, that's Kurt in a nutshell, right there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Williams. This was hilarious. You, sir, are a gentleman and a scholar.
Yeah. Great job, Williams.
Oh, wait. CT says somebody. Yeah, didn't look so much. Somebody got the Pokemons. Who got the Pokemons?
Now she's saying Adam owes all of us $500. No, that's not how that works.
Uh-huh.
So who got them?
Yeah, who's they? YouTube got one and Discord got the other. Chat wins. Well, give us names, okay? Give us the names. Eagle Shadok says he got Garbodor. There you go. Good job, Eagle Shadoks. I never heard of that one. That looks cool. It's a cool looking Pokemon though. J-Bo Jones got Slowpoke based. So there you go. Took you guys a while, but I knew you could pull through.
Sexbot002 is pretty hot. I'm gonna follow her.
Really? You're gonna follow Sexbot?
No.
Okay.
That's pretty hilarious.
I mean, Sexbot002 does look pretty hot, so obviously that's
Maxim says Horton is one of the most ideological pure on this. He simply opposes any aggression. Yeah, okay. No. All right. Okay.
Okay. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you, Donald Trump, for announcing that you're running for president. Making it hard, just a little bit harder for me to get my 500, my 5 Benjamins. See you all. You folks that have made it through the entire stream, you have made it to the end, you have guessed the right Pokemons. You are the true heroes. See you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye.